Bienvenue and welcome to the IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables d'Iron Vendée. This is the beautiful Atlantic coast of Western France here. This is the Bay of Biscay where the athletes will be swimming today. The Western French coast is also known as the Côte de Lumière, and it is the first IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables d'Iron Vendée race since 2019. It's the 10th event of the MPRO Series, 7th IRONMAN 70.3 in the series there, Joe.
Yes, Greg, thanks for having me on the show tonight. This event boasts strong pro fields with 25 female and 44 male pros, including defending female champion Charlene Clavel and Maya Stage Nelson, who is currently ranked 7th in the point standings, and Julie Amello, currently ranked 17th. Notably, Rico Bogan and Gustav Eden are making their first starts in the IRONMAN Pro Series.
Yes, and 2,500 points today go to the pro male and pro female winners here today. And the weather, Joe, looks pretty good, presented by Roca.
Yeah, not too bad. It's a good racing temperature there, 62 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 17 degrees Celsius. It's a little cloudy right now, feels around 62 and 62 degrees Fahrenheit. A little bit of wind out of the northeast, not much sun to speak of, and the humidity is quite high, but expect to drop off as the clouds sort of dissipate.
There is Marjolaine Jolet and also Clément Mignon. They are boyfriend-girlfriend. They hail out of Nice, France, in southern France. They are training out of the area there, and that is also where Clément hails from. So they are looking good. Let's go over and take a look at our men's pro notables today. Let's start out with the 70.3 world champion from 2023, Rico Bogan from Germany, off to a great start of the year as well. Gustav Eden, welcome back, Gustav, the IRONMAN world champion. Clément Mignon from France also, Arnaud Guillot.
And then we have Nicolas Quinet from South Africa, who's currently residing in Boulder. Had a good start to the season. Nicholas Mann having a great start also. Cam Worth is finally actually showed up to a race, which is great to see. He'll be there. The Tasmanian, fellow like Tasmanian. There, exactly like me. Rasmus Svenningsson, after his win at IRONMAN South Africa early this year, is back to race the 70.3. George Goodwin and Yuri Kluin as well, who off a recent win in Singapore.
Yeah, good to see Yuri Kluin racing again. Had a good race in Singapore, but he's been out since then. All right, in their female pro notables today, let's start out with Emily Morier from France and then also Marjolaine Pierre. And there is Kate Curran from the United Kingdom. Maya Stage Nielsen is having a good year so far there, Joe, and one of the favourites today.
Yeah, and also we have Charlene Clavel, Pamela Oliveira, who watch for her in the swim. She's a very, very fast swimmer. Daniela Blamel from Germany, very strong biker. Nikki Bartlett as well, very good on the bike and the run. Caroline Pole, also a very good swimmer. Watch for her to get out early in the swim. And Luisa Ignog Prat, also the Italian, a very, very good swimmer.
Yes, look out for them. They're going to be swimming in the Bay of Biscay today, 1.9 kilometres, 1.2 miles. It is going to be really super nice. Look at the bay out there in Western France right now. You can see it's pretty flat out there. Welcome again, everybody, to the IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables d'Iron Vendée. And it is going to be a cracker of a race today, Joe. Joe Gamble's welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you back in studio and outside right now. Athletes are warming up. Wetsuits are on. Just about to get underway. Yeah,
no, it's going to be an exciting day of racing. We've got a really great 70.3 men's and women's field today. Namely, obviously, the current IRONMAN 70.3 world champion, Rico Bogan. And he's going to have his work cut out with a lot of other great athletes going to be pushing him all the way to the line.
Yeah, exactly. And this 20-race IRONMAN Pro Series, they're getting after the points, and that's going to be very, very important at the end of the year. You know, they're getting after that $1.7 million of bonus pool money. There's Marjolaine Joly just getting ready for the start here today. A little bit of chop on the water, but here we go. Let's take a look at how it works. The IRONMAN 70.3, 2,500 points go out to each of the winners in the men's and female pro side of things, and 5,000 points at the World Championship, and then the World Championship in the Ironman, it is 3,000 points and then 6,000 points for the World Championship as well.
Yeah, and from those points, so they actually, for every second they're behind the first leader, they lose 1 point. So we'll come back to that. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that later. But looking at the bonus pool allocation for the men and women, it's a first place prize for the series win of $200,000 for the female and male winner. And that goes all the way down to 10th. and then looking right at the bottom there, 11th through 50th still get a $5,000 bonus. So
Unbelievable.
definitely worth being part of this series, Greg.
Yes, absolutely. I think, Joe, you're going to, take those flip-flops off and your little French beret and get yourself back out there on the start line.
I have been tempted.
All right, anticipating a start here at the Roca Swim Course on the western coast of France. It's absolutely gorgeous today. It is going to be a nice day for racing here. We've got a little bit of cloud cover right now. Some of our age group athletes getting after it and just putting their final touches on what promises to be a great day. Some of the athletes there getting after World Championship slots. Some of the athletes getting after prize money and the all-important Pro Series points. All right, we're going to run off to our first break here today. Welcome to Western France. This is Les Sables d'Alon Vendée.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables d'Alon Vendée here on the west coast of France. We are expecting a fantastic race here today. It's a great swim course, an even better bike course, and the run course is so good for the spectators out there. Let's go over, Joe, and take a look at our men's Pro Series standings right now. No change at the top, however. Matty Hansen hung on to it last week with 10,693, but the big mover in the field up 5 slots was Jackson Laundry.
Yeah, no one's going to be catching Matt Hansen anytime soon. He's really come out this season with all guns blazing, so fantastic to see him right at the #1 position. But yeah, Jackson Laundry, very consistent, inching his way towards the top there, but looking really good so far.
Colin Such in 3rd place there. He went up 2 spots as Patrick Langer went down 2. So the 2-time Ironman world champion down a couple. Chris Leiferman stays, he went up 6 there into 5th place. Justin Rial had a great race up there in Mont Tremblant. Nick Thompson in 7th. There's Mark Hardy, had a good race as well, just fading at the end there at Tremblant. Andre Lopez and Braden Curry over there in Cairns a couple of weeks ago in 2nd spot. Over to our women's. Kylie Simpson, no change at the top there, and Fenella Langridge hanging on to 2nd place.
Yeah, no, they're a long way in front right now. Obviously, you can see that they've raced 2 of the Ironmans, which carry more weight in the Ironman points. So no surprise there, but great starts to the year as we reach the halfway point of the season. Then we've got Lotta Williams and Hannah Berry doing very well from New Zealand. Daniela Lewis, some great 70.3 races there. She's racked up 3 races already and sitting in 6th. And Majestad Nelson also looking really good there as well.
Yeah, Maya, she's racing today as well, so look for her to go up the rankings. Alice Alberts and Ellie Salthouse, Emma Pallant-Brown rounding out the top 10 there. Emma going down 2 spots, but expect her to go back up a few when she starts again. She's in a little bit of a break right now. She had a really big start to the year. Look at these beautiful overhead shots. That's the Atlantic Ocean. This is the Bay of Biscay, And what's really cool about this course, Joe, is that they swim the first part in the open water here. Then they go down the canal. Now, the canal here is just so unreal. It's sort of reminiscent of what they do up in Klagenfurt at the Ironman Austria when they swim down the canal and then they exit the water. All right, there is the long-awaited return of Gustav Eden from Norway there. He's just getting ready for his race here today. So let's go over and take a look at our course maps right now. We'll start out with the Roka swim course.
Yeah, the Roka swim course, the 1.9 kilometre, 1.2 mile swim is as Greg said, a point-to-point ocean swim. Swim starts on the beach in front of Les Sables with athletes competing in the historic Vendée Globe Canal. The Vendée Globe Canal is the starting and finishing location of the Vendée Globe, the round the world yacht race that began in 1989.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's
amazing.
A very interesting place to have a triathlon there, and amazing, great for a swim.
Yeah, absolutely. Then way back down into the marina where they get out at the boat ramp there, run up into the transition, a nice little run up there onto the full gas bike course, 90 kilometres or 56 miles. They will start. It's only a one looper. Full gas bike course takes you east of the city and into the Alon Forest, and then beyond the breathtaking French country side is the challenging rolling hills, and the elevation gain on this one, Joe, is 600 metres. So it is going to be a challenge on the far end of the bike course there. And then once they get to the 80 kilometre marker or so, dead flat all the way back into Les Sables d'Alon Vendée.
Yeah, and from there they jump straight into the Hoka run course, the 21.1 kilometre or 13.1 mile. It's a two-loop flat course. This year the athletes will complete 2 laps to reach the 21.1 kilometre distance of the Hoka run course. Competitors will run on the promenade along the Tanche Lake and across the finishing line in the centre of town. Athletes will then run the 200 metres along the Grand Plage beach to the finishing line.
Exactly, right down there in the centre of town there, and then we'll have the end of the race there. So that is the course out there today, the swim, bike and run right here in Ironman 70.3 Les Sables d'Alon Vendée. So pro male introductions coming up here pretty soon on the other side of the break. You're looking at the beautiful overhead shots of this incredible Vendée region here. We've got a lot to get through today in 70.3 racing. The Ironman Pro Series heats up. It is the halfway point of the 2024 Ironman Pro Series, and right after the break we'll have all the action from the western coast of France.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
Action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but...
15-inch
Okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
The 2024 Les Sables d'Alon Vendée race is just about set. We are just about ready to get underway here. We've got a stellar field here today, Joe, and they've all come for one reason, and that is to get the points, you know, for the end of the year, bonus rankings and point score, and also the big prize purse, the $1.7 million. We've got our men's introductions coming up here pretty soon, followed by our female introductions. There's Maya Stage Nielsen from Denmark. She's racing very well this year, and wouldn't be at all surprised if she's going to be one of the leaders out there on the bike here today, as the athletes are now just getting ready to get their day underway. A nice little run. It's about a 75-metre run on the beach down there. You can see the big tides here. Look at that.
No, that's going to be quite interesting to see how this race starts out. If they have that much of a run at the start, that will give someone that is maybe not the strongest swimmer, but a good runner, the chance to maybe position themselves in a good spot to capitalise on maybe getting some fast feet out there. So it'll definitely make a difference, that beach start today.
Yep, true that. And there is no wave, so they'll just have to wade, get their legs out of the water to the side, which is synonymous to, you know, ocean racing, swim racing in Australia, as you and I know very well. And the athletes will then get underway with their swim. But like you said, their heart rate is just going to be through the roof and pumping out of their chest, you know, as they get in there. So it will benefit some of the swimmers, the non-swimmers, like you said. So just getting those two caps on. The water temperature is at set at where the athletes can wear wetsuits out there today. So that's going to really help them, the non-swimmer as well. So just going through the last minute preparations there, we can see a lot of our female and male athletes down there on the water's edge. They are our pro athletes. The age groupers are up there still on the Grand Plage, just getting ready on the Esplanade as they wait their opportunity to get their day underway. Maya Stage Nielsen just coming into shot right there. Big smile on her face, and she's just about ready to go. I think that she wants to go now.
Yeah,
she looks great.
No, she looks super relaxed. It's a good sign when you look that relaxed going into a big race. You're confident in the training you've done, and you're ready to go. But yeah, look at that for a beautiful aerial shot of the race start, the swim start here today for the Roker swim course.
Yeah, you can see the sun's already up there behind the clouds at the moment, so we got good conditions to get the race underway here today. Like you said, Joe, in the Roker weather report, it was only about 3 kilometres an hour out of the northeast, the wind, so that's really not much to speak of. The bay did have a little bit of chop on it, but it's not going to be an issue because once they get into the canal, they are going to get pushed down anyway. There's not really any current to speak of at the moment, and there will not be any texture or waves, you know, going through the canal as well.
Yeah, no, I think this will be a very fast swim course, especially with the likes of Rico Bogan on the start list, who's one of the, if not the best swimmer in 70.3 racing. So watch for some low 22-minute swims maybe today, here today at the Roker swim course. Yeah.
Yes, that's for sure. I mean, Rico, he reminds me a lot like Jan Frodeno. Doesn't really have much of a weakness. He's a great swimmer, a very, very good biker, and a great runner. He's a tall kid, and I tell you what, for as young as he is, he's very, very mature. I saw him a couple of weeks ago, actually. I had a nice long chat with him and talking about everything, but he's got everything plotted out, which I really, really like. And that's the sign of a great champion is somebody who can just actually say it how it is, instead of just saying, well, you know, I'm going to go to this race, and if things don't go so well, they just drop and pick up the next one. No, not really. I'll go back to the drawing board. That's what I'll do. I got my plan A, plan B, and plan C. Yep. But he seems to be just staying on plan A, which is incredible. Yeah. All right, there's Clément Mignon and Marjolaine Pierre Joly just getting ready for her race today. And you can see these beautiful overhead shots of the West Coast here in France, and they are just about ready to get their day underway here, just moments away. This is where the nervous energy kicks in, Joe.
Yeah, no, this is definitely where your heart rate starts to kick up a notch, and it becomes very real very quickly when you get down on get your feet on the sand, and you're like, okay, it's go time. So you can feel the tension down here, even from the studio here. But these athletes are all fit and healthy and ready to race. So what you'll notice is the majority of the pro men and women are wearing silver caps. There are 10 coloured caps, both in the male and female, and they're there for us to identify some of the swimmers that we'll be watching for, that some of the stronger swimmers and maybe some of the swimmers that maybe are stronger bike and runners. So we'll point those out when the race gets underway, but majority will be in silver swim caps.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. You know, we need to identify them out there. It gets a little difficult when they're swimming in, large groups out there. But today we can tell you that the coloured caps, we'll give you those coloured caps in just a second when we go through our pro athlete introductions here. But this is the 10th race of the Ironman Pro Series, Joe. And, when we talk about the back half, we're getting a good indication of who's doing what at the Ironman Pro Series. All right, let's go to the Ironman 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée male pro introduction. This is wearing number 1 today. He is the 2023 Ironman 70.3 world champion, Rico Bogen from Germany.
And wearing number 2 in M2 is Gustav Eden, who is from Norway, and this is actually his first Pro Series race. He's the 2022 Ironman World Champion and 2-time 70.3 World Champion.
Yeah, it's great to see him back on the start line after a little injury there, wearing M3. Men's 3 is Clément Mignon from Nice, France. He finished 3rd at the Memorial Hermann Ironman Texas this year, and looking forward to see him right up there in the lead of this race as well.
And wearing M4 is Arnaud Guillot. He's from France and finished 2nd at the 2023 Ironman Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée last year. So obviously knows his course well and does well on this course.
Wearing number 5 from South Africa is Nicholas Kenne, and from South Africa finished 4th in the 2023 Ironman Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée last year, and currently 34th in the Pro Series standings there, Joe.
Yeah, he's doing really, really well this season so far. And in M6, we have Nicholas Mann from Germany, which this is his second Pro Series race. He actually is coming off a win at the Ironman 70.3 Mallorca. So he's one of my favourites today. I think I'll be very surprised if he doesn't go on to the podium.
All right, double fist kiss there. That is Mattia Ceccarelli from Italy, 25th in the Pro Series standings at the moment. Finished 6th place in last year's Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée, and looking forward to seeing the Italian have a strong race.
Absolutely, Welshie. And I think this is Thor Bendix Madsen from Denmark. This is his first Pro Series race. His swim will be the telling factor, I think, today. He's a very, very strong biker and runner. But if he has a good swim, watch out for him today. Well,
yeah, I mean, he looked, there was some nerves on that face, that's for sure. But he'll get out there and get the job done. Wearing M10, Franz Loschke from Germany. And this is also his first Pro Series race of the year. So got a couple coming in there at around about halfway into the year. But this is Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée. And we expect a great race with a very strong field today.
Absolutely, Welshie. And number 12 is Matthias Petersen, also another Dane in the field. This is his second Pro Series race. He was 2nd at the Zavero Ironman 70.3 Alqueria Mallorca earlier this year. So just building into his season nicely. Look for good things for him today as well, Welshie.
Yep, that's right. As our men are now, the top seeds are lining up, and they will bring the rest of the men's pro field in to join our men right now. Clément Mignon there is all smiles at the moment. That will go away in a few minutes' time when they start getting into a little bit of oxygen debt, when they go from running into the water there, about a 70-metre run, and then heart rates will be very, very high as we get an age group. Now, this might be one of the tri clubs, the local tri clubs guys, just getting a last-minute photo there, but they look very, very happy. They look very proud of themselves for getting themselves to the start line, to the very, very first part of this race, and that's always key to come here.
Absolutely. Get here fit, healthy, and ready to go with a smile on your face, Welshie. If you can do that, you're winning.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you go back and look at we talked about texture on the water right now. That's just a little bit of wind doing this. And as you can see, it's not really much at all. It's around about 6 or 8 inches of chop. So it's not too bad. The athletes won't have any problem navigating their way around this course. Joe, the swim course here, they're going to go out into the Bay of Biscay. They'll do a couple of right-hand turns down the canal, down the channel, all the way into the boat ramp there. So the long part of the race today is in the canal as they make their way towards the Full Gas Bike Ride and T1 as we go through our athletes here and just check out the faces. Now everything's getting a little bit more on the serious side of things, but you can see Gustav Eden, Clément Mignon, choosing the inside line of that course. Rico Bogan there with the white sleeves. You can see he's got the very inside on the right side. So you would imagine that these athletes are going to run down the beach and they will be chasing in a single line, I bet you, right behind Rico Bogan. He is going to be the target today.
Yeah, no, he's definitely there. They've all got their eyes on him and his feet. And look, I think here we go with the women's introductions.
Female number 1, Emily Morier from France. This is a first Pro Series race. She was second place at the IRONMAN 70.3 IRONMAN Les Sables Vendée last year.
And in number F4, here we go, is Marjolaine Pierre from France. This is her first pro series race and 7th at the 2023 VinFast 70.3 World Championships last year.
Kate Curran just going through just a moment ago, and there's Maya Stage Nielsen wearing female number 6 out there today. Maya's having a great race, great races this year. She's 7th place in the Pro Series standings at the moment, and she was 2nd place in the Ironman European Championship in Hamburg, right behind Jackie Herring.
Yeah, that was a fantastic race.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, really great. And here we are, F7. We've got Charlene Clavel from France. This is her first Pro Series race. She is actually the defending champion of this race. So she's got a little bit of pressure on those shoulders, and hopefully she can come away with a win again.
Wearing F8 today, Kairi Kivioa from Estonia. The first Pro Series race for her as well. 12th place in the VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championships. So she's on a roll. She's ready to get the day started as well.
And F9, we have Pamela Oliveira from Brazil, and this is her first Pro Series race. An amazing swimmer, short course background, but has transitioned seamlessly to the 70.3 distance.
Yeah, a couple of Olympics under her belt as well. They're wearing female 10 today. From Germany is going to be Daniela Blamel, and Daniela is a great rider. Look at that. She's giving us the hearts out there. And Daniela is number 23 in the point standings right now, 3rd place in the Ironman European Championship in Hamburg about a month ago as well. So she's in fine form.
And here we have F11. This is Laura Madsen from Denmark. This is her first Pro Series race. She's the youngest pro in the field at the age of 21. So she can ride a bike from what I hear, Welshie. So watch for her on the undulations of this bike course.
Yeah, coached by her father. Female 13, Julie Lemolo from France, 16th in the point standing, 6th place in Ironman European Championship Hamburg as well. So you can see the crossover between the ladies. A lot of them doing the Ironman European Championship, picking up points, picking up qualification slots for the World Championships. They will be available here today as well. This is the 2024 Ironman 70.3 Les Sables Vendée. And we are looking at our start of the race coming up here very, very shortly. We can see that the men are getting pushed back on the line here, Joe.
Yeah, no, a little bit of hustle and bustle there, getting themselves positioned. Yeah, they sort of came in through the front there, so it caused a bit of chaos there for a minute, but they've sorted themselves out. The nerves are high, and we're not that far away from the men's start here today for the Roka swim course.
Oh, it's going to be a good little tussle here underneath the arch. They're sort of like looking at each other. The elbows are going to be flying here. And you watch this start as they will push them back here. The crowd will get pushed back in just a second as we anticipate the start for sure.
Yeah, I saw Camworth there in the pink cap, putting himself centre forward, right in the mix. So Camworth won't hold back at all, and hopefully with this long run, he'll position himself well and have a good swim, because I'd love to see him mix it up.
There's Cameron
on the bike.
right there. Cameron with the pink hat there. You can see just getting psyched up. There's Arnaud Guillot, the tall figure of Arnaud. There is Clément Mignon right there in the green cap. In the other pink cap there, you can see Gustav Eden and Rico Bogan. Orange cap is Gustav Eden. Now, why is Gustav standing on the second line?
He does this. I've noticed this. I remember at the World Championships in 2021 when he won, he was on the second line. I don't know, but he's picked a good person to follow.
Look, it's premeditated. You know what he's going to do. He's just going to run onto the feet of Rico Bogan and try and get a nice slingshot out of the first part of the swim, because he's not the fastest swimmer in the world, but he is tough and he can hang on there. So I would imagine that he's going to chase the tail of Rico today.
Yeah, especially with those run speed. Let's hope his Achilles is back to 100%, because this running on the sand might test that. So for the best of luck for him today, and gets through in a good shape and has a good run.
Yes, exactly. All right, we're 40 seconds away from the race start here. We can hear the bells of Les Sables d'Iron Vendée. This is getting very exciting. We're 30 seconds out. Who is going to take the early lead on the swim? My guess is Rico Bergen. Schuster's in there. He's a good swimmer as well. And Gustav Eden probably in the chase group, or he'll be in the lead group there for a little bit. But it will be very interesting to see the start. All right, Joe, let's take a few moments to just silence up here and enjoy the sights and sounds of Les Sables d'Iron Vendée.
And they're away, Walshy. What an amazing start there. Watch for the pink cap of Yuri Kluin. He didn't get much of a mention in the lead-up, but he was a late addition to the start list. And if he's on today, he'll be one of the guys on the podium for sure. So
100% there. You know that Yuri, he had a great race in Singapore this year in April, and just, you know, had a really good, strong bike ride, which set him up for the day down there. Very hot, very humid, but today's the first race for Yuri back on the start line. He's wearing number 53 today. He will be starting as one of the favourites out there, and Rico Bergen wasted no time getting out there in the start. There you can see him there on the left-hand side of the pack right now in the orange cap and the white sleeves in that wetsuit there, and you can see that the waiting was actually quite long there. You can see one of the officials down there. He's about 25 metres into it, and is up to his knees. So off to a great start here at Les Sables d'Iron Vendée with our men's pros. Our women's are on deck, and just after the break they will be getting their day underway here. But it's Rico Bergen, the world champion at 70.3, leading the way here in France.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
I'm good.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
This is the Bay of Biscay here on the west coast of France right now, and you are watching the 2024 Les Sables d'Iron Vendée. This is the 10th race of the Ironman Pro Series here this year. They are getting after that $1.7 million of bonus pool money that will be coming up just after the Ironman 70.3 World Championship in Lake Taupo in New Zealand on December 14, December 15th, which will round out an incredible year there, Joe. A record-setting year for Ironman and Ironman Pro Series as we anticipate the start of our women's race.
Yeah, an amazing opportunity for these pros to really get out there and race even more and race for some really great prize money. So here we are in the starters' hands. We're not far away, about 20 seconds from my calculations to the start of the female race today.
Here we go. We're lining up right now. We can see that there's Marjolaine Joly and also Maya Stage Nielsen there in the pink cap, and there she is, Clavel in there, the defending champion. They're underway right now, so our women are underway here in Les Sables d'Iron Vendée, and this, the 10th race of the year. 3 of the Ironman races will count toward their point score and the bonus money, and then they will round out with 5 total events. So 2 Ironman 70.3s, heavily weighted on the Ironman races here, but here we go in the Bay of Biscay. This is where the weighting comes in. Joe, explain the weighting and how much energy it takes and zaps your body away.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to hold a little bit of energy back, and the good athletes will actually make it look easy. They're actually just saving a little bit. So when they actually do get to swim, the heart rate isn't through the roof and they can actually swim. So here we go. I think we've got in the pearly pink current, that's pink colour, that's Curran.
Kate Curran from the UK,
and then
yep.
Pole in the orange. And then I'm trying to see.
Marjolaine Pierre is in there with the green cap.
In the green cap. So yeah, some of the favourites that we sort of picked out before are doing the job right now. And maybe Moriau there, closest to camera. On the right of screen. So yeah, and off the back there, I think that will be Blamel in the neon yellow.
Yeah, Daniela Blamel, not the fastest swimmer out there, but a good one, and she's very strong on the bike. We know that she will make her way through the field there. We got the defending champion, that is Charlene Clavel, sitting in there from France as well. So at the moment, you can throw a blanket over the field, but that will break up as they make those 2 right-hand turns before hitting the channel there. But leading the race right now, right up there is Marjolaine Pierre from France, and there is Maya Stige Nielsen in there from Denmark with the pearly pink cap there. In the orange cap as well, Emily Murier and Pamela Oliveira. So there's Pamela from Brazil. She's a great swimmer there, Joe.
Yeah, that's in the green cap. I think we have Olivier from Brazil, which, as we talked about earlier, an ITU background, very, very good swimmer. But in the silver cap, I think, I'm going to put my neck out here, that's Julie Amello, the French lady in the silver cap. She was one of the ones without a cap because I could pick her stroke. So if I'm wrong, Welshie, but I think that's Julia.
Well, that's great. Well, being a coach, Joe, it's important to know your athlete's strokes. And let's talk about the stroke right now, because this is a beautiful open water swim style, Joe. I love the way that they come out of the water about every 6th or 8th stroke. Oh, there it goes right there, and navigate. Make sure that you're drawing the fastest line, and that is between 2 points there, straight between those 2 buoys. They'll turn around at the reds, and then they'll hit the channel there. But this is a beautiful open water swim style.
It really is, yeah, beautiful. And what a great vantage point for the spectators here to get such a close look at the athletes here racing today and support them all the way. And so, yeah, they're into the channel. Look, that's an amazing swim stroke, and just sitting in second there, Imolo, I think, would sitting there in quite the good position, catching the draft of the first place.
Yeah, exactly. So Kate Curran right in there, and so we were enjoying beautiful shots here of the west coast of France right now. You can see all the Hobie cats sitting up there on the wall there. This is a big sailing area in France, and as you were mentioning, Joe, on the Roca swim course here, the channel is also used for the round the world yacht race.
Yeah, the one I mentioned, been going since 1989. So I think that's actually the men's race. Sorry to be corrected. We just
men's race coming down through the channel.
Through the channel. So I think leading there in the purple would have been the South African Kone.
Yeah, Kone, he's a great swimmer. He did this as well just recently, and he loves to get out there and swim hard and bike hard as well, and had a great race just a few weeks back. And as you can see, he's leading this group here now, Joe, right in the middle of the things there. You can see that there's a whole bunch of swimmers just sitting on the white water, picking up the draft, picking up the bubbles, and limiting the amount of work that they have to do. And how much, savings of energy are they sort of going through right now?
It's really hard to know, but I'd wager a guess on maybe about 15–20%, maybe. Not like cycling, sitting on someone's wheel, but you are definitely getting a big advantage. And plus, you can just follow the bubbles and not actually have to sight, which is a bigger energy saving as well, as long as the person in front is obviously swimming straight. So you want to check now and then.
Yeah, swimming a little bit wide around that yellow buoy there. A little bit of a current just heading in there. You can see that they're swimming into a bit of wind right now, and the wind coming in the offshore direction from the northeast at around about 4 kilometres an hour. So as our women now have made their way into the channel, Pamela Oliveira from Brazil is now taking charge.
Yeah, and yeah, this is, as you said, the women have just made it into the channel here. Julie Lemel in there, I think, in the silver cap. Orange cap, I think that would be Pole. And we have Curran there in the pink, and I didn't quite see who was behind that, but I think that's the top 4 right now, and no surprises with Oliveira leading the women's race.
Yeah, exactly, and one of the race favourites, Maya Stage-Nielsen, you can see there on the right-hand side of the screen, just trying to sneak into the shot there right now. Well, we got our race underway here, the 2024 Ironman 70.3 Les Sables d'Alon-Vendée in France, and we're off to a great start. No little issues out there at the moment for our men, none for our women. We're going to run off to a break. More action from the swim after this.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
The Ironman 70.3 Les Sables d'Alon-Vendée is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries. You'd know all about that there, Joe. You're a coach, and what can you make of the swim stroke that we're seeing by Nicholas Canet right now?
Yeah, beautiful. Amazing swimmer. Obviously, when you got Rico Bowden in your wake, you must be doing something right.
Right on screen,
yes.
yeah, just right,
yeah,
right on cue there,
yeah,
Joe.
there we go. Sitting in third, sort of a lounge chair position there, getting all the draft, but not wasting any energy.
Wish I could swim like that fast in my lounge chair, that's
but
for sure.
Look, that really hasn't broken up, and this is sort of what would happen when you get a run into the water that long, and then quite calm conditions in a wetsuit. It's really hard to get separation, even when you've got such class swimmers as these three pushing the pace here today.
Yeah, also in there, Andrea Salversberg. He's an Olympian from Switzerland as well. So we got a great swim group. Yuri Kulin, you would imagine, is up there. George Goodwin's going to be in there somewhere. Cam Worth, he's at the back of this group, which is great. We've got a big group here, Joe. I want to say there's about 16, 17 athletes in this lead group at this point in time. So Nicholas Canet, you can see that kick. Look at that little valley in the back there in the lower back. Can you explain why that is? And I do believe it's because the pace is on when you get that dip in the back.
Yeah, no, he's really putting the power at the front of his stroke, and he's sitting really high in the water. Obviously, the wetsuit helps that, but I think he would look like that in the pool anyway, just because you're really getting that good early catch in your stroke, which keeps you really high in the water, and obviously really good core stability as well, and keep those hips high, and it's on top of the water as opposed to swimming under it, which is how we swim, I think, Welshie.
That's right. Low tide. We've got a little bit of water just rushing out there. You can see that the current is going going out, so swimming into a little bit of a current here, but you can see that the wind is also heading out as well. So, you know, navigating is very, very important. They are in a canal, so it's not going to be too bad as the athletes are now coming in. There's Pamela Oliveira on our women's side of things there, just having a good look at the front of the race here. Maya Stage Nielsen still sitting in 4th place. Marjolaine Joly from France right up there as well. So this has been a good swim start from the Brazilian. She's been on the podium before the 70.3 World Championships. I remember down at PE, down in Port Elizabeth, back there, I think it was in 2018, and she was 4th place. So what a great result from, you know, from the Brazilian, and she's out there showing us exactly how to get things done today.
Yeah, and obviously recovered well from her win at Ironman Brazil earlier this year as well. So to recover and come back and be leading a caliber of female athletes such as these is obviously she's done something right and back racing very quickly after her win.
Yeah, exactly. So as they make their way through now, let's take a listen to the sights and sounds of Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée.
And we're back with the women's race here. Again, Pamela Oliveira is leading the charge. She hit the sand. Once they hit the water, she pretty much made her move and set the pace at a very high rate very early on. So, but she's brought with her, from what it looks, at least 5 other women right now. And it's like in the men's, it's really hard to shake them once you get to this part of the course and in such flat, fast conditions.
Yeah, started the year this year in Pucón, Chile, which is a great race itself. In January, Joe, I don't know if you've been down to that one, but it is iconic. And a lot of the athletes, day after the race, get to go and hike the 18,000 footer, which is a bit of work after a 70.3, but it is absolutely gorgeous. All right, she, on the 19th of May as well, like you said, she won the Ironman Brazil. It was a great time that she had, 8 hours and 57 minutes, but led the swim with a 51.43, a good bike at a 4.47, ran a 3.13, so for the win. But winning in a home country in the Ironman gives you another set of confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The Brazilians love to win in Brazil, and yeah, you'd see a lot of like Ronaldo Colucci and those and other athletes that are from Brazil try and win that coveted Brazil title. So she added her name to that list earlier this year.
Okay, great. Let's break down Nicholas' swim stroke here. Look at that left hand and the right hand. It looks like it's a flat entry, you know, in those hands there. Is that an issue, or is it all under the water that we're talking about?
Yeah, it's really hard to know from this angle what he's actually doing, but I just love that he's not actually pausing out in front. He's really just getting that hand, really aggressive entry and grabbing water and then pulling it back. And really for open water swimming, you can't do much more than that.
He's pretty much reaching for that water right out in front. So like you say, he's not wasting any time in the catch in the catch phase. So let's take a look at this running through the transition there. The athletes will face this. Under the Roca banner they go. Up onto the dock there. We've got some of the big maxi yachts there, Joe.
Yeah, no, got a great capture here to get an idea of what the athletes will encounter very, very shortly. So as we finish the Roca swim, and then we're coming into the Roca finish arch and up the ramp here into T1.
This is going to be a nice little challenge for the athletes getting out of the water, because it is a little bit longer run. Then they've got the ramp as they go up. They'll grab a little bit of a snack or two, get some water in there as they make their way through the bags. Grab their bag, make the change, head down into transition. This is T1. They will grab their bikes, but they will strap their helmets on before they take the bike from the rack and then head out to the mountain line, and then they are off onto the 56 miles or the 90-kilometre bike course here. 600 metres of elevation out there today, Joe. It's going to be a great day.
Yeah, don't forget about that 600 metres of elevation, nearly 2,000 foot of elevation gain. That's not something to discount. And I think we'll see the stronger riders really capitalise on that. So the guys like Cameron Worth, Clement Magnon, very strong on the hills. So watch for those to make a move on the bike course today.
I wanted to ask you that question. You were a strong cyclist in your career as well. You'd come out just with a little bit of a deficit out of the swim, but a little bit like I put you in the same sort of realm as Cam Worth, right? So you get it out around about 45 seconds, minute, maybe minute and a half down out of the swim. But the tactics that you have to employ, is it that you're riding at your own power, at your own pace, or are you just trying to catch up to the group and get in contact?
I raced most of my career without a power meter. I used to go until I catch up, and whatever that meant, bleeding out of the eyes. That would be. I'd want to get back to the front because that's where you get that surge of energy and adrenaline, and you want to be in the mix. You don't want to be chasing all day. So I used to try and bridge it a little bit too quick, probably, but sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't.
All right, great overhead shot of this wonderful region here in Vendée, and it is a nice day to be racing, that's for sure. We've got beautiful overcast conditions at the moment. We're expecting low 20s out there or in the 70s today, Fahrenheit. But at this point in time, as we overlook this beautiful marina at Les Sables de Vendée, we can see that Nicolas Canet from South Africa is our swim leader. He is leading a great group of swimmers at the moment. We know that Gustav Eden is in there. We know that Cam Worth is on the tail end of this group, and Canet now is just putting the hammer down. Now the beat of the kick there, Joe, you start out at a 6-beat kick in the very first part of it, you reduce it down to 4, and then it comes down to a 2-beat crossover kick. Now you can see that the legs are moving at about a 4-beat kick here. He's got his shoulders up out of the water. He's got 15 metres to swim before he heads out. What's going through the arms and the legs of this young man right now?
Yeah, he's really brought on the afterburners here to really, and he's managed to get a bit of a gap on the other athletes. He's just bringing a bit of blood flow into his legs, so when he stands up on the pier very, very shortly, he'll be able to run and get going without too much lag there. So here we go, Nicolas Canet. This is his third time he's led out of a 70.3, men's leader in the Roka swim course from South Africa. What an amazing swim by Nicolas Canet.
Yep, Nicolas Canet first out of the water today, and then we've got a fast finishing group of athletes there. You can see running up onto the dock right now. The wooden dock is around about 150 metres long. Then they'll make that left-hand turn. Let's go over to the Wahoo Element rival. The swim time today, 20 minutes and 2 seconds, Joe. 1.2 miles, 1.9 kilometres. How fast was that?
That's ridiculous. And yeah, obviously not much of a current to speak of, Welshie, when you're swimming nearly under 20 minutes. These guys are just getting faster and faster and faster. You can see he basically attacked that from the gun and was not holding back.
Well, you know it. He's a great swimmer.
Amazing swim. Look, this guy led out Chattanooga by himself. He led out at Boulder 70.3. He dropped the likes of Sam Appleton, who's one of the best swimmers in the sport. This guy can swim, and he's not waiting for anyone. Even the reigning world champion Rico Bogan was no match for his swim today.
Not at all. Nicolas Canet leads out 20:02. 20:10 goes over to Johannes Vogel from Germany. Rico Bogan from Germany in third place at 20:11. Then it was Andreas Salversberg. There they go into the transition area. Off goes the wetsuits. Then they will put their numbers on. Their bike shoes and the helmets will go on as well. They'll put their wetsuits back in the bag, and that is the rule. There is Gustav Eden just coming out of the water right now. Then it was Marta Ceccarelli from Italy. Paul Schuster up there in the swim. William Evan from France was right there. And one of our favourites, Yuri Kulin of the Netherlands.
Yeah, separating the first 10 was only 25 seconds, Welshie. So that was a very elite group of swimmers there. But not that far behind were the next group. And that did have the likes of... Clement Mignon and Gustav Eden we saw there. So, and Gustav, we know he can ride a bike. So look, with such a fast swim, the gaps are always going to be a little less, and this is shaping up for a very exciting bike ride.
Very much so. As we see Canet now getting to the bike first, he's in a real big hurry because he wants to get a little bit of a lead out there. You can see the number just flapping around there, but at least he's got it on there, and we can see him running toward that transition area. Now, Joe, this is a really long transition area. How much energy is going out here, and do you have to, sort of crank it back a little bit and save it toward the end of the day, or is Nicolas just giving it everything to establish a big lead?
Look, you just got to hold a little bit back. You got whatever you do, you got to keep it relaxed. It's a chance to sort of take a few deep breaths. But really, if you've gassed yourself on the swim, it's really hard to actually run that fast. So obviously, he was still holding a little bit back because he looks fantastic running through transition there. And it was, as you said, a very long run. So here he jumped very nicely onto the bike, gets his feet. He's already got the rubber bands there. They're about to snap as he turns the pedal.
Starting off in a big gear.
Yeah.
Very surprising.
Well,
I thought he would have started off, he's a big lad, but would have started off in a little gear there to get that spin happening a little bit quicker and get up to speed. But he put on a couple of seconds to Johannes Vogel. There was about 11 seconds there in transition there, Joe. And then Yuri Kulin, he's had the best transition there. He's now in third place. Rico Bogan lost a spot, and there's Ceccarelli. So what a great transition by Yuri Kulin.
Yeah, he maybe used his running prowess there to really put himself into a good position as you jump on the bike. Because you've got 10 guys, it's nice to actually get on the bike at the front of that pack so you don't get caught up in all this, which you're seeing on screen right now. It's just an accident waiting to happen sometimes when you got 9 guys all trying to get on the bike at the same time. So Yuri Kulin pushed it a little bit through transition, positioning well, and now he's in a great position to try and bridge that gap up to Nicholas Cornett.
So this is a good little stat for you. You know, going out in first place obviously was Cornett from South Africa, but Joe, Clement Mignon was 27 seconds out of the water, and then he's now 42. So he has lost 15 seconds in transition. So let's go across to the top 3 fastest transition times brought to you by Morton today. Yuri Kulin, 2:48, Cornett, 2:50, and there was Gerber at 2:50 as well.
Yeah, as you said, there's a very long transition, but very, very fast by the speedy Yuri Kulin there, who managed to get himself into a great position as they start on the full gas bike course. And here we are back with the women's. Not much has changed since we last saw them, Welshie.
No, zero change there, Joe. And you can see that Pamela Oliveira looking very, very nice. She's in a really good rhythm there. Maya Stage Nielsen sitting in 4th place. Nothing has changed at all on the women's side.
No, and here we go. The trailing men are now coming down to mount the bike, making sure they go past their mount line right there where the officials are standing, and they're quickly onto their bike, some doing it better than others. And here we go. Quite a technical exit from transition. They've got to make a left-hand turn, and then it straightens up pretty quickly. So they need to be careful here that they're not encroaching on the other athlete's space. But as soon as we get open roads, they'll space out nicely.
Nicholas Mann was in 11th, one of your favourites today. There was Paul Schuster going out in 12th, and Matthias Peterson having one of his first pro races out here today in 14th, and then Gustav Eden was down there in 18th. George Goodwin was down there in 20th place, so no sign of Cam Worth inside of the top 20 thus far.
Yeah, and Cam would be disappointed with that, I think. This is actually his only 3rd 70.3. He's done numerous Ironman events, but he said actually in a post earlier this week that he struggled to make sort of hit it right at the 70.3 distance. But Ironman obviously is very, very successful, but he's hoping for a better day. As we see the women exit the swim here today on the Roca swim course. So here we are in the pearly pink. That was
Pamela Oliveira getting out of the water there first, and 2 seconds in arrears was Luisa Logna-Pratt from Italy, and then you got Caroline Pohl from Germany, Kate Curran from the UK, Julie Lamolo from France, all separated by 8 seconds.
Yeah, there wasn't much in it there, but Pamela Oliveira was the leader there in the women's race today at the Roca swim course. But here we are, the women, here we go, looking at the Wahoo Element swim split, 22:04 for the 1.2 or 1.9 kilometre swim, and that was by Pamela Oliveira. So amazing swim speed, 2 minutes slower than the men's, which is nothing at all. So obviously an amazing swim here today from our female athletes.
Yep, 2 minutes and 2 seconds as they hit that long transition run right now.
Yeah, no, this is a very long transition, and they have to, and this little ramp up to the red carpet area where they will grab their gear bags and then quickly strip their wetsuits down and put on their helmet, shoe and sunglasses, and then make their way to their bikes. I would say as a guess that all these women will have their bike shoes already attached to their bikes, so all they're looking for here is get the wetsuit in the bag, helmet on and sunglasses on. Some of them even have a visor on their helmets. So.
Is that TTL on the back there? Talk to you later?
It might be. I'm not really sure. I think it's this triathlon life.
I love that.
There's a free plug, but
I know. There goes Pamela Oliveira right now from Brazil, just heading out to the bike ride right now. 22:04 on the swim.
Yeah, no, an amazing swim there. She looked back just to make sure she hadn't forgotten anything, but she's quickly making her way to her bike, where she'll quickly get to the mountain line, where she'll then get out onto the full gas bike course. The other women have her in sight. A bit of a gap now. There seems to be a gap from that 4th or 5th place, and we'll get back to you on who that is. But we can see over the fence there some of the females that lost a little bit of time, but within about 30 seconds, I think, where the gap was at last check. So here we go. We've got still with Pamela, the Brazilian Pamela Oliveira, making her way to get her bike from her rack here. So just to recap the top 10, so Pamela Oliveira, we have Pratt, we have Paul, Curran, Lamelo, Pierre, 30 seconds back from Oliveira. We've got Kluger coming out with Pierre, and Madsen down at 1:07 from our leader, Pamela Oliveira. And further back, another 20 seconds back, we've got Maya Stage Nelson. So watch for her. She's in great form and a very, very strong biker and runner. So definitely keep an eye out for her. So here we go.
Oliveira being overtaken there on the very first part of the bike ride. And you can see that the big change there for me is going to be Laura Madsen there, Joe. She's very, very young, the youngest in the field today. She's only 1:07 down. But Maya Stage Nelson, I thought that she would have been a little bit closer than that, but she's got a bit of room to make up. But look out for that young Laura Madsen from Denmark.
Yeah, definitely watch, especially through the hilly part. She'll really do well over that hilly section of the full gas bike course. That's Caroline Pohl from Germany, who made quick work on getting onto her bike. Here we see her putting her shoes on, and here we
Marjolaine Joly.
Yes.
From France, just hopping onto the bike right now. There we go. Nice little clean transition there. Just hopping. Whoa, actually came off there a little bit, so not so clean. As put the foot down there to get going again. It's a little bit tricky now, Joe. Explain why the athletes have their shoes on their bike instead of just running out with their shoes on already.
Well, one, it's hard to run with cleats on the bottom of your shoes, but also you can actually put them on while you're actually making forward progress on the course. So you can get the bike up to a decent amount of speed, whatever you're comfortable with, maybe 25, 30 kilometres an hour. And then you can actually, on a straight, smooth bit of road, you can put it on. So here we go with the Morton top 3 transition times. We've got Kruger in 3:03, we've got Pohl 3:07, and Curran 3:10. So not much separating those top 3 times as we look here with Marjolaine Pierre starting out on the full gas bike course.
You know, Marjolaine lost quite a bit of time there in that transition, you know, getting up to speed there. I was very surprised, but anyway, let's get back to the leader of the race here. This looks like Yuri Kulin, if I stand corrected. He is a very beautiful bike rider, and look at this. He's just got so much power that he's putting through the bike at the moment, but look at the urgency on Yuri right now as he now makes his way past Nicholas Canet. So Yuri hasn't raced since Singapore, April, and that was a great victory for him down there. He was actually quite ill after that race, but he doesn't seem to have wasted any time getting back to the front of the race course in his first race back.
No, he's made, that 19 seconds gap. He's really blown by our leader very, very quickly, and he looked like he's on a charge. And this guy, to know, is probably the strongest runner out there. With Gustav Eden not at full health right now, this guy is probably our fastest runner. So for him to put on this much pressure this early, he's obviously feeling pretty good today on the bike.
Yeah, I like the idea of you know, someone like Rico Bogan as well. Rico, he's so young. He doesn't have the experience of a lot of the other guys out there, but he's very mature for his age. He's a world champion at 22 years of age from Germany. So let's see how it unfolds here at IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée. This is the full gas bike ride. We'll be right back.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to Foundational Nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
Well, we've just left the west coast of France at Les Sables d'Olonne-Vendée. Now in the swim there in the Bay of Biscay in the Atlantic Ocean. Now we swap it over to the bike ride and we are going to head for the hills, as they say. This is Yuri Kulin from the Netherlands, just overtaken Rico Bogan there. These two will set the pace on the bike today. They are definitely two of the strongest cyclists out there. Watch out for Cam Worth. He'll be setting this on fire as well. But these two athletes here, Yuri Kulin and Rico Bogan, the class of the field on the bike here today, are getting the job done early. And Joe, over the last couple of years, you know, IRONMAN 70.3, well, definitely IRONMAN used to be a test of survival, a test of nutrition, pacing and everything right now. But over the last few years, these athletes are absolutely racing this. They're at around about 90 to 95% of their max at the moment, just trying to get up to speed. Marjolaine Pierre here, as we can see, just heading to her bike right now, wearing female 4 there. We can see her just heading over there out of the water, just a little bit down on the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's quite a surprise. Champion from last year in the Ironman. She won Portugal, Ironman Portugal. To see her this far back, obviously something's gone awry in the swim, so not a great start for her. But she's in France and she's French, so she's going to keep... Oh, this is a...
Yeah,
we're seeing a replay. Yeah. Okay, we're seeing that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah,
so,
just getting a replay there, Joe, of what actually went wrong there, and she just got on the bike and couldn't get the right shoe flipped over in time. That is when I asked you the question about why they, you know, have these shoes on there. You got to practice this stuff in you know, outside of a race. Make sure that the shoe doesn't flip over, you know, automatically like that. Make sure that you start off in a gear that you can actually get up to speed with. So these are the things that you have to, you know, learn and teach yourself, you know, on in you know, training. So all right, we can see that Race Ranger is on there as well, and this has been a great system for our athletes to know where the draft zone is and the rules of the road. You got 12 meters out there as we go back to the front of the course right now. Caroline Paul from Germany just having a good old day out there at the moment. Look at how beautiful that helmet sitting into the shoulder blades, and it's all matching the outfit too.
It does. Very matchy. You know, she looks fantastic riding that bike. Very well set up there, and look, really made a big surge to jump onto the bike first, and basically is right now leading the way here in our women's field. And this woman can really ride a bike, so fantastic riding so far. And we're looking forward to that.
Break it down.
Let's
have a look at it. Where are the hips sitting? Are the shoulders in the right position? You can see that she's towing the pedal there, as she's got company in the rear. As we can see that the handlebars are out there, but she looks like she's in a great spot.
Yeah, it looks like she's got company though. So we're definitely in the flatter section of the course. So it is actually a little bit hard to get away on the flatter section because you're already going 40 plus kilometres an hour. So we'll see what happens when we hit the more rolling, undulating part of the course. But right now she looks super smooth, comfortable, making sure she's getting her hydration in. And make sure you get on that early Welshie because you don't want to forget about that because that'll come back to haunt you later in the race.
Yeah, correct. You've got about 10 kilometres on the front end and the back end of this race. It was actually quite flat. We got the rolling hills in the middle. We spoke about the 600-metre elevation gain out there, or around about 2,000 feet of elevation gain throughout the whole bike ride today. That's 90 kilometres or 56 miles. So that you can see, you know, Caroline right now is riding in a really nice, I really like her position. She's got that flat back and you know, she doesn't quite have the 90 degrees on the arms out there, but you can see that she's got a very long, you know, top tube there, you can see. And where the stack is on the front there, the elbows are sitting just a little bit extended from 90 degrees, but it looks pretty comfortable for her and the legs are just turning around nicely.
Yeah, I think it's what we're discovering now, it's very individual people's bike fits. Some people like, you can see she hasn't got much of a drop, so from the saddle to her bars isn't that great, but she's got quite an extension. So I'm sure these athletes are now wind tunnel, there's other ways to test your aerodynamics, and they've figured it out what works for them and what's actually sustainable throughout a 56-mile time trial, or they hold the position for 112 if they do the Ironman distance. So it's really interesting to see the different way that the athletes go about it, and it really depends on the athlete. They might have longer torso, longer legs. It's not one sort of bike fits all. So, but everyone's just looking $1 million on their bike these days. It's just getting the professionalism of this is just going up and up and up.
Exactly, and as we look at our top four in our women's race right now, we can tell you that Caroline Pohl is riding along very, very nicely. Pamela Oliveira, Louisa Logner-Pratt, Kate Curran from the UK, a good bike rider as well. Look out for Nikki Bartlett. She's a great cyclist, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if she gets out there and, you know, rockets right up there into the lead group here soon. But right now, Caroline Pohl being told to go left there. We can see that the official out there doing a great job there, just making sure that our athletes are heading in the right direction as we now just hit the outskirts of town. We're just about to get into the nuts and bolts of this race as the ladies are now just hydrating here. This is very important to get that hydration in before they hit the hills and getting into their pacing. So the top four is really split.
Yeah, it looks like it from that long view there. You couldn't see anyone behind. But you got to think that's maybe only about a 15-second segment as well. So there was about a 20 to 30-second gap from, I think, that 5th place in the swim. So these 4 women have sort of established themselves as that front pack. And we'll see what happens through the 17-kilometre first checkpoint, which is coming up rapidly at this pace.
Age group athletes getting out of the water. Coming out first overall in our age group was Benoit Lafuma from France, and then also Clément Desaru. And Michael Mitania and David Musilik coming out, and Jimmy Couton at around about 23 minutes and 37 seconds. So around about 3 minutes and 35 seconds down on our fastest pro out there today. But you can see that the first 10 athletes, first 9 athletes actually hail from France, and the 10th athlete, that is Bram Phillips from Belgium. So that is your top 10 male age group men out of the water here today. So congratulations to all of those men out there. We can see that in our women's right now that we don't really have anyone out of the water yet, but we'll be right back after this short break. We'll get you up to speed right then.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch
okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut! None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables d'Iron Vendée is brought to you by Full Gas, real roads, real results, and by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with Precision Fuel and Hydration. Well, back to the action here, Joe. We have Paul here from Germany leading our women there. We've got 4 women in our lead group there. We've got about 4 men in our lead group as well. So we've got some nice little early breakaways here as we make our way outside of the outskirts. We're still on the flat roads right now. We've got a few turns on the narrow roads of France here. And as you can see there, it is nice out there. Great racing conditions, overcast skies, low temperatures, low wind. Fast action.
Yeah, no, definitely great racing conditions here today, Welshie. But yeah, definitely, we talked about position earlier. Look, there's no point having a great aero position if you can't actually get out of that position and go around corners like that we just saw on screen, because that's really part of it. And especially in these European races, you see a lot more technical ability needed. So with losing a little bit, this might be one of the sections where we might lose a bit of the stream. But here we're back with the women's leader, Pole, who's making it look effortless right now, leading the women's race.
Yeah, she's leading it, doing well at this point in time there, just inside of the first 10 kilometres on the bike ride today. We're looking at the men breaking 2 hours and the women just over 2 hours on the bike here today. We can see the Pole leading from Oliveira. There's the Ogna Pratt from Italy as well. Kate Curran is right in there, but then there is a break. So we got 4 women up in front. There's Lemolo from France. There's Kruger now moving up into 6th place, and down one is Marjolaine Pierre. There's Morier from France. There's Laura Madsen, the young 20-year-old from Denmark. And the defending champion, there's Charlene Clavel, now coming up into the top 10, and Maya Stage Nielsen falling out of it.
Yeah, that's really interesting to see. But yeah, definitely keep an eye on Madsen there in 9th, 1:07 down at this point in the race. Watch for her to make a bit of a move up into the top 5 as we hit the more undulating part of this course. And here we see, I think we've got Yuri Kluin there making some adjustment on his bike shoe as he makes a sweeping right hand and left hand corner, making that look really effortless. But we still looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like we've got 5 male athletes.
Yeah,
that have
6
got
back
a bit
there
of
as
6.
well.
You saw a 6. Okay.
Yeah, and there's 7 just coming around the corner. There's 8 just coming around the corner. There's 9. We've got 10. This is a very nicely strung out group right now, and we've got to constantly remind our viewers today there, Joe, that we do have Race Ranger. Now, Race Ranger is a system that detects the draft zone. And the draft zone in these races here at the Ironman Pro Series is 12 bike lengths. Now, if they're at 12 bike lengths, they're at a legal riding distance. Now, if they come inside of the legal riding distance, it will flash red, which means that that person has to do an overtake. Now, when it goes out to orange and when it goes out to blue, they're in the legal distance. It goes from 12 to 15 and then 15 to 17. And then once it's orange or blue, not a problem at all. But now they hit the hills here, Joe. This is where it gets fun.
Yeah, no, that's where it really comes into play is the Race Ranger, because with the undulation, if the first person hits the hill, the person behind may start to move up into their zone, and that's where the lights are a really good indication of that. And look, these guys are professionals. They do fantastic without it, but it's just another great use of technology to really help the athletes have a clean and fair race. And it actually, what will be interesting coming into later in the race, when you get a little tired, a little dehydrated, calorie deficient, that's when you make silly decisions. By having those lights, hopefully you can stop any of those drafting incursions happening. And back here with our women's leader, Caroline Pohl from Germany.
Yeah, doing a great job of it today. And, yeah, Charlene Clavel now making her way right up into the lead group right now. You know that she's the defending champion and wanting, you know, to get back into the defense mode there. But she's overtaken by one of our other athletes here. We can see that Emily Morier, she's having a good race so far as well. So the women's race here is looking great. Look at these little passes. You can see the race ranger on the right-hand side there on that bike there flashing red, and that's exactly why Emily has to make the overtake.
Yeah, no, she's doing that fantastically. It's really interesting to know that this lady on screen, Clavel, was actually a handball player. Until not that long ago, she played at a top level for 10 years. So has obviously made the transition to riding a bike very, very quickly and seamlessly and making it look pretty effortless out there.
Well, that's just
right
signs of a great athlete there. So as we see that we are now getting some of our age groupers out of the water here, we can go over and start talking about our race index today, powered by TriDot. Through a new partnership with TriDot, Ironman is able to provide triathletes and coaches an overall course rating for all Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events worldwide. TriDot has used data intelligence assets and a 100-point index to provide the data for today's race index, powered by TriDot. A course varies dramatically based on its terrain and climate, as well as the athlete's physical profile and performance ability. So TriDot's race index gives athletes insight into these and other distinct aspects of each course, specifically as it relates to their personal performance ability and body composition. So let's take a look at what the athletes are facing out there with today's race index there, Joe. It's created by TriDot. It measures a triathlon's difficulty on a 0 to 100 scale, and we can see out there today we have a score of 27.
Yeah, so scale of a score of 27. Obviously, it's pretty good fast racing additions, which we've talked about already today. It means the temperature's not too hot. The wind's not much of a factor. The elevation gain, again, isn't going to be coming to much of a play. And same with swim, bike, and run. It takes into account that. So really putting AI to good use here to work out what the course is sort of in store for the athletes, and they can compare how they've gone on other previous courses and maybe be aware that if they don't do their best time, it's because it was an index of 80 as opposed to today a 27.
Yeah, exactly. And we see that the 27 being one of the nicer races out there, and it has been affected, that score, by how really nice it is out there with overcast skies. Temperatures not too bad. It is hilly, so that's where it does come into the factor there, and it does bump it up a little bit. All right, that is your TriDot race index today. Let's get back to the action right now. Yuri Kulen of the Netherlands is still leading out here, Joe. Rico Bogen and Johannes Vogel from Germany are in contention. There's the early swim leader, Nicholas Canet. He's hanging on there very, very well. And there is Salversberg Peterson. Gerber's in there from France as well. There's Nicholas Mann, one of your favourites today. Clement Mignon is always in every race. And there is Matteo Ceccarelli from Italy as well. So you got 10 athletes, 14 seconds.
Yeah, what a great top 10 there. And look, the great thing is that all the big names, the 10, they're all there, no problems. They're all in the top 10, so it's shaping up for a really great second half of this bike course. But right now, Yuri Kluwen really likes to just set the pace, and he's really happy out there in front, setting a really strong effort right out in front on this full gas bike course.
Yeah, he was 6th place at last year's Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and he's really coming into this year in 2024 with all guns blazing. A little bit of an illness after his last race in Singapore, which forced him not to finish in Mallorca. Yeah, at 70.3, but he's back to his best. All right, here is Pole from Germany, and she is still on the front and looks great. She's setting the pace here, Caroline is. At 25 minutes into the race here for her. She is our women's leader here in Vendée, France, and we can tell you that she's got quite a few athletes right behind trying to have a part of it, but there's only really 5 athletes that are actually 4 athletes that are within, the 25-second marker at the moment. That's Pamela Oliveira, Jogna Pratt, and Kate Curran from the UK.
Yeah, Julia Lemo is back at 23 seconds, and I'm expecting her to actually make her way back up into the top 3. She's a very, very strong cyclist, especially when we hit the hilly section of today.
All right, let's recap the top 5 in our women's. In 5th place right now is Lamolo at 23 seconds. Kate Curran from the UK at 5 seconds. There is Inogna Pratt at 3. Pamela Oliveira sitting in 2nd place at 2 seconds down. But our early race leader is Caroline Pohl from Germany.
And still looking the goods here is Pohl from Germany. Looks pretty relaxed out there. Doesn't seem to be expending too much energy. These women are at the very top of their game and have obviously done their homework on this course and know that it does get pretty tough after this initial fast section start of the bike. So conserving a little bit of energy. Looks like they're going pretty quick down this downhill section. But we're interested to see what happens when we start to hit a few more hills and see if this actually splits up. And if Pohl, Oliveira, Curran, Lelemo maybe starts to move the way up into the field. And we're looking like we're into the tail end of the men's field here.
Yeah, so going through 17 kilometres into the men's race right now, we can tell you that Yuri Kulin here, sorry about the picture breakup here today in Vendée, as we get a beautiful overhead shot of this incredible region on the west coast of France. We can tell you that Yuri Kulin is leading our race. Here we get some athletes in the age groups just coming out of the water and starting their race today. Joe, very important for these age group athletes as well as they, go for a world championship slots in Lake Taupo coming up in December. What a world championship that's going to be.
I know, it's going to be a beautiful part of the world. I'm excited for them to finally get their shot at having their race there. So.
Yeah, they get to swim in Lake Taupo, which is absolutely beautiful. Did you know, this is just a useless fact, Lake Taupo is about the size of Singapore.
Wow. It's 160 kilometres around.
Yeah,
there's a bike race
about,
around it.
Yeah, just about. So it's a big lake. It's a gorgeous lake, and there's about 250,000 trout in that lake as well. And also, one of my favourite things to do, I've visited the region quite a few times, is to grab a rental car, head up one of the streams, up the mountain just a little bit, and throw a little fly out.
Yeah, there you go. It's one of the fly fishing capitals of the world, I think. Lake Taupo, beautiful part of the world, and excited to see the 70.3 World Championships there in December this year.
All right, Race Ranger doing its job right now. There's the flashing red light, so the athlete is going to slot in. Once that athlete slots in, it's up to the athlete that's been passed to soft pedal to get out of the zone and make sure that they are not in there. There is Clément Mignon right now. He is making a pass, trying to get up into the lead of this race as well. So here comes the young man from Nice, France. He's racing in his home country today, and what a great result it would be for him to take the victory in his home country.
Yeah, no, that would be amazing, and obviously very, very motivated today, and just made his way up into 3rd position on the road today. I sense that there's maybe some hills or a technical section coming up, because this is a guy that knows how to handle a bike and would know these roads pretty well and would have done his recon on it and know where to position himself. So
yeah, we saw that.
That wasn't by chance that he moved up into the top 3 there, because he knows, this is a chance maybe where he's going to potentially make a move, or there's going to be some pressure applied from these front 2.
Yeah, he's raced here before. He knows the area well, and he's just going to get out there and do what he can on the bike ride, because he's not the fastest runner, just like, Yuri Kulin or Rico Bogan and, the likes of those athletes. And, where is Cam Worth? We don't know where Cam Worth is at the moment, but you know that he's given it a big a shot out there to try and get through, but he's sitting in 19th position right now at 2:19 down. So Cam Worth is making his way through the field. He's now up into the group of Gustav Eden and also Tor Madsen. So they're great cyclists. So they are 1 minute and 20 seconds down on the top 15. So I would imagine, in the next 20 kilometres or so that we're going to have a little bit of a change up here. Here's our women's leader, however. This is Caroline Pohl from Germany, and she is having a very, very nice time of it right now. Now, Caroline's going through there with Pamela Oliveira. Pamela's still sitting in there very well. There's Louisa, also Ionia Pratt from Italy. Kate Curran is still sitting right there in 4th position as well. So you see a few of those little speed bumps out there, Joe. Nothing really much to speak of. They're very well marked, and they don't really do much, do they?
That's right. That's riding in Europe, Welshie. There's plenty of things to move your bike around. So that's why the Europeans handle their bikes so well. So as she takes gets out of the bars just in time to make that quite tight roundabout there and straight back into a rhythm. Making it look fantastic here today is Pole from Germany.
Joe, it's also, you know, very important to keep heads up, you know, in these races in Europe like this with the narrow roads and the tight turns, the roundabouts, and, you know, roundabouts are used quite heavily in France as well, just like Australia. All right, here we go. We'll get back to the lead of our men's race at the moment. This is Rico Bogan and Yuri Kulin. So Yuri's looking like he wants to, you know, maybe get back and do the pass here, but wait till see that the flashing light on the back of Rico Bogan. If it does start flashing, it's going to have to be a pass by Yuri Kulin here. So he's going to have to be very careful, stay outside of that 12-meter gap right now. But you can see the police motorbike up ahead there, Joe. They are moving at a rate of knots, aren't they?
They're absolutely flying. And this would be a bad time to go for the bike to flash red, because passing at 50 kilometres an hour plus is very, very difficult to do. So Yuri Kluin needs to be a little cautious. He's sitting right on the... Is that a blue or a green? It's hard to tell from here, but
that's a blue.
That's
so
a blue.
He's just doing fine.
He's good right now.
Yes.
And this is a great example of how this technology works. So fantastic use of it, and Kluin sitting legally there, right on the edge, as Bogan signals for him to come through and do some work. I feel like Kluin's done quite a lot of work, but Bogan says, no, your turn, mate.
Yeah, I think that he's just trying to, you know, clue him into, and also just trying to get him up there and just say, hey, listen, mate, if we're going to, you know, break away from the rest of these athletes here, we're going to have to do it together, because these two are certainly two of the strongest cyclists in the field here today, Joe, outside of, you know, Cam Worth and a few of the others. But by the look of it, they've got a little bit of a gap here at this point in time. But going through one of the most beautiful areas of the bike course right now, once they get outside of, you know, this Vendée region, it is absolutely gorgeous out there, Joe, and, you know, very, very rural. The agriculture here is high in this part of France as well. So there's Yuri Kulin. He's got the blue light on the back of Rico Bogan, doing just fine, as we see on the graphic right now. If you're looking down there, you can see that they're just about at the peak of the hill. They've got a descent coming up.
Yeah, it looks like they've got a quick descent after this, so quite a technical section coming up, and then looks like they have a couple of short little sharp climbs before it sort of becomes undulating again, before more of a, from the graphic, a gradual uphill to that 42-kilometre mark, which is nearly halfway. So here we see some of age groupers still making their way up to the transition. Quite a long transition. Took around 3 minutes for the pros to get through it today. It's quite a long one, but a very beautiful transition, very well laid out and carpeted.
Lovely canopy of trees here in Les Sables d'Alon Vendée, as we see our male athletes now getting up toward that 25-kilometre marker on the bike. This is Les Sables d'Alon Vendée. We will be right back on the other side of this break. Pamela Oliveira was the early swim leader, but she's been overtaken on the bike by Caroline Pohl, who's been doing most of the pace setting on the 2024 Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée race here. It's been a great start to the race. Pamela has a look around, and you can see why, because the flashing red light was going there, and the pass is made.
Yeah, that was quite distinctive, that pass. Not sure. Do we know who that is, Welshie, that just made that quite aggressive pass to
we'll
the front?
We'll get a good look at that, but I would imagine it might be Kate Curran there just going to the lead and really getting after it. I mean, you could see that Caroline sat up there, but this could be quite dangerous because this young lady here is on a tear. As you can see that, you know, making her way through right now. That was a beautiful pass and a great acceleration.
Yeah, no, making that look fantastic. Yeah, we're not... Do we have confirmation of who this is? I think... Is Clavel?
Could be Clavel.
Yeah, she was riding very, very well earlier when we saw footage of her. So we'll get confirmation of that shortly as we throw back to the men's. And here we have closest to screen, current 70.3 world champion Rico Bogen of Germany, looking very, very strong out there. But he is yet to shake the likes of about 10 other guys right now, Welshie. So it hasn't separated as yet.
Let's get you caught up to speed on how the age group men are doing in the overall category. It's Armand Lassou from France. He's leading Hugo Billy right now. Also from France, Luca Pozzebon, and there is Mathis Diet. Loic Sutter is in there as well, and Corentin Flochet in the top 6 of our age group category at the moment. But let's go over and take a look at our top age group women, and out of the water we can tell you that our top age group women today was a great swim by Morgan Roton from France, and then also Lou Pignette. Elise Pozzebon was in there, maybe her husband's racing as well, and Coralie Arch is in there from France. So France, top 4 positions in our women's age group competition happening at the moment. There is Caroline Pohl. She is one of our early leaders into the bike ride right now, and I tell you what, Joe, she's been pretty strong, you know, through the first quarter of the bike ride. At this point in time, only one person's been able to make the move.
Yeah, no, she seems happier at the front. Made another surge to get back. I think we may be sitting in first or second currently on the road, but as you look back down the road, she hasn't managed to shake at least 5 other women as of yet. So still looks very, very comfortable. Doesn't look like she's actually made a move, but right now is sitting really happy on the front here in the women's race.
All right, well, we had a chance to catch up with one of our favourites today in A Fighting Chance presented by Wahoo. Take a listen to this with Kate Curran.
Come on in. I grew up just watching triathlons from my buggy, from the pram, saying "Go Dad," and yeah, my brother did it for a while, and I thought I can do better than him, so I'll do it too. I naturally love running. Biking I've come to love. I just didn't do very much when I was younger. I used to just dust off my bike a couple of weeks before a race when I was a junior, and then hop on it and practice. But swimming I've done since I was younger, so that should, I guess, be the most natural. Yeah.
So 2 years pro?
Yeah, it's my second year. Yeah, it's going good. Yeah, climbing up the rankings. So this one is my 3rd Pro Series race. Got some good points. I did 2 races in America. The purpose of that trip wasn't necessarily sort of for the Pro Series, but I got some good points, so I thought I might as well continue with the series and see how high up I can get, and maybe sort of as a bit of a tester for next year to see what points I can get from 70.3s and how much of a difference doing a couple of falls might make for next year. But yeah, just doing each race sort of as a standalone and then seeing where that gets me in the series. But no, never raced here before. Bike course is good. Yeah, some very fast bits. Some of the back roads are a bit slower. But no, I mean, when you look at the start list, I think the bike is going to be a really key element of the race. There's a lot of firepower that I think is going to be coming from the chase pack, and they're going to be chasing me down those roads. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's my first race in Europe of the season. When the start list came out, I thought, wow, that's a cracking field, and really glad to put my name down for this one. I think the whole course really, I'm really looking forward to. But the run, I like runs that are kind of long stretches, not too windy, just long stretches, get into rhythm. I think the bit over the beach, obviously, I think it's 200 meters once. So yeah, just got to keep cadence up for that bit. But I think it's important when you do races not to think about which bit suits you, which bit doesn't suit you. You know, you've got to take the race as a whole and, yeah, just push all the way around. So today is an important day. It's my birthday today.
What's in there?
Yeah, 28.
Did I know? Like 28 today?
Yep.
Well, happy birthday to you.
My dad didn't know. I had to say to him this morning, today's my birthday. Forgot.
Well, that was a fighting chance presented by Wahoo and Kate. Happy birthday. Nice to be celebrating the birthday race week there. And Kate is out there having a great race right now as we get back to our men's field here there, Joe. And the men's are really ripping it here at the moment as we, you know, get to see the likes of Yuri Kulin just a moment ago and Rico Bogan. But this right now, getting out there, having a good day as well as, you know, there's a lot of athletes in the top 10 that are really pushing the pace at this point in time. But it's a very undulating course out there in the middle, and we can see that around about the 42-kilometre marker there's going to be one of the highest points on the course, and they are fastly approaching that. So a little bit of climbing coming up. Might be a shake-up in the field.
Yeah, look, especially if they've spent a few of their bickies early on, they might be start to feel the pinch as it goes
now
harder.
you're going to have to explain that. All right,
burnt
Joe
too many
just
matches.
said spend your bickies. Okay, we call that burning the candle.
Burning the candle, burning a match.
Biscuits.
Biscuits, bickies.
Very good.
I've been back in Australia
Continue.
too long, yeah. Yes. So if they've expended too much energy early on, they may start to struggle as the bike progresses, because obviously you can see from the profile here it does kick up and it's quite a long sustained effort. But we're on screen with the Tasmanian fellow statesman Cam Worth, who's looking at splits. He's actually outriding Gustav Iden. I think he's ridden away from Gustav at this point, but he's even splitting the guys at the front, which by himself, he's obviously riding pretty well right now, and he'll only get stronger, this guy. You know he can hold this for an Ironman and some, so this is nothing for him.
And like you were saying, you know, he really hasn't figured out the 70.3 distance. I think it's, Cam, you just have to go for broke and just trust that you are one of the best. This is Pamela Oliveira from Brazil on the women's side of things. She was our early swim leader today, and she is having a nice bike ride out there. I was mentioning at the top of the show that in 2018 she was fourth place in the Ironman 70.3 World Championship. We call a podium at World Championship top 5. It's normally top 3, but the podium there in the top 5 is an incredible achievement, but right now she is very, very focused after her victory in Ironman Brazil just, you know, in May, just recently.
Yeah, it's not really that long, but if you do all the right things and look after yourself and take the time, you can bounce back and be racing within, well, it's a couple of months now. So, yeah, she's probably back into the swing of things and feeling pretty good. And today, having an amazing swim, obviously leading our women's swim pack, and now sitting up in the front group.
I think it's a good time to talk about Race Ranger because check out the blue stationary lights there. That means that they're sitting in a position in between about 15 and 17 metres, which is absolutely fine. You don't want to be within 12. There is the red flashing light right now. So this means that that athlete at the back there, like Pamela Oliveira, needs to make the change, but she's moved out of into the blue light again. So you have to be very, very careful about how you approach this. And you know, Joe, it's hard for me to say this, but it's easy for me to say this. Rules are rules, and if you do have that flashing red light, you need to make the pass.
Yeah, no, I totally agree there, Welshie. Look, especially when you've got this technology right in front of you, and you do have the option to sit one light back. So the green is the safer. So blue is you're on the edge. You're riding that knife's edge, and you don't know when it might turn red. So for me, I'd be sitting back on the green. To make sure you've got plenty of space. So then if it does go into the blue, you're like, okay, I'm within that 12 metres, but let's be safe here, especially on a straight bit of road like this. You can quickly, you get a drink, you lose concentration for a second, you can quickly roll into that. And if you do roll into the draft zone, you do, by the rules, have to make that pass. And right now, it's quite hard because they're all strung out and they're all right on that nice edge. So if you do go into the pass, you can't slot in. You'd have to actually take it all the way through.
Yeah, that's right. So no slotting in there if you're not doing the right thing. So, all right, we're going to run off to a break here pretty soon. But Emily Poirier from France is doing a great job today, but they're all chasing. Caroline Pohl from Germany. We'll be right back after this.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch
okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
The 2024 Les Sables d'Alors Vendée continues right here. Get a good look at our age group, men and women, heading out onto the bike course right now. Exciting to see here, Joe. What a great start of the day we got in the Bay of Biscay, right here in the Atlantic Ocean. Down the canal, they swam up into the transition area. Quite a long run up into transition. Getting back here to the women's leader, this is Caroline Pohl. Now, Joe, she's only been overtaken here once, this morning, so we can tell you that she has been the one that's been setting the pace, and the other women are just not able to go around.
No, not at all. And look, she's known for her swim and bike combo, so this is her hand, and she needs to play it. I think there's probably women that maybe could outrun her, so she needs to put the pressure on it. If she can't break away, at least hurt the other legs of the females. But here we've still got a pretty big group back there, all sitting legally.
Yeah, got a pass happening right now. You can see just going round one, round two, and just over there when it's flashing red on the rear end of the athlete in front of you, that means that you have to make that pass there. Inside of 12 bike lengths, it will flash red. The blue is okay. If you're sitting behind the blue, you're just fine. That's in between 15, 17 metres. But our leader up there on the road right now, Caroline Pohl, making it very difficult for our women athletes. Now, Joe, they've just started the climb there, so this is where it's going to get interesting. Caroline might make her break right now. You can see that right up there. Now it's gone out to about 20 metres there, Joe, so I think that our leader is on the move.
Yeah, though the light's gone, so that means it's gone beyond that 17-metre mark, and you can see that. But, yeah, these women are going to try and keep her in check as long as they can, but right now they haven't got an answer to her surge here going up that slight incline.
Yeah, there's Julie Lemolo sitting in second place there.
I think that's Clavel.
Yeah, Clavel, Charlene Clavel. We got also Julie Lemolo sitting in there wearing number 13 in there today. Kate Curran is sitting there. There we go. We can see Julie Lemolo right here from France. She's one of our favourites as well, so she's in a great position at this point in time. Kate Curran from the UK. We heard from Kate just a moment ago on A Fighting Chance presented by Wahoo. And, being the lawyer and 2 years into the sport, I mean, she's doing just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah. I think we just saw her go past them, but here we go. This is a replay of what we just saw earlier. So really trying to put the pressure on as we hit this the hillier stages of this bike course.
Yep, the numbers on the back there, just nice and tight there. You can see they're just making the pass here for first place, and not easy to do against someone like Caroline Pohl from Germany, who's been the strength of the field so far. Getting out of the swim today, she just really accelerated past, Pamela Oliveira. So congrats to her for, just doing a great old race with this at the moment. So just doing all the pace setting right now, but Kate Curran goes to the front.
Yeah, no, she's really put the pressure on there, saw an opportunity to apply some pressure, and really, yeah, taking the lead from the German, and yeah, really riding really strongly through this to about the 20-odd kilometre mark of this bike.
Exactly. So new to the Ironman North America circuit, Ironman Canada, Ottawa. Part of the VinFast Ironman North American Series will take place on August 3rd, 2025 in the heart of Canada's national capital. Ottawa offers the perfect urban venue for a summer Ironman with miles of gorgeous cityscapes and warm hospitality for both novice and seasoned competitors. So come, experience the capital city grandeur of 2025. Registration is open and moving fast towards selling out. So get on top of that. The national capital of Canada, Ottawa. You don't want to miss it. Joe, sign up now.
Absolutely. I'll get straight on after we finish this race.
Okay.
So here we got the Swede, Rasmus Svenningsson, hot off his Ironman South Africa win. This guy is on great form this year. And look, his swim isn't of the caliber of these guys up the front, but his bike is one of the strongest out there. And he's looking amazing out there right now and looking like he's moving through the field very, very quickly.
Yeah, we apologise for the picture breakup right now using cell service obviously out there. This is Svenningsson, and also Cam Worth was right back there as well. Like when you talk about two of the athletes that are riding well, there is Cam Worth. Svenningsson's right up there leading this chase group, and you can see that they are pulling, you know, quite a few athletes through here. So Svenningsson's in there, Cam Worth is in there, and I wouldn't mind betting that they are really, really setting a fast pace right now, getting after our leaders.
Yeah, no, when you've got names like that in a group, good luck hanging on there. So, yeah, if these guys can hang on there, we see Gustav Eden, who looks like he's hanging on for dear life, but this, he knows, is his ticket to potentially getting back in the race when you got Cam Worth and Svenningsson driving it. So,
yep, Marjolaine Pierre from France is having a good time of it as well. Lovely little compact position on the bike here. Just really, you know, powering through. You can see the strength just going through the pedals right there. Right-hand turn coming up there. What? Come on, around that corner there. There we go. Over to the other side of the road, fully closed roads here in Les Sables de Vendée here on the west coast of France, as she makes her way uphill right now, just getting out of the saddle, having a little bit of a stretch, but really powering those pedals.
Yeah, looking absolutely fantastic. And after a little bit of a mishap getting onto the bike, she's looking very, very smooth out there. Ironman Portugal 2023 champion. So she's making her way back into contention today.
Yeah, a little bit injured at the beginning of the season this year was Marjolaine, but she's back where she needs to be, and that is in the lead of the race.
Yeah, fantastic. She's just really moved herself really nicely into a great position at this quite early stage of the bike course. So definitely burning some matches.
Bickies.
And put herself right up in contention. And definitely is one of the pedigree runners out there as well. So looking really good right now, Marjorie.
Yeah, so Marjolaine was 31 seconds out of the water, Joe, behind, but she lost a little bit more time, you know, coming out of T1. Marjolaine, you know, slipped down to 39 seconds, but then after that, you know, losing in about another 10 seconds on the momentum that she lost when she, you know, just couldn't get that right pedal turned over. But now she has just really put her head down and, you know, gotten after the pace here. So like you said, you know, going through the first part of the ride here, you can burn some of those candles, as we say, or burn too much energy, but it certainly looks like to me that she's on a mission, and that is to have a solid bike and set herself up for the run.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to commentate her win at Ironman Portugal, as this is exactly what she did. She really was very, very strong on the bike and built up such a great lead that there was no way anyone was running her down. So, yeah, obviously very, very strong on the bike. And even though she was at 30 seconds and change back out of the swim, she's managed to put herself right at the front of this race and looking for a great day out there.
Looking for a great day indeed is Marjolaine Pierre, and let's just go through and recap our top 5 right now. So on our women's race here, Marjolaine Pierre has gone to the front. Caroline Pohl from Germany sits in second. Oliveira from Brazil in third. There's Louisa Jogna-Pratt in fourth place, and Kate Curran rounds out the top 5. Marjolaine Pierre just taking the pace-setting duties at the moment as she's now approaching that halfway mark there. Our men have just approaching the 45-kilometre marker as well. So the men at halfway. It's going to be a big shake-up in the field when Svenningsson and Cam Worth really start, powering it. And around about halfway, Joe, you got the highest part of the course as well. And then on the backside, you're going to have quite a bit of descending and technical descents as well. Now, being the Europeans, look, Cam Worth, the Europeans love these tight circuits and just know how to corner, going in and out of these corners. But Cam Worth, being such a great cyclist, I mean, he was almost called up for the Tour de France, which starts this afternoon in this country. So let's recap our men's top 5 at the moment. So leading the race here, we can tell you that Yuri Kulin has had the race all to himself at the moment. Rico Bogan as well. Johannes Vogel in 3rd place. Nicholas Canet, our early swim leader, in 4th. And Andreas Salversberg round out the top 5 in our men's race. Rico Bogan from Germany now leads the race. He's overtaken Yuri Kulin and is now setting a furious pace at the front. Like we said just a moment ago, Joe, this is where it's going to go up and down. We're at the highest part of the course at the moment. Little undulations, a couple of little punchy hills, a couple of little descents in these little villages, and that's going to be the big difference between making up time and losing time. This is Cameron Worth from Tasmania, Australia. Almost called up to ride the Tour de France last week, but, given the go-ahead and the green light to keep the triathlon going here in Les Sables d'Olonne-Vendée today. Svenningsson sits up there in the front part of that group at the moment. So Svenningsson from Sweden is really setting a cracking pace. And the likes of Cam Worth can't come around right now. What do you think, Joe?
Yeah.
Sitting there just like pacing himself, hydrating and getting ready for a move?
Possibly, or look, Cam's one of these guys that likes to lead from the front. We've seen him do that in Kona a couple of times. If he was could be up the front, I think he would be. But right now, look, why? When Svenningsson's riding so well, his bike split in Ironman South Africa earlier this year was phenomenal. So obviously in great form right now. So yeah, he's sitting in a good spot, Cam Worth, and look. These guys keep the pressure on like this, they may ride themselves back into contention. Yeah,
Joe, at 17 kilometres into the bike ride, Cam Worth was at 2:19, and I can tell you right now, he has not made up any time. Rasmus Svenningsson right now in 14th is at 2:27. Madsen from Denmark at 2:30. Cam Worth at 2:31. Schuster at 2:32. So it's really happening up in the front part of the group here today. Gustav Eden, the 2-time 70.3 world champion and the VinFast Ironman world champion, is now sitting just outside of the top 20, and that is how it stands. So the performance analysis on the bike here today presented by VinFast. Clément Mignon riding along at 45.2 kilometres an hour there at last check, and boy oh boy is he on a good time here today. All right, Yuri Kulin sits at the front of the men's race. Nathan Gerber, and we haven't spoken about too much lately, he's right up there in 3rd place at the moment. There is Rico Bogan and Nicholas Mann, one of your favourites out here today. Clément Mignon is still riding good, and here comes a big pass.
Yeah, I think this might be Madsen, potentially.
Looks like Clément Mignon.
It's Clément Mignon.
Yep.
So yeah, look, you can count there 2, 4, 6, looking about 10 guys, maybe 9, as we see Quinette drop out of the top 9 there. But
we've got 8 athletes
isn't there as well? So
yep, 8 athletes here, Joe, in the top. We got Nathan Gerber, and then also Yuri Kulin, Rico Bogan, Nicholas Mann. Clément Mignon has just now come to the very front of the race for the very first time today. Johannes Vogel is in there from Germany at 8 seconds, and then at 9 seconds, Andreas Salversberg from Switzerland. Rounding out the top 8 is Nick Emdy from Germany, another strong cyclist there at 11 seconds, but there is the gap, 23 seconds now. Mattia Ceccarelli from Italy has been dropped, an early swim leader. Nicholas Canet is at 1:24, so he lost a minute really, really quickly there. So Nicholas Canet just struggling just a little bit, but Marjolaine Pierre now is now taking it to the women out here. You thought it was all Caroline Pole just a moment ago, and now the young French woman from Nice, France, is taking the risk at the front by really opening up a big gap here, and this is a decisive move.
It really is. Well, she's really put the pressure on right now, and look, you can see the stress in these other women's faces, like trying to go with her and are able to react right now. Look, Marjolaine was 7th at the 70.3 World Championships last year, so she's no stranger to being at the front of big races. And look, this women's field is second to none out
Caroline
there today.
just noticing a drop in pace there, just wanting to go to the front. Now, that's pretty important for Caroline, you know, being the early pace setter. Joe, when it comes down to, you know, the tactics and the strategy and everything, she just, you know, understands that Marjolaine could just slip off the front and just keep going.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. So she needs to keep the pressure on, and if she feels like she could put the pressure on more than the other ladies, then she will do so, because if Marjolaine could, if she could build up 1 up to 2 minutes, that might be game over. So they need to be very aware of this. And this is the sort of time when you're approaching the halfway that those small gaps can become very big gaps, and all of a sudden they're out of sight, out of mind, and then the gap is just sort of really goes out. So at the moment, she's still in sight, so they're probably pretty happy, but definitely feel like they're under pressure.
Yeah, she's just got a gap of just inside of 10 seconds at the moment, but it's a move that, you know, she really needs to get after now. Like, once you've established it a little bit, you just want to keep on, you know, sneaking out a little bit more and more and more each, you know, kilometre as they tick by. But Caroline Pole is doing a great job of just not letting that happen. Now she's getting some help from behind as well. This is the first time that this athlete has now overtaken Caroline and another person to do some of the pace setting.
Yeah, I think this might be the Estonian, Kaidi Kiviola.
Yep.
But her pressure was short-lived as she's being repassed again. So these women definitely seem like they're really under pressure, and that's all because of Marjolaine Pierre, who's really putting some really good power out at the front of this women's race.
Yeah, you know, Kaidi Kiviola from Estonia is a very, very strong cyclist. So you know that Marjolaine Pierre up the front is really working hard to establish that gap out there. So it's a great action continuing here in Les Sables d'Olonne-Vendée with our women's race, and it is heating up there at halfway on to the bike course, coming up here pretty soon as we see another one of our athletes just exiting the water here. And what a great scene that is. Fabienne, well done here today, just towing this athlete as well. So heading up into transition area, up the ramp they go. A long transition here, Joe. This has got to be a little bit tough for Fabienne as he makes his way up into transition.
Yeah, what an amazing job they're both doing here out today in this French race. As they make their way through transition to get their gear bags, and Fabienne will be looking for a fast transition and let's get set up on the bicycle.
Yep, and they'll have a special little area there we can see just heading around. They'll switch out there to a custom-made bike in which the athlete will sit up front there, and then Fabienne will be in the rear just steering around the course here. Got to be a tough course here for the both of them today.
Yeah, I think, manoeuvring around some of those fast descents and tight corners will be definitely quite difficult. But I'm sure they've practiced many hours and fully prepared for this event.
Yeah, Fabienne looks like he's in absolutely terrific shape. Getting back to the start of the bike ride, we can see a lot of our age group athletes here. This is the back end of the field right now. You get the leg over the bike there, get that shoe into the pedal there. Just nice and easy does it there, love. And there we go, a little click on the right, a little click on the left, and just like that, Joe, they head out of transition. This is the 2024 Les Sables d'Olonne-Vendée as Fabienne now just heads out onto the bike ride there, and we will be right back after this break. You are watching this incredible race, the 10th race in the IRONMAN Pro Series of 2024.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables de la Vendée is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes, start with AG1. AG1, great product there. Joe, I know that you've had that product before, and great for athletes of all shapes and sizes. Great for athletes doing triathlon, not just triathlon, but running and track and field, swimming, biking, and everything else. It's very important to have great nutrition. Get into it. Morton and AG1.
Absolutely. And correct me if I'm wrong, but New Zealand company is AG1?
Yeah. So, yeah, it's a great product, and I love it too. Okay, so let's get back to the action here right now. We got Clement Mignon, we got Johannes Vogel, we got Andre Salversberg, Nick Emdy's right up there in as well. Rico Bogan just having a great race today, as you would expect. Look, Rico Bogan, at the ripe old age of 22 years, he's definitely one to watch moving forward in triathlon, but let's take a look at the Full Gas bike course profile right now. You can see that the shaded area there, that is where our men and women's races are happening at the moment. The 17, 42 and 72 kilometre markers have been highlighted because if you're following along like Joe and I on the athlete tracker at Ironman, it's really easy to do that. You can go to the Google store or you can go to the App Store, download the Ironman athlete tracker. It is free to download, and then you can go in there and choose the races, multiple races on some weekends, and choose the event that you want to follow along with. And then when you get in there, you can just hit their number or your favorite person's name. Hit enter, it'll come up. All of their stats of the day and all of their average speeds, and they can even tell you where they're going to be at next time check.
I know, it's very, very useful if you're actually on course trying to find them. It's a long day watching an Ironman or even a 70.3, so very, very useful app to make use of, both from home and on course.
Yeah, you can see there, Joe, that they're approaching the 50 kilometre marker now, Joe, so they're over halfway on the bike ride in our men's division. Now, women are coming up to that halfway marker, so this is where nutrition really is going to kick in. You know, the AG1 Morton gels are out there, found on course, and there is a nice long line of cyclists here. You can see in our professional men's division here, they're all getting after those very important points, and every second matters here, Joe. So let's go and take a listen to Marjolaine and Clement Mignon at A Fighting Chance, presented by Wahoo, the couple from Nice, France.
So you've raced here before. Marjolaine hasn't raced here before. Do you have any top advice for Marjolaine how to attack this race?
I think it's important to do a good swim because it's not easy with the current, and also to see in front how often. Because if you do a good swim here, I think Marjolaine after on the bike, it will be a good thing.
You've been training in Nice with a world champion. Tell us about that.
Yeah, Yeah, with Lucy, we made some training. That was really nice to show to Reese and Lucy the landscape of Nice and the bike course for the World Champ, and we are happy that she had his slot for racing. So that was amazing memories.
So talking about the Pro Series, Clement, you've already got points on the leaderboard from Ironman Texas.
Yeah, that's it.
How did you get on there?
I finished third in Texas, so it will be my second Pro Series half race here, and after I will be in Frankfurt for sure, and I hope Zalamsi beginning of September, and after Kona.
Marjolaine, you're still to score any points on the Pro Series leaderboard, but that's because you've not raced any races yet.
Yeah.
So what's the plan? Where have you been? We're middle of the year. Tell us a little bit about your journey this year.
Yeah, quite difficult beginning of the year. So I hope to swim well on Saturday, and yeah, I grow my fitness slowly, especially on the run, because it's always like the key things when you are injured. So yeah, I just want to, I think, have a good swim, and that would be great to be with the other girls on the bike.
And this run course, nice and flat.
Yeah.
Nice for a fast runner, perhaps?
Yeah, for sure, yeah. I'm quite sad to not be like on my top fitness on the run, because I always wanted to be fit and run fast here to like have a time. But I think I will see sometime on races you can do something like crazy, so maybe I will run very fast, but I will see. I can't tell you right now.
Lovely catching up with Marjolaine Pierre and Clement Mignon. That was a fighting chance presented by Wahoo and Joe. My favourite part about that was Clement sitting on the back of Marjolaine Pierre's wheel.
Well, it goes to show like how well she's riding today. She's looking fantastic, leading the women's race currently. So smooth on the bike, and just going strength to strength on today's bike course.
Well, that's right on cue, because Clement Mignon is now showing us his cycling prowess as he's made his way through the tight streets here in the Vendée region here in France. This is absolutely gorgeous. We can see that he's now setting a cracking pace just over halfway on the course at the moment. Nathan Gerber is right in there. Yuri Kulin still sitting in third place. Rico Bogan's right up there. Nicholas Mann. They are all sitting in there in a very, very tight group there. And also Johannes Vogel. Andreas Salversberg is hanging in there, and so is Nick Emdy. But Mattia Ceccarelli from Italy has now fallen off the pace, as has Nicholas Canet from South Africa. He was our early swim leader, and he might be a little bit disappointed with that, because he actually did last race out. He actually hung in there for quite a while there, Joe. But Clement now is setting a cracking pace.
Yeah, well, Nicholas has asked a lot of himself. He's had a very busy race schedule. Also, he's raced Tremblant last weekend, and now he's in France. He's gone back to altitude. He's based in Boulder right now. He's done Chattanooga, Boulder, and St. George. So, yeah, it might be... He might just be feeling the pinch a little bit. So
well,
maybe,
as a coach, do you think that's too much racing and too much travelling?
It's maybe just the travel that's maybe coming, but who knows? But it's always a risk with traveling, racing that much and then traveling. So yeah, right now he's falling away a little bit, but obviously felt great in the swim, and amazing swimmer, and we're definitely going to see a lot more of him in the future.
Joe, going to ask you a question about, coaching, and, what would you suggest to someone like, Nicholas, just chasing the races and, going from Mont Tremblant, it's on the east coast, of North America there, and then over to France, which is going to be 5 hours time change, and, over the space of actually 6 days, because they were on a Sunday and a Saturday race. So, 6 days, they say it takes about an hour a day to get adjusted. And with a very, very tough, race schedule, maybe too much.
Maybe. And also this is his first time, from what I understand, doing a chunk of time at altitude as well. So, and it's a big stress on the body. So it's hard to actually recover as well when you're up at 1,600 meters elevation. So who knows? He's maybe this is he'll go back, have a bit of a break and regroup in Boulder. And then, look, there's plenty more racing. As we said, we're halfway through the 70.3 Ironman Pro Series, so lots of opportunities to go.
Well, this is interesting because Marjolaine Pierre got off the front there just a moment ago with about a 10-second lead or so, but now she has been overtaken. And, you know, as our other women are in the field here just having a great ride right now. So you know that Laura Madsen from Denmark, the young Dane, has now made her way to the front of the race. And we knew that she was a great rider coming into this, but every race that she's doing there, Joe, she's improving every time out. And don't be at all surprised if she builds up a gap here on the rest of the field. She's going to need it, you know, with, you know, Marjolaine in there. You've got Maya Stage Nielsen in there as well. Great runners. You've got Clavel, the defending champion. Lamolo still right up there. Emily Morier. They're still riding in a group there. And Kate Curran still not out of it. And also Pamela Oliveira, the early swim leader today. So the women's race is heating up. We've got 10 ladies inside of our top 10. And then out onto the men's race. However, a little bit different scenario happening, and we got Gustav Eden is sitting in a very, very stretched out position, trying to get back to the very level that he was a few years ago. We'll see on the other side of the break just how Gustav Eden is doing.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch
okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
The 2024 Les Sables d'Alain Vendée continues. We are in the second discipline. The swim has been done a little bit ago, and that was Nicholas Kennett from South Africa that led the race. And now we're looking at the likes of Cam Worth and Gustav Eden. Gustav Eden sitting on second wheel up there. Interesting to note, Joe, that Gustav has only been on disc brakes for about a month here. He was riding rim brakes there right up until then. So probably one of the last pros to actually switch over.
Yeah, I think he had so much success on the rim brake bike, and that bike in particular. It was probably a hard switch, but it's going with the times, and it's no bike's the same though. So he definitely, for my mind, looks a little bit more stretched out than he was on his older bike. That might be something they're working on. I'm sure it's faster in the wind tunnel. But, yeah, that looks super aggressive for me.
Yeah, super aggressive. I actually like it. I think that Gustav actually looks pretty relaxed on it. Trying to get that head down there. You can see that he's bobbing the head down every 20 meters or so, just trying to get that, you know, aerodynamics tucked in there. And they work tirelessly, these guys, you know, in and out of the wind tunnels and trying to work on science and the formulas of not only nutrition, but how the bike is set up and what the best position is. And it looks like they've done a great deal of work. He works with his brother, so they work very, very closely together, and good luck to him. Okay, we're on the downside of the course at the moment, so we're just going down a little bit. We're declining. We've got a couple of little bumps to go. Got another 3 minor climbs coming up here pretty soon, and then, Joe, it's going to be a screaming descent down to the plateau, back down to sea level, and that's where the athletes will then head out onto the Hoka run course. But right now, still a bit of work to do out here on the bike.
Yeah, no, they still have plenty of riding left to do. Obviously, quite a fast section of the course. But then you can see from the profile, they've definitely got a few more climbs to go with a few little pinches, and then some descents. But then, as you can see, that last sort of quarter of the bike through the 72-kilometre checkpoint is definitely a net loss. And so that'll be a very, very fast section of the course and will push up their average speed, no doubt.
Yeah, Clement Mignon just on screen right up there in the lead of the race at this point in time. Rico Bergen still sitting in there nicely. We've got Gerber right here on screen from France as well. So the French boys are really, you know, making a statement right now. And it's you got to come and get us. This is our country. We're going to defend our territory. And Clement Mignon, he just loves riding the hills. And if we can just, you know, turn the clock back to September last year when we had the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice, it was he and, you know, Sam Laidlow that got off the front up there in the Maritime Alps, which is one of the most gorgeous bike rides that you could ever do in an Ironman race. And it was Clement Mignon that was really setting the pace. Now, he was very excited because that's his training ground.
That's his training ground.
That's his training ground. And he really wanted to send a statement to the rest of the field. You're going to have to beat me on this course. Then on the second part of the bike course, wasn't so friendly to Clement, but he was right up there in a top 10 finish. You know, at the end of the day was great. And that came off another top 10 finish in Kona in 22. So we'll see what he's got in store when he gets back to the Big Island this year. October 26th. Put it in your calendars. The VinFast Ironman World Championship returns to the Big Island for our pro men.
Yeah, no, definitely put that in your calendars. A little later in October this year. So we've got.
Yeah, it's going to be about 3/4 of a degree cooler.
There you go. Well, world records are on the horizon.
Beautiful one day there, Joe. Perfect the next.
Yeah, well, it is. It's a beautiful part of the world. And here we go, following Rasmus around the.
Yeah, we're looking at
Rasmus Svenningsen. He's got Rasmus through me. He's got Rasmus on his. He normally has Svenningsen. He can't fit Svenningsen, I guess, on your race suit. So he's definitely putting the pressure on. But still, they're not able to claw any time back on these lead men right now. So
not at this point in time. The leaders are really riding well at the moment. But the big unit from Sweden is doing his best. He is pulling along Cam Worth with him at the moment as well. So Cam, he might be getting after the last 20 kilometres or so. But right now, he hasn't been able to do anything about, advancing his way past Rasmus Svenningsen. So that's good news for those guys. But honestly, you know, if they're not going to get out there and do some pace setting of themselves, Rasmus is going to, you know, do the majority of the work. And I just don't think that they're going to make too much time. So they're going to have to get a hurry on here pretty soon.
Yeah. Look, I think Cam Worth is I was lucky enough to sort of get in touch with him a little bit this week. He's getting ready for Vitoria-Gasteiz in 2 weeks. So this is a great welcome back to 70.3 racing. And I think his ultimate goal is to get back to Kona this year. So Vitoria-Gasteiz in 2 weeks is really his A race. I'd say this is just sort of like an appetizer to get him ready for that big one and get his qualification spot for Kona.
Yeah, and then also Lake Placid as well, I think, was on his calendar. So we'll just see how that goes in Vitoria-Gasteiz up there in Spain. Coming up here in 2 weeks' time. But Clement Mignon, he's got his eyes focused on Les Sables d'Alon of Vendée right now, and he is our race leader. Wearing number 3 today. He is a great little athlete here, hails from Nice, France, and a couple of top 10s in the World Championships of late. And the French, I've got to say something, the French 2 years ago were absolutely amazing in Kona when you had Sam Laidlow, you had Leon Chevalier, you had, Clement Mignon, and also I think that you had Dennis Chavrel as well. So there was, I think there was 4 inside of the top 10, which was a resurgence of our French, because the highest placed Frenchman right up until that day was Rene Rivera, and he was 5th place, back there in the 90s. So good on the French guys. They are really working hard at it, and not only in the Ironman distance, but in the Olympic distance as well. It was, such a hard team to make for the Olympic Games coming up here in about 30 days' time. Vincent Louis, who's an Ironman 70.3 champion, missed the team, but he'll be out there to fight another day in 70.3 distance races coming up here pretty soon.
Yeah, no, I've always said the French are very hard to beat in France. And you've got the Paris Olympics. Obviously, the French the last couple of years have just really risen to the top at the short course racing. But then I wonder if their surge in Kona also coincided with the naming of the Nice as the World Championships. It just really lit a fire. And obviously, these guys know how to ride a bike up a hill and down a mountain. And so, yeah, it's amazing to see what depth they have over both Olympic distance and all the way through to Ironman distance racing.
Yeah,
men and women.
Yeah, Nice has been historical. It's one of the oldest standing races in the world as well, outside of the Ironman World Championship. So, yeah, that's probably one of the reasons that, you know, they have such great depth. And they've also got a great development program as well. All right, look at the performance analysis on the bike here by VinFast. Laura Madsen is really tearing it up out there. She's riding along at 40.1 kilometers an hour on average there at last time split. So Laura Madsen, the young Dane, is really having a good day out on the bike today, improving from race to race and now showing the world that she is going to be one of these women that we'll be watching over the next 5 to 6 years.
Yeah, she's definitely making her mark on the 70.3 racing world at 21. So obviously, I think this is her first or second year of racing in the professional division, and really, obviously, very strong cycling background, and doing very, very well. So especially on the hillier courses. So definitely one to watch in the future, and maybe later this year in Taupo in New Zealand.
Yeah, she's only 21 years of age at the moment and enjoying some really good results. You know, this year she was second place in the Ironman 70.3 Valencia in Spain. Last year she had a breakout year. She was third place in Poland as well. So let's recap the top 5 in our women's pro race right now. Leading the race right now is Laura Madsen from Denmark. Marjolaine Pierre from France sits in second. Maya Stage Nielsen in third. There is Caroline Pohl in fourth place. And rounding out the top 5 is Kivioja from Estonia. Sitting in sixth place is our defending champion. That is Clavel. There's Lamolo still in there from France, and they're all still, you know, very, very tightly packed. Morier's in there from France. There's Curran and Oliveira still hanging out. So the top 10 right now all riding together, but it is this young lady on screen right now. Take a look at this slow-mo on the replay here. Beautiful pedaling action, but being overtaken right now. The red light flashes on the Race Ranger behind Madsen. So this athlete here has to make the pass, and then Madsen just slips into second.
Yeah, no, absolutely did the right thing there. It flashes red, you got to go. So, look, both these women at the front of the race are riding very, very strongly. But I'm really surprised that we got 10 all within 18 seconds of each other at this current point of the race, and we're over halfway. So, yeah, these women have brought their A game, amazing swim, and now they're carrying it through to the bike. And yeah, it's going to be really exciting once they actually get to T2.
Well, it's the two Danes.
Yeah.
The two Danes there, Joe. This is Maya Stage Nielsen and also Laura Madsen. So the Danish athletes are really working with each other today and making sure that they keep the pace honest. You can see that Laura's sitting in second place here. There's Caroline Pohl sitting in third. Marjolaine Pierre sitting in fourth place. Kate Curran back there in fifth. And you can see the long line just goes all the way around there. It just serpentines itself around these curvy streets of Western France right now. This is the beautiful West Coast. You know, they don't talk about it so much. It's just north of Bordeaux. It's a little bit south of Caen and Normandy and places like that. But it's a gorgeous spot in the world. Very big for sailing down here. So it does get a little bit of wind.
Yeah, well, we didn't see much of that today, luckily in the swim.
Not this morning.
No, not at all. But yeah, definitely a sailing hub on this world of sailing. So yeah, as they wind their way through these beautiful streets of France, looking like they're keeping a nice distance here. You can see the blue flashing there. They're in a great position and riding very smartly right now.
Breaking the law here, they get. No, I'm just joking. They are exceeding the speed limit. You can see 30 kilometres an hour on the road there. They're cycling along well. Laura Madsen is at this point at about 40.1 kilometres an hour on average. We've got Morier there sitting in nicely, just going uphill, just puffing away. Nutrition strapped in there now. Look at the cockpit up the front there. You got the arms are going to be tucked in nicely. The handlebars. Let's talk a little bit about the aero bars over the last 5 years, Joe. It's really advanced.
It really has. Yeah, customization, I think, is the main thing that's really come in the last 2 or 3 years. So yeah, actually getting the bars molded to your forearms and your exact body. So it's pretty amazing for comfort, but also aerodynamics.
Yeah, it really makes a big difference. And it's almost like acts as a fairing as well, you know, for the chest there. So it's, you know, pushing the wind out to the side, out to the right, out to the left. And, you know, so that is great aerodynamics. What about the weight of those? Is it heavier? It looks like really bulky.
I think because it's all customized and it's a one piece, so it's not very adjustable. I think you better get it right the first time, or it's a very expensive component on your bike. But no, these bikes, look, the weight's dropping, aerodynamics are getting better, tires are getting wider, getting faster, wheels are getting faster. It's, yeah, the technology is really kicking up in these last few years.
Yeah, it really is. And, you know, good on the designers and, you know, just advancing, you know, all this technology in our sport and also in cycling. You know, cycling and triathlon, very, very similar, use the same sort of aerodynamic methods when it comes down to time trialing. That's exactly what triathlon is. It's time trial. You got to get out there and race against the clock, race against yourself. You do a race against other people, obviously, but in the Olympic distance, you know, you're able to draft, sit in, so they're only riding road bars and a shortened, you know, aero, you know, handlebar as well. Full gas bike course, you can see now, and this is the AG1 supplemental stats on the bike today. Nikki Bartlett is really riding well. We mentioned here at the top of the show that she's going to be one of the athletes to watch in the second part of the bike course. At estimated next split at about 2:18.56 on the race clock. Also riding along very, very nicely, about 3/10 faster than Laura Madsen just a moment ago at 40.4 kilometres an hour on average. You are watching shots right now of Pamela Oliveira from Brazil.
Yeah, Pamela was women's leader out of the Aroca swim course today, and still put herself into a really good position, just sitting still in right at the end of that line of 10 female athletes. So still maintaining contact at last check.
Yeah, Laura was in the lead. You can see that Charlene was in 6th. There was Lamolo in 7th. We got Morier, Kate Curran's in there, Pamela Oliveira, the last of the group there. 10 athletes in our women's group there at the front. We get a replay of our pass happening right now. So it looks like Laura Madsen overtaking her compatriot there, and that is Mia Stage Nielsen. Actually, no, it's not Laura Madsen that's overtaking right now, but Mia Stage Nielsen was overtaken. So the women are doing a good job of staying legal out there and passing and keeping the pace very, very high.
Yeah, no, they're doing the right thing with using that race ranger how it's meant to be used and passing when they're meant to pass. So that's really great to see.
Yep, Marjolaine just, you know, coming back by here. And we got Kaidi Kivioa up there. Charlene Clavel, our defending champion. Lamolo still in there. Emily Morier from France. So quite a few of the French ladies sitting right up there in the top 10 right now. As a matter of fact, we have 4 French. The first of them being Marjolaine Pierre. She's right up there. Charlene Clavel, the defending champ. Julie Lamolo and also Emily Morier. So 4 French ladies inside of the top 10 at the moment. We got 2 Danes in there. We got a couple of Germans and also a Brazilian. One from the UK.
Yeah, it's quite a mix, but definitely, yeah, got a French race. You're going to have some amazing French athletes and performances, but don't forget about the Danes. They're the one that are in my mind, driving the pace today as we scan back to Laura Madsen here, the 21-year-old Dane who's in her 2nd year as a professional athlete and one of the stronger riders out on the course today.
Yeah, coached by a father as well. He travels to all the races with her, and good coaching there, and good advice, obviously. And as we can tell you that the women now are approaching the 55-kilometre marker. The men are approaching that 72-kilometre marker. We'll get you a split momentarily, and then we'll be able to tell you just where Svedingsen and Cam Worth and the rest of them. So Clement Mignon has just gone through our lead as the leader there. He's on pace to do about a 45.5 kilometre on average there, Joe. Nathan Gerber from France is also in second place. They're just 1 second down. And it looks like we have 8 athletes inside of 8 seconds there. So Nathan Gerber, and then in third place.
For third place, we've got Yuri Kluin, 2 seconds back. Rico Bogan, the 70.3 world champion. Nicholas Mann, who's one of my podium picks. And then we've got Jonas Vogel from Germany, Andreas Salzberg, and Nick Amend.
MD, from Germany, yeah. And let's talk a little bit about Nicholas Mann, because he ran a 1:12 as they go through the aid station here. You'll see that there's a garbage drop zone, the litter zone there, as we can see that Mignon is going through there first. There goes the litter out there at the end. So well done. They're picking up their aid there nicely as they move out there and get the job done as they go through. We've got 8 athletes in the lead of our men's pro race here at the 2024 Les Sables d'Arlon Vendée. And this is the front of our men's race. Rico Bogan is just having a great ride today. So is Gerber. We'll be right back after this short break. Will there be plenty of action on the other side of this?
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive Finisher's Medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
The 2024 70.3 Ironman here in Les Sables d'Arlon Vendée is really heating up. The women are way over the halfway mark. And let's get you caught up to speed on the weather today, presented by Roka. Joe, it's been a good day thus far.
Yeah, any day you get conditions like this, take advantage of them, because they're really fast racing conditions. But the cloud's still there, so who knows what's in store once they hit the run. But right now, they'll be loving this cloud cover.
Overcast conditions, the wind's kicking up to about 5 kilometres an hour or 3 miles an hour out of the northwest. Not really much to speak of. It's not really going to hurt the competition out here today. The best thing, however, is the overcast skies, giving the athletes a great opportunity at a fast time. But in the forecast, a little bit of rain maybe on the way. So they'll have to adjust to that as soon as it comes down. And if it does, so it'll cool things down just that little bit more, but it'll still be a fast course. All right, get caught back up to speed here. Maja Stage Nielsen from Denmark has hit the lead once again. Marjolaine Pierre from France is sitting in second. Laura Madsen, the young 21-year-old Dane, has slipped back to third place here, but they are all still stretched out in a really nice long line there, Joe. Very impressive riding by our top 10 women.
It really is, and they're all doing their fair share of work. And
yeah.
If one backs off a little bit, someone else will come through and keep driving that pace. It's a really hotly contested women's bike ride so far, so it's really good to see. And we're back with the men's, and who have we got here, Wilshie?
We have Nathan Guber and also Yuri Kulin right up there in the lead of the race. Clement Mignon still sitting right up there in the lead, just pushing the pace there. And what the athletes are doing right now there, Joe, they're just, you know, sorting out their positions because, you know, back in the meat of the group there, you've got to be very, very careful, you know, where you situate yourself as well. That's Johannes Vogel that's on screen right now there. The German there, he's a very, very powerful cyclist. He's only 6 seconds down on the lead right now, having a great day out there. So Johannes is having a good day. He's following Clement Mignon, who's been sitting right up in the lead there for quite some time now. Now, as we move through this, we also have a good look at, you know, some of the athletes. But let's go and take a listen to this little soundbite from Yuri Kulin.
Yuri, we're here in Les Sables d'Olonne. Why are you here?
I just want to validate, I want to get my spot for 70.3 World, as I had not the chance yet to get it. This is the last chance. Literally, if I don't get it this weekend, I don't deserve it. So that's the main reason why I'm here. And second reason is I really do love racing. Yesterday I did the sea swim, and I'm really curious how the swim will work out, as there was a lot of current yesterday. And this morning the sea was quite flat. So I'm really curious, like, what actually conditions are we going to get on the day itself, as well for the bike and as well for the run. The bike is very nice. The beginning is a little bit technical, and then you have like fast, flat parts, but it's always a bit like bumpy. It's a bit kicking, and then you come into a village, you have a left-right corner. So actually, I said to my girlfriend, if I have to draw a course of 90K in once, I would probably end up drawing something like this. Because it has all of, like, it has everything. The only thing that you're missing is like a 15K descent or a 15K climb. But besides that, yeah, I'm quite surprised and excited to go nuts on the bike on this bike course. And then, yeah, the run, I think this is the most flat run course I've ever seen. It's along the promenade and into the harbor. And yeah, I think it's really a course for fast times, especially if you look a bit at the wind direction and you take the weather into account. If we have weather like we have now, I think, yeah, it is up for a good show.
Pressure-packed situation for Yuri Kulin, having a good year in Singapore, had the win, but in Mallorca not finishing the race, so the pressure comes down to one race. This is a last opportunity for Yuri, being one of the top athletes in the world, Joe.
Yeah, no, that is a not great position for him to be in, but right now, look, from listening to that interview, he obviously knows the course very well, and he's put himself in a very, very good position today to really to come away with that slot, if not the win at this point, with his pedigree of on once he puts his run shoes on as being one of the best guys out there. So he's doing everything right so far, Welshie, to get that Topor spot at the end of the year, and it would be a real shame if we didn't manage to get that slot, because we'd love to see him at the World Championships in December this year.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. And look, this is the last part of the bike ride where he's got the opportunity to break away, because in the next kilometre is the last part of the descent. Then it becomes flat the whole way back into town, another 10 kilometres or so to go after that, and then they will be rocketing into the transition area, getting ready for the Hoka run course here. But we're getting a really nice shot of Rico Bergen right now. You can see, look at the split fork there now. They got like the airplane wing there. You can see awesome aerodynamics on this bike of Rico Bergen. Now getting back to the meat of the field right now. You can see the Guber is from Germany, riding very, very nicely up in the lead of this race as well, Joe.
Yeah, no, Guber looks really, really good. Yeah, he raced Trompe Blanc only 6 days ago, Welshie, as a number of these other athletes did as well, but definitely having a lot better race than he did last weekend.
Through the aid station they go, fueling up for what's left to come in the second discipline here in Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée. More action on the other side of the break.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh,
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got action. 402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
The action continues here in Les Sables de la Vendée. This is the west coast of France. It's also the 10th stop in the Ironman Pro Series in 2024, where all the athletes here are vying for $1.7 million in bonus money coming up at the end of the season. It is a 20-race season, and it'll all come to a grinding halt at around about December 15, Joe, as they finish up the Ironman 70.3 World Championship in Lake Taupo in New Zealand.
Yeah, and prior to that, they're racing in Australia, our home country, in Western Australia, in Busselton, over the 70.3 distance. So plenty of racing, but as we said, we're halfway through the season. This is the 7th 70.3 of the year and the 3rd one in Europe. So these guys are laying it all out there. And as we talked about before we went to the break, this is the last chance for Yuri Kluwen to get his world slot. So a bit of extra pressure for him.
Yeah, Yuri Kluwen, the Dutch athlete here, had a good race in Singapore, a non-finish there in Mallorca. So today is his last chance to punch the ticket there and qualify for this year's World Championship. Having a look at the back of the women's field right now, Pamela Oliveira has been right back here for the longest time, and good for her. She has a very good strategy happening because it's going to take a super run today to get the job done.
Ironman 70.3 Aix-en-Provence on 18th of May 2025 is the perfect start into the season and offers the perfect opportunity to test your fitness after the winter and kickstart your triathlon season. Also, get a taste of the history and culture in the south of France and discover the cuisine of the Provence. Register now for 2025.
What a great race it is down there in Aix-en-Provence. It's a beautiful area. Provence, obviously, but not too far away from Marseille. You've got Avignon just up the road. We've got the Rhone River. It's absolutely gorgeous and not too far away from the Nice Ironman World Championship as well. So Aix-en-Provence, get yourself signed up. Marjolaine Pierre there, she knows Aix-en-Provence very, very well, and she knows the roads here in Les Sables de la Vendée as well. She's been up in the front of the race. She's been pace setting. She got off the front there for a little bit, but now back with the rest of the ladies there. So it looks like our top 10 ladies are pretty much all going to be very, very close to getting off the bike to one another here today. We might be in for a very interesting run race.
Yeah, no, well, definitely it would be pretty hot once they hit the run. But yeah, they can't seem to get a break, any of these women, and that hasn't been for lack of trying, that's for sure. So yeah, Marjolaine has really tried a few times to break away and has managed to get a gap at some points, but been reeled back in by some of the other athletes. So yeah, they've definitely been pressing the pace all day. There hasn't been a slowing of the pace at all.
Ladies are coming up to the next time check in about 2 kilometres from now. We'll be able to give you an idea on just how things have switched up. But at last time check, it was Laura Madsen who was leading from Marjolaine Pierre. So, and Maya Stage Nielsen have been the three ladies that have really been setting the pace over the last 20K. However, Caroline Pohl from Germany was the early pace setter, and she was followed by Kaidi Kivioa from Estonia. Charlene Clavel riding a smart race, being the defending champion here in Les Sables de Vendée as well. And then Julie Lamolo from France riding a good race as well. Emily Morier's been in there. Kate Curran's done a little bit of the work, but Pamela Oliveira doing all the sitting right where she needs to at this point of time, and just watching the ladies up ahead set the pace.
Yeah, look, I think she's doing the right thing right now, and it's also how do you get past such a strong group of women? Like, you're best to sit back at the legal distance and sort of wait. She did her part on the swim, and very early on the bike, she was definitely pressing the pace early. But now when they're sitting at 40+ kilometers an hour, to actually get round them when they're evenly spaced, it's next to impossible. And if you do it, you're going to really burn some matches for when you actually get to put your run shoes on just around the corner.
So the men now have hit the flatlands here. They're back on the coastal part of the bike ride at this point in time. Let's take a little bit of a look how it all went down just a moment ago when the athletes get out of the swim there. They run off into the change tent. They have to get their bags and change and put their wetsuit back into the bags and get it out there. And then once they hit the bike, they have to get out past that mount line before they jump onto their bike, as we get a good look at one of our age groupers just making his way up the red carpet nice and safely, Joe, and that's the way to do it as they get out onto the course.
Yeah, you can see these athletes in slow motion doing their best to get around. Obviously very congested, 3,000 competitors at today's race. So yeah, it can be a little hard to get around and find some clear space. But once you're out on those open roads, then you're good to go.
All right, let's do a top 5 recap right now in our women's pro division. In 5th place, it is Kivioa from Estonia, sitting down at 8 seconds down. There is Caroline Pohl from Germany. Maya Stage Nielsen in 3rd. Marjolaine Pierre, she was sitting in 2nd place. And Laura Madsen, the leader at this point. Let's recap the top 5 in our men's race here at the IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables d'Alon Vendée. In 5th place is Nicholas Mahn from Germany. Also from Germany is Rico Bogan at 4 seconds. Yuri Kulen from the Netherlands, one of our favourites, is sitting at 2 seconds. There is Gerber from France is sitting in 2nd, and also from France is Clément Mignon, the leader in the men's race. So the leader in the men's, the leader in the women's, boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yeah, they've obviously done their homework on this course and have come here in tip-top shape and yeah, ready to race. So no, it's really good to see. Clément really, for my mind, is more of an Ironman racer, but really showing his biking prowess on this course and really driving it. When you got the likes of Yuri Kluwen, Bogan, Mann, Vogel, Salversberg, and they haven't been able to see the front.
Yeah, well, watch out for a very, very fast start on the run course here today. You know it's going to be electric, and these athletes right now just have not been able to shake one another out there. And we can see that 8 athletes are in the lead group, and then 9 and 10 is Bendix Madsen from Denmark. And there's Svenningsen. Rasmus Svenningsen has now hit the top 10 for the very first time today and taken 20 seconds out of our leaders over the last 15 kilometres. Rasmus now is sitting at 2 minutes, and Cam Worth right in there as well in 11th place out here today. So it's really heating up, but they really haven't made that much of a dent on our leaders out there, Joe. I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I am as well, but they have pulled back some time, and that was it from the 72-kilometre mark. So in the last 18 kilometres, they may pull back seconds, but they're still not going to put themselves back in this race. And these athletes really rely on that bike to really set their race up. So, yeah, they're really going to not be in the race once they put the run shoes on. So unfortunately,
definitely out of contention, if you ask me, Joe, for that. I think that you'd be looking at, people like Yuri Kulen right now, Rico Bogan. Rico is in such great form at the moment. We know that he can run well. Nicholas Mann's about a 112, 111 guy on average. He can run a solid race as well out of Germany. But watch out for the 22-year-old German Rico Bogan to get off to a good start. He's so tall, just like, Jan Frodeno, when he lopes along. It doesn't even look like there's much effort going out there. Sort of almost like watching Magnus Dietleff run. His stride is just so long. It's just pretty to watch. All right, well, as we get back down to the last kilometre or so, coming back into Les Sables d'Alon Vendée, it is our men's pro division here. This is the Ironman Pro Series, the 10th race of the season in 2024, the 7th of the 70.3s. We had 3 Ironman races, and we got a few more coming up in the next couple of weeks. It'll be very interesting to see Vittoria Gasteiz coming up there with Cam Worth racing.
Yeah, no, it's going to be a really interesting race. It's looking like a really good field. And look, every Pro Series race now is going to be a stacked field.
Stacked.
And especially because, as we talked about, the Ironman races do carry the most points. They're 5,000-point races. Only more is the Ironman World Championships. And you can only count 3, but if you're looking at being in that top 10, you're probably going to have to do 3 Ironmans this year. And Patrick Langer talked about this when they announced it, that he was like, I think I'm going to do 3 because I'm good at Ironman. I'm going to really commit to racing 3. He's already done 1, I think, and he'll obviously probably try and fit in a couple more. Obviously, Kona is one of them, and he's already done a 70.3. So, yeah.
Yeah, Texas was his race down there. So, yeah, looking forward to see Patrick Langer. So, you know, Matty Hansen from the USA, over 40 years of age, is leading it. But the same thing there, Joe. It's very, you know, carefully thought out. It's a plan. It's a strategy that they have to take on and make sure that they... I think it's very important to split those Ironman races up, right? First one in April, another one mid-year, and then finish off October 26. It's absolutely perfect, you know, to have that October 26, you know, finish on the Ironman side, and then maybe one more 70.3. And that would be the World Championships in Topol, you know, giving you 3,000 points.
Yeah, and I think you might find that maybe some of the athletes that have just focused on the Ironman, they might even use that Western Australian race, the Busselton race, and the World Championships as their 2 chances to do a good performance at a 70.3. Maybe boost those points up a little bit. Maybe, I don't know, just speculation. But it's really interesting, and I'm sure some of the athletes out there, they've really gone to town and got spreadsheets and numbers and everything, trying to figure out how to make this work and also execute on these key races that they've selected. So yeah, especially in its first year, there's going to be people come away going and rethink it for next year.
All right, just before we turn our focus back on the men's as they are about to hop off the bike and head out onto the Hoka run course, let's get you caught up to speed here. Marjolaine just getting overtaken right now by Majestige Nielsen from Denmark is our leader there at 72 kilometres. And then it was Laura Madsen. Charlene Clavel is sitting right in there. Caroline Pohl. And then there's Nikki Bartlett. Nikki Bartlett's made her way up to the front, but a little bit of an incident here. We did talk about a little bit ago, a little bit of rain just coming down. Precipitation is going to make the roads nice and wet, a little bit greasy, a little bit slippery. So safety there, Joe, is going to be the name of the game here over the last, the closing section, especially when you're closing so fast on the flat roads.
Yeah, Nathan Guber, the French athletes, obviously it's come off second best there on that slight round, turn. But yeah, looks like there might be a little bit of rain, which that's the worst. When there's a little bit of rain on a fast surface, you just take it a little bit too fast. You're down before you know it. So hopefully not a major injury, and maybe he can continue, but or at the very least, not sustain anything that's going to affect any future races.
Yep, Gerber goes down on the corner there. Just a replay here right now of Majestige Nielsen just going past Marjolaine Joly just a moment ago. They are now approaching the 75-kilometre marker, but let's get you caught up to speed on the women as they did go through 72 kilometres. We did get through Marjolaine Pierre. Then it was Laura Madsen, Charlene Clavel. Caroline Pohl was right in there in fourth. There was Majestige Nielsen at that point in time. She is the leader now. Nikki Bartlett, just before we saw Nathan go down there. Nikki Bartlett's made up a lot of time there, Joe, and now just 7 seconds down. Emily Mourier is in 7th place at 8 seconds, and now we're just seeing Pamela Oliveira slipping off the back at 33 seconds. So she's lost 23 seconds on the group right now. So the pace in our women's race has really heated up on the descent now. They've only got a couple of more kilometres to use this descent before the flat roads and the fast run into T2. This is Nathan Gebert from France, and he's just had a little bit of an incident out there. And just to get you caught up to speed here, he's now riding in a little bit of no man's land and back into the race. So it's great to see him, Joe, back up on the bike.
Yeah, it's such a shame for this to happen so close to the finish as well. He's we're minutes away from the men coming into T2. So yeah, I guess if it was further out, maybe he wouldn't have got back on his bike, but he knows it's only probably about 5 minutes of riding to get back. So full credit to him. It will be a very easy option to call it a day, but he's back out there and riding, and hopefully is in well enough shape to start the run today.
Over the cobbles they go. They're back down, heading toward the Grand Plage here at Les Sables de l'Envendée. And this is Rico Bogan, the 22-year-old. Look how smart this young man is. Mature beyond his years. He gets to the front, undoes the shoe on the left side, undoes the shoe on the right side. Up on top of the shoe it goes. There is the foot. He's already got his socks on. He's got his compression wear on. He's ready for the run. And now entering into the transition area, number 2 in first place is the young 22-year-old German and the current Ironman 70.3 world champion, Nico Bogan.
Yeah, made that look very, very professional, very effortless. Came to the front at the right time. He's already got his socks on, so look for a really fast transition here from Rico. And maybe, look, this point in the race, it can be decisive, the fact that he doesn't have to put socks on, and maybe the other athletes do. You get 5, you get 10, you get 15 seconds. It can be really important. So looking at the Wahoo Element Bolt, the time split for Rico Bogan, 2 hours, 3 minutes and 18 seconds. So a little over about 44 kilometres an hour average from my calculations.
Yeah, it was a great ride out there by Rico, but also the other 6 or 7 athletes that are going to be coming into the transition area here all together. So the young German has had a great day thus far, and look for him to dominate the run as well. I look to see Yuri Kulin, giving him a little bit of a push on the run in the early parts as well. So let's recap the bike for you. It was a 2:03.18 from Rico Bogan. Yuri Kulin second off the bike at 6 seconds down. Mignon in third at 8 seconds. Also Nicholas Mann. There was Andre Salversberg from Switzerland. He was right in there. Nick Emdy from Germany, and also from Germany rounding out the top 7 at 14 seconds down. Johannes Vogel having a good day. Now the 8th place, if you're wondering about Nathan Gebir from France, he had a little bit of an accident coming around one of the roundabouts just inside of the last 3 kilometres and just slipped out. He's back up on his bike. He's riding toward transition area, and he's not too far away.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see if he does get swallowed up by the likes of Worth and Rasmus Svenningsson, who was they were a bit under 2 minutes down at last check. So it wouldn't be surprised me if they actually all roll in together around 1:45, something like that.
Don't mind me, gentlemen. Just shove across to the side so I can sit down and put my shoes on as well.
I know. Look, Rico, 6 seconds gap as he jumped off his bike and not putting socks on. That can be 6 seconds there, 6 seconds there. All of a sudden, you're close to 80 meters in front, and all of a sudden, hang on, it's a mental break for the other athletes that they're like, oh, he's too far in front. I can't bridge that back up, and especially when you're carrying the World Championship title, it commands a little bit of respect. So yeah, very tactical decision there by Rico Bogan there to put the pressure on.
Yep, the Morton transition times right here, top 3 fastest. Nicholas Mann was a 1:59, Salversberg at a 2:02, and Rico Bogan we knew was going to be fast, but he was in 3rd place. But look at that one from Nicholas Mann. Here comes Gustave Eden just getting off the bike as well, and also Anna Guillot from France is just running by our 2022 Ironman World Champion there, Gustave Eden, as he makes his way into the transition area. So as we get you caught up to speed on just getting off the bike today. Let's go for it. Arnaud Guillot was 11th. There's Matthew Collins from the UK in 12. There was Madsen in 13. George Goodwin was right in there as well. So that's how it stood getting off the bike today. So Cam Worth moved into the top 10 by claiming that 9th spot with a 2:03.36. So just about the same time as the rest of the group here today, but he was 2 and a bit minutes down leaving on the bike.
Yeah, no, look, over the 70.3 distance, you just cannot give up anything. Like Cam Worth, Tour de France caliber rider, and can only match what these guys did up the front today. So it goes to show how well these guys up at the front were riding. And this man here, Rico Bogan, the current world 70.3 champion at the age of 22, really putting the pressure on from the very first kilometre here on the run.
Yeah, he's off to a pretty quick start there, Joe. He's 3 seconds in front of Nicholas Mann, but Salversberg at 7, MD at 20, so they put a lot of time in the transition. Clement Mignon was right up there, you know, third off the bike at 24 seconds. Now Yuri Kulin at 31, Johannes Vogel at 34, and then Nathan Gerber, unfortunately, with that little accident coming in the last 3 kilometres of the bike today. He sits in 8th place, but he is inside of the top 10, just one spot in front of Cam Worth, and then also Gustav Eden coming in off the bike in 10th. So Rico Bogen, the young German, just getting after it inside of the first kilometre right now. Looking pretty good. He's got a really nice long stride. He stands about 6'3" tall, so he's a very tall athlete, long stride, and we know that Nicholas Mann, as you know, Joe, one of your tips today, you know, one of your tops today to get on the podium, Nicholas Mann, he's an average of about a 1:11, 1:12 half marathon runner too.
Yeah, look, both these guys, yeah, haven't raced that much over the 70.3 distance, and they probably haven't raced each other that many times. So this is really looking like a great race. The two Germans going to push each other all the way. But yeah, Nicholas Mann here looking pretty comfortable. So yeah, we'll see, and then we've got this is I think Salversberg or Nicholas MD. I'm not sure at this point, but
yeah. So our top 3 in the men are right out there on the run course here in Les Sables de la Vendée. We are on the west coast of France. This is the Ironman 70.3. Last chance to get yourself qualified for the Ironman 70.3 VinFast World Championship coming up on December 14 and December 15 in New Zealand. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Rico Bogen, the 22-year-old 2023 Ironman 70.3 world champion, continues to lead here in the early part of the run. He had the 3rd fastest Morton transition time here today in T2 from the bike to the run, and now accelerating away from the competition. Nicholas Mann from Germany sits in 2nd place. He also had a great transition today. Salversberg and MD are in 3rd and 4th, and Clement Mignon, the first of the French boys, is in 5th place, and he is sitting now down at 24 seconds, Joe. Got a race on our hands. We're in the early part of the run course here, the last discipline here. How does Rico look?
he looking better and better. Yeah, like he looks absolutely amazing off the bike, but I think he's really starting to find that stride. Very long stride at 191 centimetres, I think. But let's not forget about Nicholas Mann here on screen, who looks super smooth, very, very comfortable, and isn't really losing much time right now. So very early days, but both of these guys are looking fantastic.
Also, Yuri Kulin going for that qualifying slot into the VinFast Ironman World Championship coming up in Lake Taupo in New Zealand here in December of 2024. Nicholas Mann sits in second place right now. He's getting after his compatriot. Right there is Rico Bogan as we get the crossover. Let's take a look at Nicholas Mann and a fighting chance presented by Wahoo.
I mean, you're no stranger to the 70.3 race scene. I think your name came up in lights from your recent shoulder to shoulder with Jan Stratman.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that race still going back.
Yeah, honestly, it was a bit unexpected for me as well, because it was the first race of the season and I wasn't sure what to expect. I came to the race and thought maybe top 5 would be okay, top 3 would be perfect. At the run, I found myself fighting for the win and I was like, so happy about it, and then I just went for it and sprinted basically the last 4Ks. To be honest, I don't know how I did it, but I did it.
There's some big names in the field. Gustav Eden, he's a world champion.
Yeah.
Can you imagine going head to head with him?
Well, it would be basically a dream, but I hope his fitness is there. I think it's a bit unsure. I think not even himself knows how good he really is. Yeah, everything can happen. I think he can make a great race, win it, or maybe just run for the finish, I guess. So I think everything is possible, but it's also great to race with a bit uncertainty.
You've been at 2 Pro Series races, Mallorca and here.
Yeah.
Is this focus for you? Were you going to fight for the series through 7.3s?
I don't think I will make it to the top in the series with only 70.3s, because if you do Ironmans you get so much more points, and I don't think I will be able to get 4 or 5 or even 6 70.3s for the ranking. But yeah, obviously the Pro Series attracts the best athletes, and yeah, my goal is to race and compete with the best athletes. And then, yeah, it was an easy decision to come here.
Where does your strength lie on this course? Have you seen the course? You've had a little run on the promenade here, but have you been on the bike course? Do you know much about the course and where those strengths, your strengths?
I think there are courses who suit me better, or which suit me better, but I worked quite hard on my aerodynamic game, so I think I can have a shot here. Otherwise I wouldn't be here, obviously. And yeah, I'm looking forward to race full gas in the course and see how fast we can go.
Well, you just had to listen to Nicholas Mann there. That was a fighting chance presented by Wahoo as we see our athletes on the beach here, right? This is the plage right down in Les Sables, Pondy, and we can now see the athlete from the Netherlands. This is Yuri Kulin. He is trying to get after a top 4 finish today. He really wants to punch his ticket for that 70.3 World Championship, Joe. Last year being in 6th place, we know that Yuri can, be on the podium at that World Championship. But look at this part of the run course, Joe. It's my favorite part when they got to go across the beach. Not easy.
No.
Up the steps.
Yeah,
across
absolutely
the
exhausting.
beach.
That's so difficult. And yeah, look, those guys still look like they were moving very, very nicely across the sand, but that is not, not easy what they just did. But straight back into it, back on shot with Nicholas Mann. Still looking very, very comfortable. Yeah, very, very smooth. Very nice runner.
Yeah, looks like he's got the Morton gels up there in the hands too, so he's got his nutrition strapped on board. Getting after Rico Bogan at the moment. Rico ran a really nice first 2K and across that beach. Really nice. I mean, when you're running across the sand like that, Joe, it's very important to shorten up the stride, drop your chin, bring your arm carriage into it a little bit more as well, and that should help you, get across it a little bit more efficiently. All right, the rain's starting to just come down mildly at the moment. We saw that on the bike course, just getting a little bit greasy toward the end of it, going through the aid station right now. There goes Nicholas, getting into one of those Morton gels right now and making sure that it's constant calories going down into the belly there, making sure that your nutrition is really, really good, because that is going to give you the best possible opportunity to have a good race today. And Joe, when it's a little bit, cooler and, not so much wind and whatever, you don't feel like eating or drinking as much, but that's a mistake.
It is, yeah, absolutely. You need to have a plan and stick to it. And look, it's actually when it is cold, you actually need to take on it a little bit more because your body sort of uses that energy to keep itself warm as well. I don't think the conditions today don't warrant extra calories for that reason, but no, you want to make sure that you stay on that nutrition the whole way. And even if you're feeling good, it's if you skip a gel, you might regret that later. So just work out how many calories you need and stick to the plan.
Yeah, stick to the plan. This area is something else. This is the west coast of France. You can see the Bay of Biscay. That is the Atlantic Ocean out there at the moment. We just had a beautiful overhead shot of the Vendée region here, sitting a little bit north of Bordeaux, a little bit south of Caen and Normandy, and on the west coast here. So absolutely gorgeous. Lots of sailing happening. There we see the canal. There's the plage on the left-hand side, the two big buildings there. That was the site of the swim start this morning. They went out about 250 metres. They made two right-hand turns, came back down the canal and out into C1. This is Laura Madsen that we're getting shots of right now. Our ladies, our female athletes here in the Ironman Pro Series are now coming to a close of the bike ride. Laura Madsen, the young 21-year-old Dane, is really showing the other ladies what she's got in those legs today. Will she get out there and have a good run? Will Maya Stage-Nielsen be able to challenge? Or will Marjolaine Pierre from France have the day of her life here today and take the victory? Or will the defending champion, Clavel, get back after it?
Yeah, time will tell, will she? I wouldn't want to pick any of these women right now for the podium. They all look fantastic. It's amazing that they've all stayed together on the bike, and it's been a very intense bike ride from the onset. So, yeah, we'll soon figure out who's nailed their nutrition, nailed their pacing, who's overextended themselves, who's been within themselves when they finally get to that T2 and head out onto the Hoka run course.
Yeah, back to the lead of the race right now. This is Rico Bogan just going through his steps here on the run course. It's a beautiful course out here today, the Hoka run course. 21 kilometres in length, or 13 miles. It is 2 laps. It's a flat course, but, you know, this year the athletes will only complete 2 laps, and to reach the 21 kilometres, the distance here in the Hoka run course, competitors will run on the promenade along the Tunshett Lake and cross the finish line in the centre of town. So they'll run 200 metres on the beach that we saw just a moment ago. Well, the action continues on the other side of the break. You're watching the IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables d'Alon Vendée.
For 12 years, for 4,383 sunrises, across millions of mornings, we've been working to make one thing better. This, AG1, is foundational nutrition, a science-driven formulation to support whole body, brain, and gut health with just one of these, or one of these, once a day. Welcome to foundational nutrition. Welcome to AG1. Start at drinkag1.com.
The pro men are in the Hoka run course right now. It is 2 laps. The distance is 13.1 miles, or 21.1 kilometres. The young German 22-year-old Ironman 70.3 world champion Rico Bogan continues to lead the race, and he is really forcing the pace at the front. However, we've got a fast-chasing man. That is man from Germany. He is not too far behind in the run right now. But in third and fourth places, we got Salversberg. Johannes Vogel is running very, very nicely at the moment. He just goes into equal third place there with Salversberg. And we know that Yuri Kulin is right in the race as well. Not too many World Championship slots to be given away today. And Yuri Kulin wants one of them.
Yeah, he's got extra motivation today to get that final slot. It's his last chance if he wants to go to Topor in December, which, as we talked about earlier, would be a real shame if he wasn't on that start line. But if we were able to pan back, we'd see that he'd be just hot on the heels of these guys as well. So, yeah, you could really throw a blanket over these between third and fifth right now. So it's a really great race. As we see Madsen leading the women's into the T2. She's undoing her shoe quite early before this turn, and then we'll get her foot out and put it on top of her bike shoe, and then get ready to jump off a bike before that dismount line before she heads into T2.
Yeah, by the look of it, you know, on the men's side of things, only one of the athletes that's racing today is already punched his slot out there, so we know that that's Nicholas Canet, and so we know that if you know, Yuri finishes right up there in the top four, he's going to be on his way to New Zealand. So he's got a little bit of work to do today. He's leaving it to the very, very last minute. But let's take a good look at our women's leader here coming in, Laura Madsen. The young 21-year-old Dane is just made her way into the park there. She only has a couple of 100 meters to bike, and then she'll be jumping off that machine there, heading out onto the Hoka run course, and looks like she might have built up just a little bit of a lead here, and that might have been to the plan that she wanted getting off the bike today.
Yeah, here she comes through the tunnel here. She's not far away now from making that final turn to hit T2. Volunteers doing a great job out there, giving her a cheer as she rides by. But here we go. She's not very far from the mount line, but she'll be very closely followed by another about 8 women as the last check. So it's she's not going to have it all her own way right now as she heads over the bridge here into T2.
Yeah, it took the feet out of the shoes there a little early on, you know, in my book. I think that she should have, you know, kept them in there and kept the pace up right up until about this bridge. You know, on the last flat section, reach down, take the feet out of the shoes at that point in time. So I think she went about 500 meters too early on that part, Joe, but I think you would agree with that.
Yeah, no, and that's just doing your due diligence on the bike course, and maybe she just misread it a little bit. I don't think it's cost her much, but it did maybe lose the opportunity of actually getting more of a gap than she's going to have, which is only going to be a couple of seconds at this point. So
must
here
be
we go.
Someone behind
yeah,
me.
right.
I saw that
saw the
red
light. Once they're off their bike in transition, they can't get a penalty. Just from what I understand. So.
Yeah, that was Charlene Clavel, the defending champion, getting off the bike in second place there, and then also Majestage Nielsen in third. Kaidi Kivioa from Estonia has had a great bike ride today at 2:17.18, one of the fastest of the day. Caroline Pohl at a 2:18.56, lost a little bit of time on the bike. And there's Marjolaine Pierre. What a great ride she had, 2:18.26. Emily Mourier's in there at 20 seconds down. Nikki Bartlett hung in there, and Kate Curran as well. The Wahoo Element Bolt says 2 hours, 17 minutes and 39 seconds for Laura Madsen from Denmark today with the fastest bike split thus far.
Yeah, what a great bike split. I think that's faster than what they predicted it at halfway through. So I think they've, as we said numerous times, the women have really put on a show today on the bike, and it really did start to separate out in those last few kilometres. I think there's some tired legs out there. I think they really put it all on the line, and it will be interesting to see how the run goes here. But right now, Madsen looks the goods, and is moving quite nicely through this very long transition to get to run shoes and get out onto the Hoka run course.
Yep, shuffling shuffling their way down to the transition area here, grabbing their bags, and you can see that Madsen is first. Second place is Charlene Clavel at this point in time. There, here comes Maya Stage Nielsen. Maya had the fastest ride up until this stage right now. It may have been Laura off the bike first, but Maya has a 2:17.11 with an average pace of 42 kilometres an hour today. So well done to our lead 8 women out there. Nikki Bartlett had a 2:17.14. There was Kate Curran coming in 24 seconds down. So 9 ladies separated by 24 seconds, Joe. That's amazing.
It is really. I don't think I've ever seen a 70.3 that closely contested on the bike. So yeah, full credit to these ladies. They've done an amazing job out there. It's a bit congested. They're probably not used to it either. There's no room to sit down. But as we see, Madston and Clavel.
It's almost like a shoulder charge.
Yeah. So Clavel, obviously the defending champion. That's got to give you a little bit more motivation to try and defend your title. What do you think, Welshie?
Yeah, I do believe so. You know, heading out first on the run as a defending champion. You're a defending champion for a reason, because the year before you were very fast. Today, by the look of it already, she's making a move on Laura Madsen, who doesn't quite have the experience as the other ladies, but she's so young. She has such a bright future in this sport here. Look how tall she is. She's around about 4 or 5 inches taller than our leader there. But look at that. She took her time. She got everything. And look, she's just really powering now. I'm really surprised that this is happening. I just think this is wonderful. I'm really behind, you know, the 21-year-old and just getting after it as, you know, the defending champ Clavel is checking the watch there, getting a look at the Wahoo element as she heads out onto the course here today. So she's checking her heart rate and getting after it. All right, the Morton, top 3 fastest transition times, Joe?
Yeah, we've got Pierre, 2 minutes and 10 seconds. We've got Paul at 2:16 and Clavel at 2:21. So pretty close, but yeah, pretty slippery through transition there, Welshie.
Yeah, they had to take their time. I noticed that, you know, Gustav Eden also slipped out, yeah, just a little bit coming around the corner. So, you know, the name of the game right now is it's greasy out there because it's only rained just a little bit, you know, on top of roads that, you know, been just, you know, standing there for quite some time without rain. So you know what happens, Joe, when it gets a little bit of rain for the first time, they do get slippery. So easy does it. Make sure that you keep your rubber side down and, you know, on the bike and the run.
Yeah, and these super shoes don't have the best grip on them, I'll tell you that. So you got to be really careful, especially hitting those white lines. I saw Bogan nearly, he nearly slipped out quite early on as well.
All right,
so you got to be careful.
Let's recap the top 5 in our women's race right now. IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables d'Alon Vendée. In 5th place was Maya Stage Nielsen with the fastest bike of the day, 13 seconds down from Marjolaine Pierre. There is Caroline Pohl in 3rd place from Germany. Laura Madsen from Denmark was right there with Charlene Clavel heading out onto the run.
And we've got...
Two women race at the front of the field here. We can see that Charlene Clavel running the inside line, Laura Madsen taking the outside line. They just decided that they're going to run together at this point in time there. So very impressive run start by Laura Madsen, the young 21-year-old. Let's see how deep she can go today with this race. And she's got the pace of the defending champion leading her way around this 2-lap run course in Les Sables d'Alon Vendée. This is Caroline Pohl in 3rd place. She was the early pace setter on the bike ride today. Very, very strong over the first 40 kilometres, but at the last part, it was all Denmark. It was Maya Stage Nielsen and Laura Madsen that really come to the front of the field with Marjolaine Pierre. Now, Marjolaine sitting in 4th place right now. We can see it just there behind Caroline Pohl, and right behind there, the tall figure of Maya Stage Nielsen as well. So 2 Danes in the top 5. We got 2 French and 1 German.
Yeah, it's really starting to spread out pretty quickly. And this last, as you said, the last 10K of the bike, it really, I think some legs started to really burn, and there started to be a few gaps. And the Danes, Madsen, really kept the pace on, and Clavel was able to go with that. And now, look, they find themselves 1 and 2 at the front of this very hotly contested race. But there's still plenty of running to go, and these other women aren't that far behind.
Going through the aid station right now, Caroline Pole was able to see the 2 leaders up ahead. So Caroline's only about 7 seconds down at this point in time on our leaders. So Caroline running a nice race after a very strong bike ride today. The sunglasses are up on top of the head there for Caroline, but for these two, they are all business at the front. They're trying to cover up their eyes. They don't want to give away anything. They want to give away their tactics, their strategy, not even the way that they're looking right now, because we have a race between these two ladies, and we know that they're just about to run onto the plage here in just a few moments' time. So 200 metres on the sand. It's not easy. Shorten up the stride, and that's got to take a little bit of sting out of your legs too, Joe.
Yeah, it's not just the sand. It's can you get back into your rhythm when you get back onto the pavement. It's a real rhythm breaker, but also it spikes your heart rate. It's yeah. Look, if you haven't done it before, it would be a rude shock, I'd say.
And the salt in the wound is that they've got about 40 steps to run up to after they come off the beach.
Yeah.
Back up onto the Esplanade. So they're on the Esplanade right now. It's absolutely gorgeous down there today. It's a little on the cooler side, but hey, we'll accept that. We'll take that. Not a problem. The athletes say, bring it on. Every day, I'll take these conditions over a hot, windy day.
Yeah, no, I think that'll be. I agree with you there, Welshie. This is definitely fast and really good racing conditions here. So yeah, look for some fast times on the run for the men and the women. So right now we have Clavel, reigning champion, and Madsen leading the way, but only 5 seconds back we have the German Caroline Pole, as you can see, back in the green kit. So not far back at all, maybe about 50 metres behind. So yeah, we've got a really tight race in these early stages of the women's half marathon.
Yeah, Caroline Pole is right up there as well in that 3rd place. But, you know, just getting a look at some of our athletes here leading the race out there at the moment from France. She's having a good day, and she is the defending champion, so she's got something to prove out there, as does Charlene. And, you know, just going through, you know, some of her past results, her 9th, you know, in Samarin in Slovakia this year. 70.3 Valencia was a 5th place, a little bit better in April. So she's only raced twice. This is the first, you know, of the Pro Series races. So, you know, just getting out there to a good start, as is Charlene. Last year, she raced pretty well, you know, in the World Championship, 70.3. She was 22nd, but winning this race in July, where it was last year. And then Ironman 70.3 in Marbella, she was 6th place. So a little bit of a mixed bag for Charlene, but this is the race that she really excels at.
Yeah, it seems so. She won this last year with about 124 run split. So, look, looking at the profile, it's a flat, fast course. But then you throw the sand, you throw the steps, you throw the turns. Maybe it's not as fast as we once thought, Welshie. So 124 might be enough today. So if she can put that together, she'll definitely be right up there when they cross the finishing line.
Well, these two raced together in Ironman 70.3 Valencia this year.
Yeah.
So, you know, Laura ended up the victor that day with a, you know, closing 121 on the run. So we know that she loves to, you know, be consistent. She's got, you know, what we call the turbo diesel. So she's got like a nice little turnover going. There's no real sense of a sprint in those legs. She's really got the endurance. You know, from a young lady at 21 years of age like that, she's going to end up being a very, very good Ironman and Ironman 70.3 racer here. And I think that, you know, she's just showing the rest of the field right now at 21 years of age. There's a good sense of maturity there as well, just like Rico Bogan on the men's side of things. I love the way that, you know, Rico's been racing. He's got great advice. He's got good people around him. And that's important, you know, the support crew around an athlete is so important these days.
Yeah, and look, it's really great to see that the Danes, such a small country, produce such great caliber athletes from obviously cycling, Tour de France winners, and but also like in the triathlon side. You just look at the depth of the men's and women's Danes, and I just look back to maybe these athletes looked up to the likes of like the Rasmus Hennings and the Torbjörn Sindbali, who was 3rd in Kona, and this is now the result of that, having these amazing people to look up to in such a small country. They're producing such a great caliber athlete.
So the gap is 16 seconds as they go around there. First and second now have 16 seconds on Caroline Pohl from Germany. Then next comes Maya Stage Nielsen going around there. Kate Curran, also Marjolaine Pierre just heading there. There's Nikki Bartlett in the blue just heading around the corner at that point in time as well. So we got our top 8 ladies in the space of about 35 seconds there, Joe.
Wow.
Incredible.
Yeah,
Great
fantastic.
racing.
It's really great racing, Welshie. This is great. And look at this. They get to see Marjolaine gets to see the next, was it 7 women or 8 women in front of her? And look, they're all running a very, very similar pace. At this point, it came down to the last few kilometres of the bike and a good transition. And that's the only thing that really is separating these top 8 women right now, or top 9, sorry, women on currently right now through about 2 kilometres.
Yeah, so jumping off the bike, and we know that Laura was the leader, but after our top 8, you know, it was well, actually top 9 off. Kate Curran was the last of those, and then Julie Lamolo, she really struggled over the last 10 kilometres, losing 2 minutes. Pamela Oliveira as well, 2 minutes and 52, and then it was Daniela Blamel, another one of those strong cyclists at 4:09. One of our early leaders was Luisa Iona Prat from Italy. She's at 7:15 now. Jenny Desterik from Germany in 7:46. Rebecca Andreberry from the UK in 15th at 8:09. So it's really stretching out at the back of the women's field, but at the front of the women's field, we got 2 ladies that are running neck and neck, side by side across the beach here in Les Sables de la Vendée, and we can see that this is the hardest part of the run course. On the Holker run course, 2 laps, they got to enjoy this one twice.
Yeah, they get to do this twice. They'll be loving that. No, this is amazing. It just showed the depth in this race of the women's, that we had a bigger group and some named athletes that we thought were going to be contenders that fell away in the latter part of the bike, but we still have 9 women within 31 seconds of each other. This is amazing racing and so good for women's triathlon. I just love the depth right now, and names that we don't know much about. We've only seen them racing. This is their 2nd season racing. So we have a Dane who's 21 and an ex-handballer from France leading 70.3 right now in the Ironman World Series.
There goes Clavel getting a little bit of coaching there on the side. Get your arms up, he says. Pump those arms. It's really going to help you across the sand. Well, he's dead right. There is Laura Madsen. She's going to come off the plage in first place. Off the beach she goes. She's got about 30 to 40 steps there. There they go up the steps, and here comes the big one right now. Look at that big U-turn on the left-hand side. Power those legs up the steps 2 at a time. Look at that. That's how they do it. Little bit of a walk there, hands on the knees, and that is up the stairs. Here's Rico Bogan. He's broken away from the field here in the men's race. He's got a solid lead right now. Rico Bogan of Germany. He's really getting after it, and I can tell you right now, this young kid is amazing. He now has a 33-second lead over Nicholas Mann, who we were talking about as being one of the fastest runners in the field today. Yuri Kulin has now moved up into 3rd place at 45 down, running alongside of Johannes Vogel, and then right behind in the top 5 is Andreas Salversberg from Switzerland at 55 seconds. Clement Mignon has now slipped back to 106. Nick Emdes at 116. And then Gerber from France is now 245. And the big gaps here, incredible. Arnaud Guillot, George Goodwin are now down at 352. And Gustav Eden is finding himself at 5 minutes down on our leaders right now. Cam Worth, I think he's out there for a training run today. He's got a big Ironman coming up in 2 weeks' time. This is May Stage Nielsen from Denmark. Let's take a listen to this.
I've done the bike course. I'm really excited that it's one big loop and it's beautiful. I think you have to really stay focused all the time here, and there's so many spots where you need to like carry the speed through, and I think that's what is gonna make the difference here really, how good you handle your bike through the course. Also done the run course, not the bit on the sand, but most of the run course, and like promenade run course, what can't you love about that? Normally I would say I like racing when it's warm. But actually in Hamburg, I was like, it was so nice to race for once where I wasn't like melting on the run, and you could finally run fast and you didn't have to worry about like pouring water on you all the time. And that kind of made me think that If we have a rainy day on Saturday, it doesn't matter. I can do that as well. After this weekend, I'm actually planning to do a mid-season break. I will also go to Nice and train a bit on the course there. After that, it will be 70.3 European Championship in Tallinn before going to Nice. So that's like the main schedule.
Stack season.
It is a big season, but that's what we want, right?
Well, there's Maya Stage Nielsen just breaking it down for you. She wants a big season. I mean, you got to work for it. There's $1.7 million of money out there in the bonus pool there, Joe. She loves a big season and wants to get after it. There's Marjolaine Pierre just sitting right on the back of Maya Stage Nielsen right now. Just reaching around, just grabbing a Morton gel and some of her nutrition as she approaches one of those aid stations. Now, a long season is a season that you have to plan for. There's 20 races in the Ironman Pro Series. What do you have to do, Joe? Beginning of the year, plot it out.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, plans can change, but you got to at least start with a plan that maybe can be adapted. But yeah, like, I don't know, it's a lot of racing, and if you want to try and be at the top and peak for all maybe 5 Pro Series races, it takes a lot of thought and a lot of training, but a lot of recovery on the other side of these hard races. So you got to really plan it out.
The men are approaching the second lap on the Hoka run course here. The ladies, well, they're out on their first lap. This is the 70.3 Ironman Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée on the west coast of France. Don't go away. More action on the other side of the break.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
Ironman 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by VinFast, Boundless Together. Now we got beautiful running style out here at the moment. Check this out. This is actually really nice to watch. Emily Morier, she was one of the pushers on the bike today, and look at that. Love the forward lean there, Joe. Love the arm carriage, and look at that stride. Beautiful knee action.
Yep.
Hips are square to the target, and look at that flow. He's not spending much time on the ground there at all.
No, and it's going to show like she's starting to pick up some of these women. Looks very smooth, no wasted energy. You don't see much up and down movement. It's all going forward, which is what you want to do. So it looks like
Caroline Pole, she's just about to overtake Caroline.
Emily Moreira is about to start moving up a few places, I think, in these next few kilometres. So looking fantastic there out on course.
Yeah, Caroline doesn't look too bad as well. It's just that Emily's stride a little bit longer, and I just love the way that she leans forward. And, you know, gravity always takes over, Joe. Don't know what you coach your athletes, but I love the forward lean, especially when you've got an undulating course and you bring the arm carriage into the fray of things as well. Now you can see that, you know, the turnover of, these athletes like Kate Curran and the others just a little bit shy of the stride length of someone like Poirier, but look at this. Rico Bogan is now getting caught, just struggling a little bit at the halfway point of the run. This is Nicholas Mann now coming into the action. Boy, was he a ways down just a moment ago. What do you think happened here? Do you think that Rico's just slowing down, having a little bit of struggles with his nutrition, or do you think that Nicholas is really putting in the big work?
Yeah, it looked like he built up quite a lead on Mann, but I don't know if something happened. We didn't see it on camera. Who knows? But yeah, right now we have a real battle here in the men's race. These two guys going shoulder to shoulder along the esplanade, looking fantastic. So yeah, and here we go. Nicholas Mann has just thrown us a very fast surge on Bogan, which at this early stage of the race could be be costly, but it's definitely shaping up to a very fast race. And look, these other guys are still in contention. But look, Bogan responds really, really nicely and moves back onto the shoulder of Nicholas Mann, who just dropped a sub 3 minute sort of surge, 3 minute pace surge onto Bogan to try and shake him. But Bogan, at the current world 70-point champion, was not going to back down, and he's gone with the pace, but maybe starting to pay for it right now.
Yeah, Nicholas looks like he's up on the toes there and really getting after it. There's Rico just, throwing and thrusting his body side by side and in the front direction as well. But Yuri Kulin was in third place at 32, so we've still got a great top four there. Johannes Vogel is at 37, and then Clement Mignon is still sitting at 52 seconds, so he's not out of it. There he goes the other way at the moment, so dropping back just a little bit. But look at Nicholas Mann, just threw down another surge. Look at the surge that he's putting in. He's going to try and break Rico here, but I don't know. Rico's a tough young guy, but that was a monster surge.
Yeah, I don't know what pace they were running right then, but it was definitely, they picked it up. It was very very easy to see. Big shift in pace. But Rico Bogan, look, I think he's hurting a little bit more, but look, this could come down to who wants it more at the end of this race.
Yeah,
but
Rico's in fine form. He had a great race in San Francisco a couple of weeks ago, sprint finish there, and now he's finding himself on a different continent and still doing great. The 22-year-old, well, they travel pretty good, don't they? Those 22-year-olds, Joe. When you hit the 40s and the 50s, it all slows down just a little bit. But Rico just looking down at the watch there, making sure that everything's in check as we get back to our women's race right now, and looking at Kate Curran here just having a nice day. I love that running style as well. The arms there just not even hitting halfway across the body there, the middle there, the sternum. You draw the line down there, and that's where you think that a little bit of what can I say? A little bit of, pressure can come down into the lower, part of the body with some friction as well. But Nikki Bartlett, on the other hand, look at that. Up on the toes, really pushing hard. And look how far that stride is coming out.
yeah, no, these women are really shifting along this causeway here along the water. Beautiful, beautiful part of the course, but then they
Look
can also
at Nikki catching up in her hokers too. Yes. She's got a Carbon X on. She's got really
these
taken it.
Women in her sight, and she can sense that she's starting to close the gap, and that's a really great feeling at this point of the race when maybe you haven't been able to go with the pace at the start, but then they start to come back to you, and you're going faster and they're slowing down. That's Nikki Bartlett. Yeah, is on for a good race right now, and hopefully she just needs to. For me, I would take my time catching up. I wouldn't try and close the gap too quickly. She's obviously running faster than these two women in front, but yeah, don't want to close too quickly, I think. Just keep your rhythm, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, I agree with you. Getting off the bike today, Nikki was right up there in the lead there. She was 22 seconds off the bike, but when she ran out, she had lost, just a little bit of time there, and she was 43 seconds there. So, she's made a way back up. She's only about 6-7 seconds down right now, so she's running about 2 to 3 seconds a kilometre faster than our leaders at this point in time. So Nikki Bartlett is definitely on the chase here, and it's no doubt about it that she will be catching up here pretty soon. But look at the Hoka shoes there. They are really accelerating Nikki toward the front of the competition as Rico, tough as nails, comes back at Nicholas Mann another time. Nicholas moves up onto the right-hand side of Rico. They are going back and forth. They are having a match race out here. The two Germans are locked in battle right here in France, and what a great race they're treating us to right now.
Yeah, like Man looks so comfortable, but Rico's got that grit about him, doesn't he? And he's just like, he's not going to back down. He's going to go down swinging if he does get beaten. But no, look, Rico puts in a surge and starts to move in front of Man again.
It's just back and forward.
Yeah,
this is amazing.
This is great racing. This is what the Pro Series brings out in these athletes. Is look, every second counts, Welshie. So these guys aren't giving away 1 second right now.
That's right. Every second counts for a point. So once we get to the finish line, it'll start at 2,500 and start ticking down. Every second is a point. So, you know, you're talking about 60 seconds. You're talking about 60 points. So you go from 2,500 to 24.40, and it'll keep on ticking. So you want to keep the pressure on the whole time. Here comes Nikki Bartlett, just like you said, Joe, just a little bit at a time, chipping away at our leaders. You can see that Laura Madsen, she's been doing a lot of the pace setting there. Charlene Clavel, the defending champion, has just selected to, you know, let Laura make the pace setting here. Let's see what happens when Nikki Bartlett catches up. Let's see what happens. Is there going to be a surge, or do you think that Nikki will just like keep the same consistency about it and let the other two react?
I think it's pretty hard not to maybe surge a little bit. What will be interesting is which one of these women, which I think only one of them will be able to go with it. We don't know who's feeling better at the moment. Madsen looks pretty comfortable. But yeah, Nikki Bartlett's going to move on to them any time very, very soon. And we're going to see how they react very, very shortly.
Yeah, we're going to have a new leader in the space of the next 20 seconds here. And, you know, down to 15 seconds it goes, coming down onto the 10 seconds. And then you will see a new leader here. Nikki Bartlett from the UK is absolutely chewing up the competition right now. 43 seconds leaving transition and coming up to not even 7 kilometres on the run today. And she has now gone into equal first place. There's 3 ladies running at the front of this race here in Les Sables Vendée on the west coast of France, and treating us to a magnificent race today. The rain just slightly coming down here, just sprinkles at this point of time as we switch back to the men's race. Equally as exciting with Nicholas Mann from Germany. He's leading another German. He's a 22-year-old. He's a world champion and really forcing the pace. You can look and see those cheeks are just puffing up with air right now. You can see their chest moving. And there goes Nikki Bartlett. Laura Madsen decides to go with her. There's Charlene Clavel. She's just dropping back a little bit. Is that rubber band going to snap? It looks like it is just a little bit. But now we got 3 ladies treating us to a great race here in France.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely great stuff, Welshie. No, we're seeing Madsen trying to go with the pace. But yeah, look, they managed to, like, Bartlett couldn't surge enough to get rid of them, but it could be like 3 of them sort of battling it out for the next couple of kilometres. But as we throw back to the men's here, look, these guys aren't giving each other an inch space. So yeah, it looks like it's very, very close races in the men's and women's races right now.
Second lap on the Hoka run course here. Not too far to go. Out to the far end of the Esplanade. They'll make that U-turn and head toward home. The IRONMAN 70.3 Les Sables Vendée is really heating up. Don't go away. An action-packed finish is underway.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the IRONMAN Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the station, ready to go. Oh, big old aeroplane, I'm trusting your soul. Get on up, big bear.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa. Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch
okay.
infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Our performance analysis.
So now Nicholas Mann has made his move here. Rico Bogan is in second place as we now get into the second part of the second loop here. The VinFast performance analysis on the run right now belongs to Nicholas Mann. At 3 hours and 22 minutes into it, he's running an average of 3 minutes and 17 seconds there, Joe. He's had to run that pace to shake the world champion.
Yeah, it's some fast running, Welshie, and especially like if you take in consideration they had to run that section on the sand as well. They are moving, but yeah, Rico's finally been dropped by Mann. But look, I'm not going to give up on Bogan yet. I think he's still got a really good chance to maybe claw his way back if Nicholas Mann falters at all.
Nicholas is looking around, just you know, trying to establish what happened, what he's got to do, you know, as he moves his way through the rest of the field here, or rest of the distance. And you know, he's made some pretty significant surges, which do take a lot out of you. So he's really fueling up well. I know that he's, you know, got those gels in his hand. What a great idea that is. If it's in front of you, you'll see it. If you see it, you'll use it. So Rico Bogan now been overtaken by Nicholas Mann. Yuri Kulin's still sitting in third place, and he's still trying to get after that qualifying slot for the World Championship. Johannes Vogel is sitting in there nicely. Mignon is doing well. Salversberg is now going a little bit in the wrong direction. MD's still in 7th place. Guillaume, who raced in Ironman Asia Pacific Cairns just a few weeks ago, is sitting at 4 minutes down. There's Hoffman for the very first time coming into the top 10, and George Goodwin. He's having a good day at 4:16 down.
Yeah, it's good to see George back in the top 10 there. As very, very good athlete, very strong bike, and exceptional runner on his day. So good to see him in the top 10. But yeah, it's this guy on screen right now, Nicholas Mann, is having a fantastic race. He is in great form. He did win Mallorca 70.3 about 6 weeks ago. So he's coming in with good form, but like to drop the current world champion, that's very, very good form. So he's having an exceptional day right now. Out on course.
Yeah, when you look at someone like Jan Frodeno and I think of, you know, Rico Bogan and they run very similar. When I look at Nicholas Mann, it's almost like looking at Patrick Langer. He's got a beautiful turnover. You know, Patrick just got those legs that just like a locomotive. It's just bang, 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 bang. He's just so nice. He's so fluid. And his turnover, I think that, you know, Patrick in the Ironman distance has the fastest turnover. And that's very important, you know, like when you look at a runner, a good runner has great turnover. They're not spending too much time on the ground, and their form biomechanically, they are just absolutely brilliant. And that's what I see with Nicholas as well. I haven't seen him too much, you know, racing. So this is very impressive racing by the two Germans.
No, I'm really, really impressed with Nicholas right now. And look, Bogan's going to have his work cut out if he's going to claw his way back up to him. But yeah, Nicholas on track for one of his the best race of his career right now.
Yeah, so this is Morier just making her way through the field as well. She's sitting in the top 6 at this point of time here and doing a great race. I think that the women here are really showing us today what it's all about. You know, on the bike, we had 9 ladies getting off the bike within, you know, a minute of each, or actually 27 seconds of each other. This is Caroline Pohl. She was one of our early leaders out onto the run. She was still, you know, she's still holding down good pace at the moment at 26 seconds down on our leader in 5th place. So our women's race is still very, very close.
Yeah, no, it really is. And Caroline Pohl here is really holding really good pace, because last time we saw her running, it looked like maybe Marielle was going to run up to her, but nope, she's not having that right now. So she's staying really, really strong and sitting pretty comfortably in 5th place.
I think she could run this pace all day long. She looks very, very comfortable. You know, as we see right back there, Morier from France is, you know, trying to make her way up into it. They're all chasing Kate Curran because that's going to be for the minor placings, because Clavel and Laura Madsen still running very close to each other. But Nikki Bartlett is now leading our women's race, and what a great bike ride. She was very, very steady on the bike ride out there today. 43 seconds in arrears leaving transition, but she caught up, just chipping away a little bit at a time. You know, a couple of seconds here, a couple of seconds there, and now finds a way to the front of the field here in Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée as they make their way back into town. The ladies will have another lap. They're going to get over that sand one more time. The gentlemen, however, they are on their way back to the finish line. This is Kate Curran from the UK having a great race there, Joe. Today we did see the the VinFast performance analysis on the run come up here. That's Kate Curran, 3:32 into it and 3:48 per kilometre. That's great.
Yeah, that's well under 120 pace, Welshie, for the half marathon. And she looks super smooth. She looks like, speaking of someone that could hold that pace all day, Kate Curran looks like she could do this for a whole marathon. So looking really, really good right now. Really efficient, covering the ground nicely, no wasted energy. Yeah, looking really, really in good form, currently sitting in 4th place.
Gentlemen are fastly approaching the 16-kilometre marker. The ladies are just coming up on the 9-kilometre marker here, so just about to run on into town and do their U-turn at the Hoka turnaround arch before they head out onto their second lap. Kate Curran now making her way back into town here, sitting in 4th place right now, but she's not too far down on our leaders as well, Joe.
No, she's not far at all. And look, we're only a little bit more than a third of the way into the run right now. So, yeah, what we'll be looking for is that next time split in the women's through the 11.9 kilometres, and that's when maybe we'll see if Kate Curran still has a chance to run onto a top 3 finish today.
Yeah, so the cyclist up ahead represents the number 3 lady out on course. So you know that Charlene Clavel is right there in the bushes, just right ahead, around about 30 or 40 metres up ahead, maybe 50 metres even, that Kate Curran can actually see that. So let's take a listen to what the pace sounds like with those feet hitting the ground. Sounds like pitter-patter to me, and that's the noise that you want to hear in your brain when you start turning off, when things start to become tough, Joe. You sort of premeditate these things, in training, or even when you're sitting at home thinking about the race. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Just get a good sound, good rhythm, in your head. You can't take music out there. You can't have those, sort of things happening out there. But Nikki Bartlett, you would have imagined that she would have cleared out by now, but this young 21-year-old, I tell you, look out for her. She is going to be a superstar down the road here in Triathlon IRONMAN 70.3. And Charlene, the defending champion, not wanting to give an inch on these two ladies here. She is from France, and she is defending it.
Yeah, and look, Kate Curran, she's really close, and she's actually taken about 25 seconds out of the Clavel, who's currently sitting in 3rd at this point at the last check. So, look, yeah, Kate Curran's still in these before we even get to the halfway point of the run. But yeah, Nikki Bartlett, just compare and contrast the forms of Madsen and Nikki Bartlett. Very, very different. Nikki very sort of like quite a high carriage at the back. Madsen more, very low, doesn't really get much lift out the back or the front, but they're both running neck and neck right now at this about halfway point of the women's 70.3 run.
Charlene just slowing down ever so slightly. Here we got 6 ladies inside of 33 seconds. On the men's side of things, you're looking at Nicholas Mann getting the job done. It's 21 seconds out to Rico Bogan right now. Yuri Kulin is now fastly approaching Rico Bogan. So that might be, a podium switch there from 21 seconds and 37 seconds, our top 3. Then comes Clement Mignon at 4th place, and then 5th place, Johannes Vogel. They're the only ones within 1 minute and 10 seconds of our leader right now. So our men's race, you got 5 athletes within 1:10, and on the women's side of things, you got 6 athletes within 33 seconds.
Amazing.
How good's that?
This is fantastic racing, Welshie. The men's, it's really interesting to see that it really has dropped away out of that top 5. There's really big gap starting to open up, and excuse me, obviously some of these guys were pushing a little bit too much on the bike, and they're sort of paying for it a little bit now on the run, but not this guy on screen. Nicholas Mann from Germany is leading the way and doesn't look to be slowing down one bit.
Yeah, it looks like he's only got about 3 kilometres to run right now, Nicholas Mann. So Rico Bogan just slowing down just a tad. He's expected to finish at around about a minute after our champion. That would be Nicholas Mann if he gets to the finish line in first place. But I tell you what, we're in for a good finish here with our top 5 because it looks like they're all due to finish at around about the same time. So things are just about to start getting very interesting. Nikki Bartlett is doing her very best to drop Laura Madsen, but it's not happening. The young Dane is hanging in there, doing the best that she possibly can, and today might be a breakthrough day for the young Dane.
Yeah, Liz, definitely. She's put herself in a great position to really strike. But yeah, Nikki Bartlett's probably used a lot of energy trying to catch up, and probably surprised that the young Dane was able to actually go with her. Or not surprised, because she knows how talented this 21-year-old from Denmark is. But yeah, they're coming through to around the halfway point now. Nikki Bartlett looks like she's straining a little bit, and yeah, Madsen looking the goods right now. So yeah, if she can just stay there and hang tough, who knows what the second lap of this course will hold.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, if anything to be critical about, you know, the hip flexors of Laura Madsen can be a little bit, you know, looser than that, but that's her running style. But I'd love to see her sort of, you know, stretch out that stride a little bit more, but that's just how it is. And look at Nikki Bartlett, on the other hand, very, very contrasting run styles. So there we go. We got a lapped runner there. That's one of our age group athletes in our men's competition as well. Let's get you caught up to speed a little bit on where our top age group men are. That's Corentin Flochelet from France. He's leading the race at the moment. He's approaching the 12-kilometre marker on the run, so he's having a great day out there as well. However, on the women's side of things, in our women's overall age group race at this point in time, we can tell you that Lou Prignette from France is in the lead. Elise Posbon is in second. They're approaching the 2-kilometre marker on the run as well. So our age group race with 3,000 athletes today is well underway as well, and onto the run course too. So Nicholas Mann there, Joe, doing a great job.
No, he's really looking smooth and in control. And yeah, look, I definitely picked him for my podium, but yeah,
Sure did.
I didn't think he was going to run away from Rico Bogan. I think it was at 10K mark, we thought Rico Bogan, there's no way, and then all of a sudden he had one little bad patch, and Nicholas Mann were able to bridge that gap and then apply a few timely surges on Rico, and eventually the third one did break him. So yeah, amazing running here by this man on screen, Nicholas Mann of Germany.
All right, we are going to run off to a break here. We've got a great race in the men's. Our women's race, we have two ladies battling it out in the front. It's the UK versus Denmark. That's Nikki Bartlett and Laura Madsen. Don't go away. We've got a thrilling finish coming right up.
Introducing the IRONMAN Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the IRONMAN Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Lap 2 for the men here. Nicholas Mann from Germany overtaking Marjolaine Pierre on her first lap on the run. This is a 2-lap run course here. The total distance is 13.1 miles, 21.1 kilometres, and 2 laps for Nicholas Mann almost done here. Marjolaine Pierre sits inside of the top 10 on our women's race right now, but Nicholas Mann, we got deja vu a little bit here with Patrick Langer, and we've been talking about the styles with Rico Bogan comparison to Jan Frodeno, but these German athletes are getting the job done. They are so good at this distance in the 70.3, so good at the Ironman distance as well. And there's Rico Bogan all the way back there, just behind is Marjolaine Pierre, but Rico Bogan is now having to settle into second place. Nicholas Mann has had a great race today, Joe. He was very, very chill on the bike ride. He didn't come to the front at all. He just made sure that he stayed out of the way. You know, Race Ranger was out there keeping all of our athletes honest and giving them the indication when to pass and when not to pass. So Nicholas having a very clean race today and a good race. He's coming up to that 18-kilometre section, actually 19 kilometres, and then inside of the last 2K, he's running at 3:17, so it's only going to take him about 6:35 to get the job done in the last 2K.
Yeah, no, that's an incredible pace. Yeah, maybe he'll duck under the 1:10, depending on how he finishes off these last kilometres. But yeah, fantastic running. Look, yeah, obviously Mallorca 6 weeks ago sort of set him up for another good training block, and he's gone away and even improved on that. But yeah, it's amazing. Like a big turnaround from what he did at World Championships last year. I think he was outside the top 30 to now obviously spent a good winter away working on his weaknesses and come back a new athlete. And now, look, just can't even see Rico Bogan, the current world champion. Yeah, exactly. He's just having a good year so far and really running well today. He's well inside of that 2 kilometres to go right now. And Nicholas Mann took a long look over his shoulder just a moment, Joe, and there's no one. It was Marjolaine Pierre was the next person inside. She's in the women's pro race, and Rico Bogan is falling back. So Yuri Kulin now and Rico Bogan, that might be a good story to start following here once we get Nicholas Mann across that finish line. And Nicholas is going to rocket up the Ironman Pro Series rankings as well. Today he's going to get across that finish line. 2,500 points are going to go into his bank account, and then the clock will start ticking. Another look over the shoulder. He knows he's got it. Every second matters here, Joe. Yeah, Keep it going. Yeah, and even if Rico and Yuri, Rico's happy with second or third and Yuri just wants his slot, they still have to fight all the way to the line because they don't know what points they might need to get into that top 10 at the end of this World Series in December, which the final being the World 70.3 Championships in Topor. Turning around on the second lap of the run here on the Hoka Run course as we have our men's champions heading into the finish line. We've got our women's leaders heading outside for their second lap here on the Hoka Run course. There's Laura Madsen from Denmark. There's Nikki Bartlett from the UK. They've been locked in battle now for about 3 kilometres when Nikki actually got up into the lead. There was Caroline Pohl running the other way in 4th place. So the women's race is still a very hotly and closely contested race between the top 5. Nicholas Mann, on the other hand, is really moved out from the rest of the field on the men's race here, having a stellar run today. He's going to have the fastest run by a long shot. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what his final split comes out to be because, yeah, he's moving so nicely. He looks in control. I think he has more in him, and from this couple of surges that he threw at Rico Bogan, I think he does. I think he's got a little bit left in the tank, which is a great feeling when you win a race and you've still got a little bit left. It bodes well for the rest of this season. He knows what he's got to do to get the job done today. He's not letting up and high-fiving the crowd because we have a different set of circumstances now. Every second matters. Getting across that finish line, you want to put as much distance between yourself and the next person because you don't know what's going to happen in the last race of the year. You could always look back and say, what if? What if I just kept going? What if I... because I stopped and I gave up 15 seconds. Yeah. And that was 15 points and I've lost the series by 13. No way. Yeah. Why did I do that? Yeah, no, it's definitely... I don't know if that's what he's thinking about right now, but he probably should be. But I'm not sure. Like, if he's going to race any Ironmans or anything like that. So without racing an Ironman, it would be hard to be up there in the series. But like, yeah, he's putting a lot of pressure on Rico Bogan and Yuri Kluin as well. And also, these guys are going to see each other at least once, if not twice again this year, and culminating in the World Championship in Tokyo in December. So it's just also the mental edge that, yeah, I outran you by a minute back in June. So it's just, it'll be back at the guys that he outruns, it'll just be in their mind. So here he goes. He's starting to celebrate, starting to relax and enjoy this moment.
He's enjoying the moment for sure. He just went by Kaidi Kivio from Estonia in the women's race, sitting inside of the top 8 as well. But this day belongs to the German. He's had a wonderful day out there, great swim. He even had a good bike ride, situated himself nicely in that group there today, stayed well out of trouble and on the run, just absolutely decimating the field here in Les Sables de Vendée. And now he's going to take out the championship. This is the 10th race of the Ironman Pro Series, the 7th of the Ironman 70.3 races. We've had 3 of the Ironman distance, 7 on the 70.3, and this continues to be an incredible series here in 2024. Nicholas Mann had a great swim today, a good bike, but the run is really going to bring him home today. Another look over the shoulder there, and there he is, the elation. All of it comes out right now. This is the emotion of getting the job done today. One little turn into the finish chute he goes, and Joe, what a great finish.
Yeah, what an amazing finishing line they've got here. And he's really soaking up the atmosphere down at the finishing line. He's going to make this last turn and then finish down the home straight through the smoke and to his second 70.3 win of the year.
Nicholas Mann from Germany gets it done here in the Ironman 70.3 Les Sables de Vendée and takes the championship in 2024. There goes the time. 2,500 points go the way of the German right now, and now we start ticking down. Is it going to be Rico Bogan that gets into the finish line in second place today, or is it going to be Yuri Kulin? A 1:11.12 seconds to get the job done today. Average 3:23 on the kilometre today. That is the Wahoo Element rival telling you 1:11.12 over the 13 miles, the 21.1 kilometres, and Yuri Kulin closes it out with a second place on the podium. A fast finishing Frenchman by the way of Clément Mignon is going to take the bronze medal, in the third place, a stellar finish by the man from Nice.
Wow, that got really exciting over those last few kilometres, Welshie. Yeah, Yuri Kluin got his 70.3 spot, obviously coming home in the second place behind Nicholas Mann. And look at the time, 35 seconds. That's 35 points, Welshie. And then Clément Mignon at 49 seconds back in third place. So what great racing. We're just waiting for Rico Bogan to finish now and see what the time gap is.
Yeah, the gaps today, not too much. 35 seconds for the win, and then 49 seconds, and then Rico Bogan comes in across the line in fourth place today. Rico just spitting out there a 1:12.39, but it was 1:11.12 to get the job done today in the fastest run. 1:11.19 for Yuri Kulin, 1:11.40 for Clément Mignon. Look at that. 3 guys within the 1:11s there, so only 50 seconds separating our podium today. We're going to be coming up with the Hyper Ice Recovery Zone here pretty soon as we get set for the interviews here in Les Sables de Vendée. And we were just treated to another incredible Ironman Pro Series race, Joe.
Yeah, they just keep getting better and better, Welshie. Yeah, looking at the start list before this race started, I thought the field was amazing, but I did not expect a race like that. What a treat to be able to watch such an amazing event out there today.
Looks like Jay Styles down there commentating the race on the ground. There's Johannes Vogel coming in from Germany as well. So 3 Germans across the line inside of the top 5 today. He ran a 1:12.42 as well, so he's 2 minutes down. But look at the average times today. 2:23s to 2:24. 3:23s, 3:24s, 3:27s out there. Great running today on this very flat course here in Les Sables de Vendée. Our women's race is getting very, very interesting right now.
Yeah, no, the women's will be interested to see how this is shaping up because, yeah, Nikki Bartlett was really pushing the pace to try and run away with this, but 3 women right hot on her heels, not going to let her get it easy. So exciting racing in the women's race.
With the top three finishers of this 70.3 Ironman, Les Sables d'Olonne, and sitting next to me, the young gun from Germany, Nicolas Mann. Another great victory, and what a run it was. It was fantastic.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. To be honest, I'm a bit lost of words. I still can't believe what I did. I worked so hard for this. After my win in Mallorca, I just wanted to get the same result again and to make sure that I'm consistent, because that was maybe my biggest weakness. And now I'm just so happy to do it again.
Yeah, because if you look at the guys right next to you and all the guys behind you, this was a stellar field, Nicolas.
Yeah, I don't know what to say, to be honest. I'm just so happy to, beat one of the best guys in the world. And yeah, I'm just so happy.
So what will the future bring in the Ironman Pro Series for you? Because you're a rising star. You have 2,500 points right now under your belt here in Les Sables d'Olonne.
Yeah, obviously now I won already 2 of the Pro Series races, but since I'm doing only a middle distance, it's hard for me to get on top of the ranking without a long distance. But I will give my absolute best to hopefully win another one. I'm pretty sure I'm doing Zell am See, which is another Pro Series race with a stellar field. And yeah, maybe I can win there again. That would be 7,500 points. That would be pretty good already, I guess.
And of course, there's that 70.3 Ironman race at the end of the season in Taupo. I think now everybody will say you're one of the race favorites there.
Yeah, to be honest, it's a great honor to be considered as one of the favorites at World Championships. But yeah, I guess I will take it and be very happy about it and try my best to perform there.
All right, thank you very much, our new Sables d'Olonne champion, Nicolas Mann. Thank you very much. We will move over to the numbers 2 and 3. And in second place, we had the Dutch, the Flying Dutchman, Yuri Killen. Wow, what a big race also from Yuri. It was a tight one, because you guys were going into the last lap with only like seconds of a gap between you. So this was a pretty exciting race.
Yeah, I was actually hoping that Nico and Rico would play it a bit like a pro cyclist, like left or right over the road, and that I could close the gap. But I think Nico saw that I was coming closer, and then he took off, and actually the distance, it stayed the same or it got bigger, I don't know. In the end, I came a little bit closer, but like he was obviously celebrating. So yeah, second for me was the best I could do today, and I can't be, I'm super proud of that after quite a difficult period, to be honest.
This morning you told me that the big goal for today was to get your slot for Taupo. Second place will get you to the World Championships.
Yeah, exactly. First of all, I want to thank the organization from Les Sables, because I missed the cut of signing up, and then they still added me to the list. So I'm super thankful for that opportunity, especially a bit with the circumstances, because the race got moved back or moved up one day. So that was for me a possibility to enter. Otherwise, I was unlucky. So yeah, but when you're in the race, you want to win. So like at one moment, a slot is nice, but grabbing the tape was the goal in during the run, and it was just not possible today. And yeah, that's it. I'm super happy and proud of the race I put on, and yeah, after quite a difficult period, I feel this is the right step back, and we can build on this as a team again. So yeah.
A big performance from Yuri Kullen. He came in second, silver medalist. So well done, Yuri, and thank you very much. And we will move over to the guy who had the biggest finish line party of the 3 men on our podium, because he is from La France, Clément Mignon. What a race, and what a very fast few last kilometers. You were really focused on getting to the podium.
Yeah, it was really fast race. I think I have done almost my best number for the bike and run. So yeah, the level is crazy. The beginning of running was so fast for me. So I tried to stay at my pace, and yes, it was a good idea for the finish. And yes, but on the swim, bike and run, the level was already really strong. So yeah, the level is here now. So I'm really motivated to work more. But yeah, it's good to have Ironman Pro Series because yeah, we have a strong field and it's the first year here we have this field, so it's really good to have this one in France.
Yeah, and now you're scoring lots of points because every second counts in the IRONMAN Pro Series. What will the future bring? What other IRONMAN Pro Series races are you going to do?
Yeah, I'm very happy because I am finished third, but not too far of the first, maybe 1 minute, maybe less. And it's a good one. I finished third in Texas, so third here. So I hope to be second and first for the next one. It will be Frankfurt, the Ironman in August, and after the LAMC. And normally I have my qualification so for Topo and Kona also before. So yes, yeah, it will be a long season, but very interesting.
But first of all, here a big party with all the French supporters.
Yeah, it was crazy because I'm the south of France, but yeah, the crowd was really crazy here. A lot of people cry my name, so it was really good.
All right, thank you very much, and congratulations, Clément Mignon, with your third place finish. We'll see you later on that podium in front of your home crowd. So what a podium we have here today in Les Sables d'Olonne with Nicolas Mann winning it, Yuri Keulen in second, and Clément Mignon in third place.
All right, thank you very much for that there, Nicolas Mann. Yuri Keulen punching his ticket to the World Championship. There we go. Look at that. Just recapping there the run course here in Hoka. Getting the job done. Nicolas Mann, what a great victory. Yuri Keulen in second place. Great comeback here for Yuri, having a couple of months away from, well, actually from his last finish there. The two just embracing at the finish line, and then Clément Mignon just ran right through there into third place on the podium today before Rico Bogan, our early run leader, heading across that finish line in fourth place today. But let's focus our attention over to our women's race right now because we got Nikki Bartlett and Laura Madsen out there just running nicely. And here's Laura Madsen. She might have been able to shake Nikki Bartlett over the last part. Nikki did run out very, very hard on that first loop there, Joe, to get into the lead.
Yeah, no, I think she saw the women up in front and closed that gap very quickly. And I probably thought she could just run by them, but obviously, Laura Madsen had other ideas and was obviously still in control. And now, yeah, looking really, really smooth and, yeah, really opening up, from what it seems, a good lead.
Yeah, and Kate Curran, you know, has moved into third place here, so we've had a little bit of a shake-up on the women's pro side of things. We've got 5 athletes still in within 1 minute of each other. Emily Morier just, you know, relaxed a little bit and into sixth place right now at 1 minute and 20 seconds down. But it looks like Laura Madsen, you know, with that beautiful pace, you know, just that nice, you know, easy, consistent pace there. The efficiency rating for her has gone way up. Nikki Bartlett on the first lap ran very, very hard and aggressive to get into the lead, and now it might be a little bit too much for her. But Laura Madsen, at 21 years of age, in the lead of the 70.3 here, will be one of the first wins that she gets in the 70.3. Will be a first Ironman Pro Series win for sure, and we cannot wait to see if she gets the job done. But right now we have to focus on where they are out on the course here, and they are now approaching that next time gap there, and it is at 16 kilometers. Laura Madsen has hit the lead, so the young Danish athlete is in the lead here at the Ironman 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne of Vendée as she closes in on the finish line. Don't go away, we got more on the other side of this.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence, the VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa!
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes?
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Open up the sky, 'cause I'm coming up to you. So send down your wings and let them bring me to you. You know I'm standing at the
puts Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Les Sables d'Iron Vendée is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by VinFast. Boundless together. Well, I tell you who's been bounding along the road today, Joe, and that is Kate Curran. She's getting the job done. She's moved into third place in our women's race right now as we see Laura Madsen, the 21-year-old Danish athlete. She is getting it done today. 22 seconds to Nikki Bartlett. So now it's just stretching out a little bit by bit. It was 1 second just a moment ago. It was 21 seconds. Now it's 22. Kate Curran is making a charge at Nikki Bartlett. So it's the UK getting after the UK. Looks like our defending champion is just suffering a little bit at 126 down. Caroline Pole at 143. And look at that. Top six inside of 2.5 minutes of each other. This is great racing today. And getting the job done is a very consistent and a very efficient young Laura Madsen.
Yeah, very, very patient race, especially for a 21-year-old in her second professional season. Yeah, it really went out, controlled. She's had this sort of grimace on her face the whole time, but I think that's just how she runs. She's just toughing it out and just been really patient, and it's paying off. She's I'd love to see the splits and see if she actually even splitted this half marathon, because I think she'd be very, very close, and that's the way to execute a 70.3 run.
Wouldn't be at all surprised, and this is the replay of Madsen pulling away from Bartlett at the moment, and you can see that there was a little surge in there. You can see that Nikki just struggling with the length of the stride that she had a moment ago when she was just, throwing those arms and out in the front there. The legs were going right back, but look at that, a little bit of a surge by Laura. You see that the knee drive by Laura is nothing compared to the other athletes, but look how far that those legs are going out, the feet are going out at the back there. She does have a long stride, but it's not happening in the front part of it. But look where her hips are, right over where she's landing, and then pushing it out the back there. So very consistent, very efficient, and love the way that she's just like turbo dieseling her way through this race.
Yeah, and her turnover has not changed from the first kilometre, so that's really important to note that, yeah, she's just run out at a pace that she knows that she can hold, and, yeah, the other women are sort of fallen away from this very consistent pace she's been able to hold.
Yep, correct. And now she's, got the pace of a couple of age group athletes up the road there. They're in their first lap of the run there. You can see one of our age groupers just leading the way there. Laura moving out to the side, running around and just getting it done there. And she's got the bike up there leading the way around as well. So our age grouper just like looking at the turnover of the legs there is like, yeah, I think I might hang here for a while.
Well, it could be.
Into the slipstream he goes. Look at that.
Yeah, it could be. Sometimes, yeah, the women get mixed up with some of the age group men, and sometimes it's good. Sometimes they get in the way, but they're having a good time. I'm sure Laura Madsen right now, who's leading the race, doesn't mind one bit because she's having the race of her life.
Camera there, Joe. I think he's worried about his sponsorship and TV time.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
All right, Kate Curran looking really good there. She's also got a nice pace running there, Joe. Lovely. She looked like that in the first lap as well. Maybe she's lost about 1/2 inch off her stride, but look at this. This is just absolutely perfect running. The biomechanics are just lovely. I mean, she does have a little bit of pronation, in the foot strike there, but I just love the turnover and how fast that is.
Yeah. No, look, I wouldn't discount Kate from running back close to Nikki Bartlett in these closing kilometres.
Yeah, let's just have a listen to the foot pattern right now of Kate Curran. Poetry in motion. Doesn't that sound good?
Yeah, there's a really rhythmic running there by Kate Curran. And, yeah, she's looked like that, as you said, from very early on in the run and just been able to maintain that and hasn't sort of overextended herself at any point. She looks still in control and seems to be still, holding a very, very good pace late in the stages of this 21.1 kilometre run.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at that, straight off the asphalt, right onto the dirt there. The change doesn't even happen. I mean, the pace is still good. Looks down at the heart rate, gets a good idea of where she's sitting right now, and happy with that. Laura Madsen gets over the bridge there. She doesn't have too far to go, this young Danish athlete. This has been an impressive race today, especially the run portion. Definitely not the strongest suit that she's had, but it is going to turn into one. Her bike riding is like incredible out there. I think that we're going to see in the future this young lady a lot, and I think that she's going to be right at the top of the leaderboard every time that we start commentating her races.
Yeah, look, I'm looking forward to, hopefully she'll be going over to Topor at the end of the year, because the course will really suit. It'd be a wetsuit swim, and it's a very tough bike course, and it could suit someone like Laura Madsen over in New Zealand, because it's, that bike course is got some hills in it for sure.
Yeah,
so.
Joe, explain the bike course, because they go out to Reparoa and they do a U-turn, come back in, but it's not the fastest road surface. Explain the road surface.
Yeah, the road surface, it's not fast, Welshie. It's definitely, it reminds me of riding in Tasmania. It's pretty rough, so definitely look at tyre pressure and tyre choice for New Zealand. But it's a really honest bike course, and it'll really, I think you'll see some real good splits in the pro men and women's, because it is so tough, and it'll definitely affect the run as well.
Yeah, run's gorgeous. It's around Lake Topor. They do have one very, very decent hill that they'll go over it a couple of times on the run there in Topor, but it's a beautiful little village there, and cannot wait to see that. But right now, let's get back to the action here. It's Laura Madsen leading Nikki Bartlett from Kate Curran, who's on screen right now, getting the job done with the beautiful biomechanics right now, just running through the dirt section of the run course here as she makes her way back toward the Esplanade. Once they hit the Esplanade and the asphalt over the dirt roads, they'll be heading toward home. And Laura Madsen, if she gets the job done today, it is going to be incredible. It'll be the first Ironman Pro Series win of her career, of her young career, and sending a message to the rest of the ladies, and she is going to shoot right up those rankings.
Yeah, no, she really will. It'll be, obviously 2,500 points, and then the remaining places will be fighting it to the very last metre to make sure they don't lose much time to this lady on camera right now.
And getting back to Kate Curran, she's still within the minute there, so who knows if she's going to be able to catch up to Nikki Bartlett. But by the look of it, it's Nikki Bartlett just up the road there. Not this next athlete, but the one after. You can see the blue outfit of the UK's Nikki Bartlett. So UK in second place, UK in third place. Nikki Bartlett right up there, right behind that cyclist. You can see coming up on another age group man right now. And then we fast forward. Here is Nikki Bartlett coming up the right-hand side, still running pretty nicely there, Joe. It looks like she's doing a little bit better than what she was about 2K ago.
Yeah, no, she seems like she's settled back into a good rhythm, and she's definitely working for it. But the pace looks like it's hasn't fallen away, and she's not losing any time right now. And
precision, fuel and hydration, performance stats on the run. Nikki Bartlett at a 4:06:34. That is a 3 minute and 50-second minute average on the run course today, Joe. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, definitely. And taking into account the stand running, 2 laps of that, and the turns, and it's very, very fast running. So it'd be interesting to see what they end up splitting for this full Hoka run course.
I like how Laura drops the chin as well, and keeps her chin down at the ground there, and making sure that that the biomechanics, I think the forward lean, I think the posture, that she has with that running style that she has is really, really good. There's not much stress, I don't think, on the lower back there at all. I think that just the way that she's running is it's a very, very consistent way to run. Some may say it's a shuffle rather than a stride. I think it's halfway between each. She's a very very tall athlete. So I think that, you know, for her, and even Nikki Bartlett, she's a tall athlete, but they are two very contrasting styles.
Very, very, very different. But yeah, she checks a lot of the boxes of a really good run form, and there's potential there to maybe unlock some more. And at the age of 21, with her swim bike and obviously the ability to run a low 120, if not faster today, yeah, she's going to take the 70.3 world by storm in the next few years.
You know what, Joe? I love to observe, you know, different people in their styles, and Taylor Knibb, you know, the Ironman world champion in the 70.3 distance, well, 2 times. She's been incredible the way that she's actually changed her running style a little bit, and you know, it was more of an upright or just a, you know, slower turnover. Now she's got a better turnover. She's standing up straight. Biomechanics are perfect. Her posture has changed a lot, and it's really showing, you know, in her races, not only in her running but in her cycling as well. We know that she's an incredible cyclist. She's, you know, qualified for the Olympic Games in the individual time trial to represent Team USA at the Olympic Games coming up in Paris, and also to represent her country at triathlon. That is a multi-talented athlete, and getting it done in 2 sports doesn't happen a lot.
No, it doesn't.
You know, if she can change her, you know, running style to be a little bit better and faster turnover and whatever, anybody can do it. Just have to put the time in.
Yeah, and look, I know that she has put the time in, and she's one of these athletes that if she believes in something, she follows through and will make it a daily routine to work on that. And look, it's showing through right now, and well, it's a little scary. How good could she be if she just keeps improving that run form? Because obviously the engine is huge. So, yeah, it's exciting to watch her. Look, obviously Olympics time trial in the cycling, triathlon, but then obviously going to be see her at some 70.3s as well this year. And I don't know about Nice. I'm not sure about her schedule, but yeah, get to see her in lots of different races.
Yeah, Nice is not on the cards at this stage. And
might be a bit too much.
It might be a bit too much.
Never say never.
Never say never, but it might be a little bit too much. But I think that Topor definitely, and on a course like that, she'll chew it up. All right, let's take a look at Laura Madsen again. She's getting the job done here at Les Sables d'Alon-Vendée. And this is going to be one for the record books today. A 21-year-old is going to take it down here in Les Sables. And she is going to get 2,500 points. The clock will start ticking. You can see on the men's side of things, there's only about 1,040 points left here. So we've got just a few more minutes until that's going to expire, so a lot of our pro men have to get a hurry up if they want some of those very, very important points. Now you can see on the top left there on our graphic in our female side at 4:01.20 into the race, 2,500 points awaits our winner. That, by the look of it, is going to be the Danish athlete here, Laura Madsen, at 21 years old, getting it done.
Yeah, no, definitely. Look, she's really put together a well-executed race, and the swim, she was about a little over a minute back, and she didn't try and bridge that up right at the start. She actually came through in a very patient manner, and then when she hit the front, she really did apply some pressure, and then wasn't afraid to let some of the other women take the lead and keep the pace up. But then, again, use that energy in reserve to really push the pace towards the end, and that's where it started to break up a little bit, and that's where maybe some of the other women fell away. And look, from the first step, she hasn't gone out too crazy and been very consistent on her run, and managed to execute a very well-paced 21.1 kilometres. And look, she's going to come away with a win, it looks like, here today.
She had a good swim today, not as good as, you know, someone like Pamela Oliveira, but she was right there. She was only 1:06 down on the swim. Took her a little bit of time to get up into the lead of the bike, but once she got there, she was the pace setter. Everybody started looking at her wheel and figuring out, wow, this is the pace. We're going to stick with it. It was Maya Stage Nielsen that was able to sort of get up there and help her countrywoman in Laura Madsen to force the pace. But it all belonged to Caroline Pohl in the early stage of this race here from Germany, as she was one of the swim leaders with Pamela. But, you know, toward the end of it, Laura just really took over.
Yeah, yeah, really did. Like, as you said, she was very patient to get up to that point, was willing to do some work on the front, and then also be very patient and let some of the other women sort of hit the gas. And, yeah, Caroline Pohl, yeah, she really wanted that front position very early on, and maybe it started to sort of cost her towards the end of the bike. But still, at last check, Caroline Pohl was still holding strong in fifth place, so still having a very good performance out there on the run.
Inside of the last kilometre right now for our female side of things here, we got our Ironman Pro Series. The female pros are out here. Laura Madsen is wearing F11 today. Next race is probably going to be F1. Who knows? But she is going to be a big star here into the future. The young lady, a 21-year-old from Denmark, getting it done here in Les Sables d'Olonne, Vendée, on the west coast of France, as we now head into the AG1 area. Then we'll hit the Hoka area. Then we will hit the finish line. The red carpet awaits our champion inside of the last 800 metres right now. She goes, and nothing has changed one little bit. The turnover is still brilliant.
Yeah, no, as you said, well, nothing's changed. She's still looking very, very smooth. Now she gets to use the energy of the crowd to able to bring her home, and yeah, she'll be able to actually enjoy this moment momentarily when she realises how close she is actually to the finishing line.
Getting very, very close right now. Through the Morton area she goes, and just soaking it up here right now with all the crowd there, just giving high fives as well with a big smile on her face. She knows this is special. She will remember this for the rest of her life. This is going to be one of those races we'll all look back and just say the 21-year-old has arrived on the world scene. We knew that she was a great bike rider. Now she's finishing it off with a great run. By the look of it, she may end up getting the fastest run of the day as well. Just have to wait and see where Kate Curran is at this point in time, but she's behind our leader right now. So definitely Laura's going to have it, because they did get off the bike very, very close to one another. So there it is, Laura Madsen. She's closing in on the finish line, Joe.
Yeah, not far to go now, and she's starting to really relax. Her sunglasses on top of her head. She's yeah, high-fiving the crowd, so she's really enjoying this last moments of this 70.3 on the Hoka run course. And down the finishing chute she goes. She's going to make this final turn to the left and finishing down the chute to finish down to come away with her second victory over the 70.3 distance.
The emotion comes out of the day, and the 21-year-old is getting it done for the first of her Ironman Pro Series wins in her career. Her young career gets the job done at Ironman 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne, Vendée, and that is Laura Madsen. The time ticks away, the points tick away. 2,491 it goes down. She has full maximum points today, 2,500. She'll rocket up the rankings today. That is absolutely for sure. But Nikki Bartlett, what a great run. She threw everything that she had at our winner today, Laura Madsen. Nikki came up just short, ran a very fast first lap of the Hoka run course today. But second place, it's going to have to be for the UK athlete, getting it done and taking great points as well. 2,460 points go by the way of Nikki Bartlett. And you would imagine there, Joe, Kate Curran will be next.
Yeah, and checking in here with the Wahoo Element rival, 1:19.31 run split for Laura Madsen. What an amazing run. That's her fastest ever run split. As we welcome in our third place finisher here, Kate Curran from the UK. What an amazing run, finishing third today.
Look how close this was, Joe. This was absolutely amazing. Nikki Bartlett goes 1:19.28. She goes 3 seconds faster than Laura Madsen. And rounding out our podium today, three very happy young ladies right there. Kate Curran goes 1:20.05. So it's only separated by about 34 seconds, their run splits today. That was one of the best races to commentate today, because of the action that they gave us all day long with only 35 seconds with three athletes. That's fantastic.
That's an amazing race, Welshie. Yeah, no, it was an absolute pleasure to watch that unfold. And yeah, you couldn't pick it really until the very last moments of the race who was going to come away with that podium. At one point I thought Katie Curran might get back to Nikki Bartlett, but Nikki Bartlett actually picked it up in those closing kilometres. But Laura Madsen, amazing performance and such a mature race for a 21-year-old. So congratulations to her on her first Ironman Pro Series win.
Looking down at the city square right now, that is a buzz of action as we see a lot of our age group athletes running across the sand. Up the stairs they go out onto the run course for their first lap. For their second lap, that's the Hoka run course. It's 13.1 miles long or 21.1 kilometres. And in fourth place today, let's get her across the line. This is a fast finishing athlete that we didn't think it was going to be that close for these guys here, but it is. Look at that, from fourth to fifth place. They really held it together as Charlene Clavel, our defending champion, and also Caroline Pohl just getting across the line. Top 5 across the line right here in Les Sables d'Olonne, Vendée.
Yeah, absolutely. Amazing racing there. And when every second counts, they really give it everything to that line. And you're going to see a lot of people collapse over that line trying to get every second back because points are going to matter at the end of the season.
Yeah, we'll head down to the Hyper Ice recovery area for our interviews. Here
we had in the female pro race in the 70.3 Ironman Sables d'Olonne. I have 3 ladies next to me who all have a new course record. But of course, the fastest was this young gun, this Danish dynamite, Laura Madsen. What a race. Did you expect this morning?
No, absolutely not. It was a big surprise for me. Yeah, I didn't expect it at all.
And then it was a big race. I mean, you were 7-8 strong on the bike, and then in the run it was like really, really close.
Yeah, it was super close all day, and it was quite fun actually to be around that many girls all the time, and to really battle it out. That was fun.
That's not something that we hear often, that it's fun out there. It was also tough?
Yeah, it was super tough. I mean, the other girls are extremely strong, so I had to really put on an A game to be able to take the win. Yeah.
And now on to the next Ironman Pro Series race.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I really like the Pro Series. This is my first race, but I will definitely be back. Yeah.
And then of course the question that everybody will ask: when will we see Laura on a full Ironman distance?
Probably not this season, but it's something that I want to do someday. Yeah. But for now, I will stick to the short.
For now, she will stick to the short distance. So thank you very much, Laura. We will move over to our second woman. Enjoy your victory. She had a great race here today, 21 years old. It's incredible what she has done. But I think the most happy them all today. Welcome back, Nikki Bartlett. How does this feel after 9 months?
It feels absolutely amazing. It's exactly how I wanted to feel. Oh, it's so good to be back. I set myself up with probably a career best swim. Absolutely annihilated myself to stay on those feet. And I got out and then just tapped the bike to the front. And then there was loads of us at the front. And to be honest, I've never experienced that. So I was just like concentrating on the race ranger lights. And yeah, I'm not very good at it. Like I was always either, there was never a light on in front or it was only orange. I wasn't very good at that. And then I was like, oh, I feel like I'm getting too close, but then there was no light on. I was like, oh, and I think I was just getting like paranoia about it. But the bike course was amazing. Like these girls were going so hard all day. Like the swim was on, the bike was on, and that run was on. And yeah, I'm absolutely chuffed to bits. The field was super strong. So yeah, I get a bit emotional actually. Yeah, it's just, you know, you work so hard and injuries suck and yeah, it's been a really long road back.
Yeah, we had to wait a long time to get you back, but yeah, welcome back. It has been great. What will be the next race for you?
Got Swansea in 2 weeks' time, and then TBC after that. I might just, I can't believe I'm emotional again. Getting back onto racing. And then after that, a bit of TBC. It depends if my foot's all right. And then full focus on Ironman World Champs in Nice. And then the 70.3 World Champs in New Zealand at the end of the year. They're my main priorities, so nothing will compromise those races.
All right, great. Enjoy your second place. Enjoy your comeback race today.
I just want to say thank you to all the volunteers, and the crowds were absolutely amazing out there. Really got me on that run. I literally was suffering. There was a part of that run I was like, I might have to walk in a second. I'm really, really hurting, and everyone just kept me going. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Nikki Bartlett. She's back, and she had an amazing race, and also somebody who was celebrating at the finish line with the crowd, Kate Kern. I mean, this was a really close one, huh?
Yeah, it was a fantastic race. Really well done to Laura and to Nikki over here. It's really great to have another Brit on the podium. So yeah, thank you to Les Sables for having us.
It was a great race. Did you expect that it would be so close today?
I thought it would be because it's such a strong field, and these races, you know, you have to be strong overall. There's no room for weakness, so I thought it would be tight. For a while, I could see the front, and I thought, oh, maybe I'm on for the win here, but these girls were really strong, so I'm just really delighted to come third today.
And the gap wasn't that big because every second counts in the Ironman Pro Series. What will be your next race?
Yeah, I mean, I had that phrase in my head all the way around. Every second counts. My next race, I'll see how I recover from this, but I'll keep going with the Pro Series because it's a fantastic series, and really big thank you to Ironman for putting it on.
All right, thank you very much, and enjoy your third place and your podium finish. We will see you in a bit on the podium.
Can I just say thank you to all my friends and family for watching at home. It really means a lot to me, so thinking of you all.
Right, okay, great images. Thank you very much, Kate, and thank you also very much to the family and supporters of Kate for watching at home, and thank you for joining us for the interviews, and in a few moments' time, we will see those three women again on the podium.
All right, thank you very much for those interviews. And yes, we'd like to thank all of you for watching on our live platforms out there today. It's been a great race. We're still expecting a lot of fireworks coming in here to the finish line here. We're watching Laura Madsen getting her first Ironman Pro Series win. More to come on the other side of this.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
The Ironman 70.3 Les Sables d'Alon Vendée is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Breitling. Aspire to the ultimate finish line reward. Great racing here today, Laura Madsen getting the job done. Let's go over to our ceremony right now. In third place, Kate Curran from the UK getting it done. She was only 1 minute and 8 seconds in arrears out of the first place there today, Joe, and that was a great effort.
It really was, yeah. 68 points that she missed out on, but that's not much, especially such close racing here by, well, really the top 5 women there. So amazing racing all around.
Compatriot, there is Nikki Bartlett also from the UK at 40 seconds down in second place. Very happy with us. She said she might have had to have walked out there, but she didn't have to. She had enough energy to get the job done in second place on the podium.
Yeah, no, super strong all the way to the end. Nikki Bartlett, super strong, even though she went through a bit of a bad patch. I think she managed to fight on and hold on for that second place, which amazing performance.
And our winner today, this is history in the making, that's for sure. It's Laura Madsen from Denmark, the 21-year-old, getting the job done. 4 hours and 5 minutes and 51 seconds for the fastest run of the day. And what a great bike ride that she set up her win today with as well. Great swim, but overall, we got a new champ on the block.
Yeah, such a mature race, and remember this name. We're definitely going to see it in years, well, months to come, and for many, many years, I think. So,
yep, years to
bright,
come.
bright future ahead of her.
Yeah, Kate's all about the athletic brew here. There we go. Shake it up there, Kate. We know that you want to shake it up, and yeah, a little bit over the head of Laura's like, yeah, baby, I'm taking that. I'm 21 years old. I can have it. Anyway, it's athletic brewing, and well done to our ladies again. Congratulations to Laura Madsen. Got the job done today for the first of her Ironman Pro Series victories there. Nikki Bartlett in second place and Kate Curran.
Yeah, just getting a good podium picture here. All look very, very happy and very, very tired women here on the podium. But what an amazing racing. Minute and 8 seconds separated the first to third, which is fantastic over such a long event.
Yeah, well, a smile says it all for Laura. That was that was from ear to ear. That grin was just amazing. Well done, Laura. What a beautiful scene that we have right now over the top of Les Sables de Vendée. And this is a beautiful region in the mid-west coast area of France right here, just anticipating our athletic brewing ceremony here coming up for our professional men's side. On the third place today, there was Southern France's Nice's own. There is Clément Mignon, just getting the job done today in 3 hours and 40 minutes and 37 seconds there, Joe. Great race for him.
Yeah, so strong over those closing kilometres to come through and get that last spot on the podium there. So amazing performance. And second place, Yuri Kluin, who was very patient early on the bike. Was on the bike and also on the run, and made his way nicely through to a second place today.
Attacked the bike there early on, really wanted to get after it. He said that in his interviews. He wanted to really leave it all out there on the bike right there today, but it wasn't any match for today's winner. It was Nicholas Mann with a very German-like, Patrick Langer-like run out there. He just got it done. Fastest run of the day. Nicholas Mann, you are the Ironman 70.3 Les Sables Vendée champion in that premier position. Well done. The athletic brewing cans open up over the head, and celebration happens right here in Vendée, this beautiful region, on a great day. This was our 10th Ironman Pro Series race here, and it just so happened to be on the west coast of France. 3 Ironman down, 7 70.3s down, and we're halfway in the 2024 season. You are watching the final scenes here of Ironman 70.3 Les Sables Vendée. Don't go away. We'll be right back.
Your new vehicle, Mr. Lawrence. The VinFast VF8.
All the latest tech?
Precisely.
Whoa.
Cut. Great delivery, Joey.
I've had a lot of practice saying that word. It's pretty cool, huh?
The VinFast?
Yeah. It's got
action.
402 horsepower.
All-wheel drive.
Over-air updates and a 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty.
Yes, but
15-inch infotainment screen.
Cut. None of those lines are in the script, Joey.
I just think people are really going to want to know those things.
That's what the website's for, Joey.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu?
Ah. Athletic it is.
She's funny.
Soaking it up is the Ironman Pro Series champion right here in the Ironman 70.3 Les Sables Vendée. That is Laura Madsen, and she is just all smiles, Joe. What a great race that she put down here today in France. I mean, for the young Danish athlete, 21 years of age, she is going to be one that we will watch for a long time down the road here.
Yeah, and when you've got the likes of Nikki Bartlett, who runs up onto you early on in the run, she did not panic. She gathered herself and then actually was able to run away from Nikki towards the latter stages of the run. Very mature racing.
Yeah, exactly. All right, now it's time to go back and take a look at our men's recap today. So have a look at this. We all got started here in Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée early this morning, and it was a great start. They had about a 70-metre run into the Bay of Biscay. That is the Atlantic Ocean, 250 metres out to sea. They made a couple of right-hand turns back into the canal here. And, Joe, this was great swimming by Canet from South Africa.
Yeah, he really got out fast. Beach start and quite a lot of waiting at the start, but he was super fast and managed to gap them in the closing stages of the swim and really set up to jump on the bike first and put the pressure on early on.
Yeah, big effort in the last little part of that swim there. So Nicholas got onto his bike okay, and it was Yuri Kulin from the Netherlands that was really getting after it over those speed bumps really, really quickly, getting back down into the saddle. But they had a lot of competition out there today. It was Gerber from France. There was Clément Mignon from France, and Rico Bogan was trying to get in there and do some of the pace setting as well.
Yeah, no, they all were having a crack at getting to the front there, but had Rico Bogan, who actually was really strong over those closing kilometres and managed to get to the dismount line first and really put the pressure on early on the run and managed to get a good sizable lead very early on and looked really comfortable until we had the likes here of Nicholas Mann, who moved up effortlessly again onto his shoulder.
Yeah, he really found his feet in about the halfway mark and really accelerated the way to take his Ironman Pro Series win over Yuri Kulin from the Netherlands here. And Yuri Kulin getting in not only the silver medal, but punching his ticket to the Ironman World Championship. And Clément Mignon closing it out for France there today. So well done to Clément to pick up the podium finish. All right, there we go. We got 2,500 points going by the way of Nicholas Mann. Yuri Kulin picks up 24.64 and Clément Mignon at 24.51. All the way down there, you got Andre Salversberg, George Goodwin picking up a 9th, and Paul Schuster rounding out the top 10. Let's go over to the Male Pro Series standings right now, Joe. We've got Matt Hansen, no change to the top 3 here. We've got Jackson Laundrie. Colin Such from the USA is in there, but Paul Schuster was the big winner today.
Yeah, no, racking up another 70.3, really great performance. Moves him into 4th place on the standings. So great performance today by Paul Schuster.
And also Clément Mignon moves up 18 places into 8th place right there. So well done to Clément Mignon racing in France. All right. Time to go over and look at our women's recap again. They started 4 minutes in arrears to our men today. Same thing, 70 metres out to the first part of the swim there. Then they were waiting around about 20 to 30 metres. And then Joe, dolphining, kicking, getting their way into the swim.
Yeah, no, Pamela Oliveira really stamped her authority on the swim really, really early. Even before they got into the actual channel, she put on the pressure and was led clearly from the rest of the women. But yeah, it was very, very tight racing with the top 5 women all coming out of the water very close in the end.
Yep. Charlene Clavel was the defending champion. She got into the transition area first, but it was Catherine Pohl from Germany that really set the early pace. This was Kate Curran coming past Pamela Oliveira, and she was involved in a lot of the pace setting, but it was this young lady here, the overall champion. This is Laura Madsen, just going to work at about halfway on the bike.
Yeah, and then she made that gap and then was able to just sort of conserve a little bit of energy and be consistent. And then really when she hit the run is where she just found that rhythm very, very early and was very controlled and very even paced. Even when we had Nikki Bartlett run up onto her shoulder and really apply a lot of pressure, she did not falter and in fact managed to overtake her and come away with an amazing victory.
It was a consistent and very patient performance by this young Danish athlete at 21 years of age. Winning a first Ironman Pro Series race is Laura Madsen from Denmark. Picking up 2nd place in the silver medal was Nikki Bartlett with a fast start but a 2nd place finish. And Kate Curran, also from the UK, picking up 3rd place. Well, what a great day it was. Let's go over to the pro results. It was Laura Madsen collecting 2,500. There is Nikki Bartlett, 24.60. Kate Curran, 24.32. Great points by our top 5 ladies today, all in the 2,300s or above in our female results.
Yeah, when you got close racing like that, you get lots of points. Fantastic racing.
And the series standings in our Ironman Pro Series for 2024, Kylie Simpson is still the leader. No changes in the top 7, but Maya Stage-Nielsen was in the race today. Alice Alberts is up 1, Ellie Salthouse up 9, and down 2 is Emma Pallant-Brown on our female standings. What a beautiful day. It started out with overcast conditions, and what a great look at Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée right now there. It's such a beautiful place.
And amazing. This place is set up for a beautiful triathlon and such a great race. And look, the athletes really delivered. What an amazing race. I haven't seen a race that close in the men's and women's on the same day ever, I think. So amazing performances all around.
Yes, still all coming in. There's Kruger coming in. There's Genderschleich in there from Germany as well. A lot of our age group athletes just getting across that finish line. So, Joe, very important for our athletes here, you know, qualifying, you know, for the World Championships as well.
Yeah. This was a...
Here we go with unofficial results before, so let's go and take a look there. Here's Maya Stage-Nielsen now. She has moved up 6 places into the point standings, into first place, overtaking Kylie Simpson. We do apologise for that. They were unofficial results. These are the official results. Now she has a 125-point lead on Kylie Simpson. Fenella Langridge goes down 1 spot. So does Jackie Herring, Lotta Vilms, and Hannah Berry. So too Danielle Lewis. Alice Alberts and Ellie Salthouse, Emma Pallant-Brown, no change right there. But the big winner today was Maya Stage-Nielsen. She's rocketing up there. 6 places up into first.
Yeah, amazing racing there by Maya Stage-Nielsen to move up to series leader right now.
Well, thank you for watching the Ironman Now coverage of the Ironman 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée. The Ironman Pro Series point standings continue to get tighter as the pro are jockeying for positions out there. The series is at the halfway point and proving that every second truly matters. For all things Ironman Pro Series, go to proseries.ironman.com. You can watch even more Ironman Pro Series coverage with exclusive on-demand race replays in the United States and Canada by signing up for the Outside Plus today. For those not in the US and Canada, you can watch on-demand race replays by visiting proseries.ironman.com. Up next, Ironman Now broadcast of the Ironman Pro Series will be Sunday, July 14, Ironman Vitoria-Gasteiz. Coverage will begin at 1 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:30 a.m. Central European Time. Watch the live broadcast for free. It will air exclusively on Outside TV in the United States and Canada. Globally, you can watch the proseries.ironman.com, DAZN, and L'Equipe Live. For our entire team, alongside Joe Gambles, I'm Greg Welch saying so long from Ironman 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne Vendée. Au revoir.
Camille est toute peinée et toute triste qui attend son papa. Allez, nous allons partir du côté de l'arrivée. Anthony Aubin dans la galerie Homme 30. Amaury, c'est Amaury Aubin qui est là. C'est du jeune Amaury. J'ai trouvé JF. Regarde, il est là-bas avec la casquette. Regarde, c'est lui. Voilà, et donc, alors on va t'accompagner. Allez, mesdames, messieurs, on continue. On applaudit, s'il vous plaît, toutes celles et tous ceux qui sont en Belgique. On était avec elle au parc à vélo. Elle regarde peut-être ses copines, c'est ça? Les copines qui vont arriver? Ah oui, t'as bien raison. Ça s'est bien passé? Oui, ça s'est bien passé. Chaud, ça va vite, hein? Ça va très très vite. Les chronos sont dingues. Les chronos sont absolument dingues ici. C'est encore météo chaud quand même, hein, parce qu'on dirait qu'il fait chaud, mais il fait pas chaud du tout. Il y a un petit vent là qui s'est levé. Pour pas tomber malade, les copines, tu sais, tu les as croisées sur moi, elles vont sûrement arriver.
Et Ivan Stanislas Sorbier qui a fait un grand boulot 4h20 dans la galerie homme 40. Bien joué. Et les Sables, quand nous, on attend encore des athlètes à l'arrivée, il y a beaucoup de monde sur le parcours course à pied, sur le parcours Roca. Alors il faut les applaudir, il faut les encourager. C'était dur en vélo avec le vent et la vitesse. Parce qu'on a un nouveau record de course catégorie femmes pro. Et regarde, on a de nouveau la catégorie condage, Julien qui va terminer.
Regarde bien les moustaches de Julien. On le reconnaît à chaque fois, cette belle moustache. Il va arriver sur cette ligne d'arrivée, mesdames, messieurs, le sourire de Julien en grondage qui va venir marquer son nom.
C'est le Lionel Sanders des Sables. Bien joué, Julien Prévost.
Julien Prévost, 30-34, qui prend la deuxième place, je crois. Allez, ça continue d'arriver avec ce Français qu'on va arriver.
C'est Jimmy qui va arriver. Et les émotions pour Julien. Le 70.3 Ironman, c'est aussi ça. Toutes les émotions, tous les mois de préparation.
Allez, on continue d'applaudir. Ils sont à droite, ils sortent maintenant pour commencer ces 10 heures. Ils ont déjà commencé le semi-marathon. Je rappelle que quand ils passent ici devant nous, ils ont déjà 3 km au compteur. On peut même dire que c'est les 3 les plus durs. Le SCO d'Angers, mesdames, messieurs, vous l'avez vu, avec ces belles couleurs trifonction, ces nouvelles couleurs du club, elles sont magnifiques. Alors il faut être affûté pour emporter du blanc, comme toi d'ailleurs, hein, Sophie. Il n'y a que des gens affûtés, parce que moi, si je prends du blanc, comment te dire que c'est pas beau. C'est pas beau du tout. Allez les gars, il y a Philippe qui vient de passer à côté de moi, on peut l'applaudir derrière, là on est à la bonne place, on a l'arrivée à ma droite.
Et moi j'ai une arrivée de quelqu'un du Triathlon Club d'Angers. Allez, on fait un maximum de bruit, les Sables.
Une compatriote, la Suisse, Nathalie, qui part maintenant pour ses 18 derniers kilomètres sur ce Romblay. C'est un magnifique parcours, il y a un monde absolument incroyable. On a 3, 2, non même pas, je pensais qu'ils allaient tout droit, non, ils refont un demi-tour.
Mathis Dillet, quelle arrivée!
Regardez, 18-24 avec Dillet qui termine en 4-17. Ah, c'est étonnant, il va plus vite que Billy, donc elle dû partir juste après.
Et Sophie sera content parce qu'Emma Kless en route pour le dernier mètre. Notre deuxième athlète belge à l'arrivée. Ici au Sables
La Belgique avec Emma. La Belgique avec Emma, puis regarde bien Zoé qui va arriver. Zoé qui a gagné l'Ironman de Cascais au Portugal il y a 2 ans. Elle arrive. Zoé qui va être accueillie par ses copines du club.
C'était serré entre Emma et Zoé. Bien joué, les filles.
À 10 secondes près, hein, entre Emma et Zoé, ça s'est joué à 10 secondes près. Allez, ça continue avec le nouveau qui arrive, 18-24, 4-19-14, donc le 2 avec Douillet. Bravo, en groupe d'âge, attention, c'est le premier. La Belgique avec Douillet qui prend une première place. 4h, Paolo Douillet, 4h23-06.
Ah, Paolo Douillet, alors c'est le Belge avec un nom italien et un trifonction français. Bien joué, Paolo.
Allez, on a déjà 18-24, on a Elian Gabory qui a terminé, Amaury Auguin dans le 30-34. Ah non, on s'est trompé, hein, c'est pas le premier, c'est Sorbier. Paul Douillet prend la deuxième place, parce qu'en fait, il n'est pas arrivé encore. C'est là où on arrive dans cette configuration. 3,57 km pour cette catégorie 40-44. Lemonnier, il est là. Je transporte pas comme ils sont nombreux également.
Laurent Lemonnier en 4h25. Et les applaudissements pour Lucas Galerne.
prochaine athlète, c'est Clément dans la dernière lettre. Allez, on fait un maximum de bruit, les applaudissements. Allez, Clément, voilà, Clément du Sosa, qui est un des athlètes dans la catégorie homme 40. Il vient de franchir la ligne d'arrivée après 4h27. Come on, join us at the finish line. Les Sables will have a big finish line party, which will last certainly until 4 p.m. That's the cutoff time to welcome more than 3,000 athletes back again at the finish line of this IRONMAN Pro Series race. Next finisher, make some noise. C'est Axel Boyer-Moretti dans la catégorie homme 30. Ali Bergna binnen. Fantastisch gedaan van Bram Philips. Bien joué notre Belge. Onze man van 3PT. Goed gedaan, Bram. Et voilà, encore des applaudissements. Well done from Mr. Waters from Great Britain. Et Jean-Baptiste Burbeau et Guillaume Petras qui sont là. Les deux Français. Guillaume dans la groupe homme 18 et notre homme 30. And also Oliver Waters, well done by our British triathletes.
Levallois, regarde Hans, Levallois, le club le plus représenté qui est là. Excuse-moi si je t'ai coupé, hein. J'ai vu les belles couleurs. Et puis surtout, regarde Hans derrière nous, tous ces athlètes féminins et masculins. Normalement avec la foule là qui doit faire entendre sa voix, s'il vous plaît. Ou un pouce en l'air comme ça pour Hélène. Allez Hélène. Bravo pour Sofia, de belles couleurs de Levallois Triathlon qui termine.
Et Jean-Antoine
Bien, vas-y, danse, bouge ton corps. Allez, on va... ça arrive, 9 km 2, c'est bien, ça avance bien pour les garçons. J'ai vu les couleurs des ici Triathlon également. Allez, les copains du club, ouais, je t'ai vu passer trop tard. Allez, on les applaudit, mesdames, messieurs, puisque ça finit fort. Allez, et ça remet les lunettes, ça fait un sourire, parce que c'est bon, tu vas la choper. Voilà, le petit virage à droite pour la Roche Triathlon, le pensionnaire de ce club qui va venir maintenant franchir la ligne d'arrivée. Hans. Et c'est ça qu'on aime voir, sur les Sables d'Olonne, les bras serrés. Allez, il fait les muscles, il arrête son chrono. Monsieur Fauchet, 83-42. Les temps sont sous les 4 temps. Derrière, ça continue. Là, je regarde parce qu'ils sont nombreuses à arriver maintenant sur... J'ai vu Camille. Est-ce que c'est Camille? Ah, peut-être. Alors, on va se rapprocher de demi-tour. Je vais me rapprocher de demi-tour. Regardez la souplesse. Et là, la foule fait... Oh, waouh. Ça sourit en général. Bonjour tout le monde. Mais c'est qui ce monsieur? Allez, on y va, on continue. On va se rapprocher là-bas de ce demi-tour. Avec My Tribe, la belle couleur My Tribe. Hans, tu me coupes la parole quand tu veux. Moi, je vais aller sur le demi-tour parce que c'est là que ça se passe. Avec tous ces amateurs qui sont là en groupe d'âge, qui viennent chercher la dernière étape qualificative pour aller du côté de la Nouvelle-Zélande. Voilà My Tribe qui termine. J'ai pas vu son prénom malheureusement. Il va chercher son chrono. Ah, il a le temps de faire un petit check, le demi-tour. Alors regardez parce que ça arrive là, ça arrive ici, là, ça arrive, ils vont faire le demi-tour et qu'on se retourne ici. Eux, voilà, ils partent pour 18 km avec les belges transport.com, avec ces clubs qui sont présents énormément sur ce parcours cette année. Le Romblet, 3300 athlètes qui sont en train de courir. Alors mademoiselle, vu que la vitesse, elle va tout droit. Oui, c'est ça, elle va tout droit. Applaudissements, elle arrive. Telle une fusée. Le 2 s'armé en avant, derrière les garçons qui tirent un tout petit peu la langue. Les belles couleurs de Livestream également avec Damien et Mickaël qui partent.
Les Sables d'Olonne. Allez, on respire, on repart David, on relance. Oula, joli. C'est du style et puis surtout, à un moment donné, c'est un peu de folie quand même. Allez, voilà, c'est bien Chloé. Chloé qui a les deux mains, alors c'est bien Chloé. Elles sont bien les femmes, elles sont absolument incroyables, elles ont encore cette lucidité. Paolo, allez, qui a bien ralenti, qui a fait demi-tour, là vous pouvez y aller. Hein. La pluie s'est arrêtée, c'est plus du tout glissant. On peut faire les appuis. Tristan qui repart, bravo Tristan. Rémi, pareil. Rémi qui fait le demi-tour et qui va relancer la machine. Derrière, Eric qui fait également un demi-tour pour repartir pour le dernier tour. Adrien, idem. Etienne, allez, il a bien mis de Sardin pour moi, son nom, c'est Charles. Allez Charles, t'as raison Charles. Et là, ça finit fort. C'est François qui arrive vers vous. François, on doit fermer la trifonction, François. Maître de dossard devant. Arborer son plus grand sourire. Il y a une petite montée, un petit faux plat montant. Le demi-tour est l'arrivée. Je connais cette foulée. Je reconnais cette foulée. Je la connais parce que tous les mercredis, j'ai la chance de faire des coachings avec ces personnes. Ah, mesdames, messieurs, regardez, ils arrivent. Ça va vite. Voilà, applaudissements, le demi-tour. Regardez comme ça, relance pour Christelle. Incroyable. Allez, Anthony qui fait demi-tour. Adrien également qui repart pour un demi-tour. Allez, le dossard devant, la trifonction. Elle n'est pas fermée, c'est pas grave parce qu'il lui reste un tour. Attention, quand on fait le demi-tour, ça reste sur la droite. Je vais me mettre là, je vais me mettre là, je vais me mettre derrière vous. Je vais me mettre derrière vous parce que j'ai l'impression qu'il ne voit pas. Hein. Je ne vais pas être à la base d'un accident. Allez, mesdemoiselles. Allez, ça mange pour Viviane, c'est parfait.
Et Matteo Roberti à l'arrivée. Bien joué, Matteo. Et Pierre-Louis Le Douce. Et aussi à l'arrivée, on applaudit Glenn Marie.
Allez, lâche tri. Allez, faut que tu te relèves, tu te relèves. Allez, c'est la dernière ligne droite. Allez, il a été au bout lui-même. Je sens que là, ça va tomber juste après la ligne. Ah, il y a ton pote qui vient d'arriver. Allez, Christelle, elle repart. Le petit pouce en l'air pour Christelle pour dire que tout va bien. C'est bien, moi je préfère voir ça. Allez, Julien, je crois que j'ai entendu Julien. J'ai entendu un Julien sur ma droite.
Et à l'arrivée, les applaudissements pour Julien Mariette. Suivi par cette athlète de Live Try. Bien joué de M. Lafima. C'est Benoît Lafima qui vient de franchir la ligne d'arrivée après 4h32.
Allez Valentin, on s'accroche, c'est dans la tête. Bravo pour toi également, pour Florian. Allez, Florian qui, voilà, qui a encore la lucidité de lever les bras. Donc tout va bien pour Florian, j'aime bien ça. Est-ce qu'il va tout droit? Oui, il a l'air d'aller tout droit, c'est parfait. C'est Manuel qui va arriver sur la ligne d'arrivée. Et puis on continue. Et puis derrière, ils sont plusieurs à franchir. Cette fois-ci pour la dernière fois. Le panneau demi-tour, ils vont tout droit en dessous. Je te laisse les accueillir dans à peine 10 secondes. Ils vont arriver vers toi. Et puis nous, on continue, mesdames, messieurs, de relancer la machine.
On a encore un petit sprint. Alors ici, à la ligne d'arrivée, allez, on fait un maximum de bruit pour cette sprint. Un maximum de bruit pour cette sprint.
Allez, on
c'est Julien Tron qui gagne le sprint contre Emmanuel Charles.
Allez, Pipo, oula, Pipo qui a failli se percuter. Alors, on va se mettre vraiment sur le côté hein, pour que les athlètes puissent vraiment voir derrière moi parce que ça arrive très très vite pour la plupart qui partent pour ce 18 km. Tu vas là? Oui, tu vas là. Il va là, le Rochelle Triathlon. Allez David qui va franchir pour les derniers mètres de ce 70.3. Là, le petit signe également pour dire c'est fini. Allez, va la chercher cette ligne, pardon, je t'ai loupé, c'est pas grave. Allez, va la chercher.
Et moi j'ai vu l'arrivée de notre Belge, Romain Biarno. Ses supporters sont là, bien joué Romain.
Allez, le dossard devant, la trifonction, on la ferme. Quand on arrive sur la ligne d'arrivée, on peut l'ouvrir un seul parcours. On essaie de prendre de l'air. Ah là, ils sont nombreux. Quand ils sont nombreux comme ça doit pas être facile, hein, parce qu'on se ferait un chemin. Là, attendez, on le voit. Hein, j'ai pas vu son prénom, il a pu ralentir. Là, c'est parti, c'est la dernière ligne droite. Nicolas, quelle foulée extraordinaire. Lucas, c'est pareil, qui s'accroche. L'actrice, regardez, mais oui, c'est Mathieu. Allez, Mathieu, va aller chercher cette médaille, va aller chercher ce chrono. Mademoiselle, le chrono, le dossard devant. On va mettre le dossard devant.
Et moi, j'ai vu l'arrivée de David Romain, de Xavier Carloukian et de Benoît Teller.
L'aviron bayonnais, on les voit également. Le président est avec nous la semaine dernière sur un autre triathlon avec les belles couleurs de rougeau. Lui, je pense que c'est terminé. Voilà, quelle belle couleur pour Théo, je crois.
Nicolas à l'arrivée, Mathieu Sokolov. Et voici
fois-ci, on a Luca Pozzebon.
Allez, très donc Oraguet, tous ces cartons, toutes ces filles qui terminent maintenant ce 70.3 des Sables d'Olonne.
Renee Kiley at the finish line. Another big race under the belt. Well done by Renee. Welcome back, Renee. Hey. Ils arrivent vite maintenant, allez. Des applaudissements encore en extra. Allez, ça me donne. On a Sébastien Garouste.
Allez, lui repart, c'est Kylian qui va pas prendre. Oula, Kylian qui part, mais la relance de Kylian est impressionnante. Hein. Il n'a pas perdu du temps sur le demi-tour. C'est reparti. Allez, pour l'instant, tout le monde, tous ceux qui passent devant nous repartent pour un tour. Donc c'est bien déjà, ils sont tous dans les temps. Il est même pas midi et c'est, je crois de mémoire, Gérard.